in the chamber at the moment and those watching online. I understand we have two councillors nearby who will be with us shortly. I'd like to declare this meeting open at 9:31 a.m. on Wednesday the 15th of October 2025. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Quandamooka people who are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and I also pay respect to their elders past and present and extend that respect to other Indigenous Australians who may be present today. Firstly, we'll do some housekeeping. I'd like to remind you all that this meeting is being recorded in audio and video as well as being live streamed online. Councillors are reminded that parliamentary privilege does not extend to the chambers or to this chamber as it does for state and federal parliamentarians, and you are reminded to be cognisant of this in any comments which you may make during the course of this meeting. I would also like to remind councillors to use the microphone when speaking, and for any councillors or officers who are attending virtually to please use the mute button when not speaking. In the event of an evacuation, I would ask that you remain calm and follow my directions. The emergency exit is through the gallery doors to my right, your left at the back of the room over there, and down the stairwell to exit onto Bloomfield Street. All members of the public present at a meeting must, not without the prior approval of the chairperson, make any audio or video recording or take any photographs. Remain quiet and not disrupt the meeting in any way. Not bring into the meeting any signs, placards or items that may cause a hazard or interfere with any person present. Be suitably dressed and turn all mobile devices to silent mode and leave the room to take any calls. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to warn a member of the public present at a meeting who is not complying with any of these requirements and may, with or without such warning, require the person to leave the meeting and not return for such period as the chairperson decides. This period may include future meetings. And I'll just explain, I've had some questions about the layout of the room again. So I just wanted to, for those watching online, I know I've gone through this before, but to my left is the CEO, to my right is the governance manager. Councillors are down each side of the table, executive leadership team along the back, and members of staff or the public sit in the chairs at the back. So hopefully that explains for anyone listening online who's been asking me those questions. I move to agenda item number 2, which is leave of absence. I've not been advised of any leave of absence. And I would now like to remind councillors to sign the attendance sheet for today's general meeting, which can be found in diligent boards, and this must be completed before the meeting concludes. And moving to agenda item number 3, which is our devotional segment. And I would now like to invite Pastor Mariska Dupries from C3 Redland Bay to lead council in a brief devotional segment. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors and guests. Welcome this morning, and it's an honour again to share with you guys this morning. I just felt to encourage you guys this morning in the little things you do, the things that's normally overlooked. It says in Luke 16 verses 10, whoever can be trusted with the very little can be trusted with much. As city leaders, you're entrusted with leadership, as we know. It's not always flashy or dramatic, but incredibly important, and we recognise that. Often your work happens behind the scenes, like reviewing budgets, making tough decisions, resolving conflicts, nobody likes that, and planning events, which is the fun side of it. It may feel like small things, but in God's eyes, faithfulness in the small is what prepares us for greater things. Jesus reminds us in Luke 16 that how we handle small responsibilities impacts us, especially when no one is watching. We reflect Christ's heart for servant leadership. We think of the little story with the boy that brought his little lunch to Jesus, and it looked little at the start, but when it was given to Jesus and faith was applied, he fed thousands with that. What you bring to the city, your time, your prayers, your wisdom and willingness is multiplied by God when given faithfully. So I want to encourage you this morning that even if what you feel if what you do feels like it's unnoticed, it's not unseen. God sees and he honors every act of obedience and service to the city. As we lead, let's ask, am I being faithful in the small things? Am I seeking to please God more than people? Am I seeking, and let's remind one another the work matters because God uses us to build his kingdom. I just want to close in prayer for us this morning. Father, we just thank you so much, Lord God, for every single one of our councillors, Madam Mayor, every single person watching online and in the room this morning, Lord God. Thank you that you trust us with the little things. Thank you that you care about the little things. We ask that you bless every single one this morning, Lord God. Pray protection over them, and we thank you for unity in this meeting this morning. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and now we move to condolences, and I understand Councillor Boglari, you have a condolence to acknowledge.
Yes, thank you. Today I would like to recognise Tiana Mungahari, a young Redlands woman who sadly lost her life to breast cancer at the age of 30 in September. I knew Tiana when my boys were young and they all played basketball together at Spartans and at Capalaba PCYC around 2000. I remember her as a pocket rocket on and off the court, always with a smile, an infectious smile. She was known as a daredevil child growing up in Redlands, attending local schools before being awarded a scholarship to attend Brisbane State High. Knowing Tiana, I was not surprised to read recently of her contributions to basketball and the greater community. After representing Med East and Southern Districts in the under 12 and up to the under 18 Div 1, where she was named Most Valuable Player, Tiana received a full scholarship to the Australian Institute of Sport in Canberra. In 2012, she played for Australia in the under 17 Sapphires in Amsterdam, and in 2013, she played for Australia in the under 19 Gems in Lithuania. In 2016, Tiana received a full scholarship to attend Hutchinson Community College, Kansas, only to receive another scholarship in 2017 to attend Syracuse University, New York, where she broke some of the university's records, with career assist record 736, and she still holds the single game assist record of 17 and was named the university's Athlete of the Year in 2018-19 season. This is an amazing achievement for a young sportswoman from Redlands. However, Tiana had more to achieve. In 2021, Tiana played in the WNBA pre-season for Phoenix Mercury, and also in 2021 played for the Australian Opals FIBA Women's Asian Cup in Jordan and came home with a bronze medal. In 2022, she played for a Russian team, Dynamo Moscow Premier League, and in 2020 she played for France Division 1. In 2023, Tiana was back home and played in the Women's National Basketball League, WNBL, for Sydney Flames, and in 2025 played for Spartans NBL 1 at Southern Districts Basketball Association, back to the beginning where her love of basketball began. Tiana was known for her dedication and passion of the sport, and with the 4 basketball-playing brothers, they were the ones who gave my son a hard time on the court. They were excellent as well. They no doubt sharpened her skills. The family, affectionately known as the Mangoes, are and were well known and respected at the courts. Not only did Tiana play basketball, she also in 2024 was assistant coach for the WNBL Sydney Flames, and in 2025 coached a girls team in the QSL 1 at Spartans Southern District, and she also coached several individual players. In 2019, at the age of 24, Tiana was diagnosed with breast cancer. While undergoing treatment over the next 6 years, as you have heard, Tiana did everything she possibly could. Tiana was also invited to speak at events throughout Australia to raise awareness of early detection of breast cancer, where she educated thousands of young women. Tiana also founded the Basketball Pink Games to raise valuable funds for breast cancer research and the McGrath Foundation. If you ever met Tiana, you didn't forget her. She was motivated and inspired tens of thousands of people throughout her short life, both on and off the court. Her story is one of perseverance, family strength, and an unwavering spirit. Tiana will be remembered for all those characters, plus her resilience, leadership, and especially her basketball IQ. Tributes recently poured in from around the world, recognising Tiana and her unforgettable positive impact on people. And these tributes included legends from, I don't know how to pronounce the name, Diane Taurasi and Penny Taylor. Vale Tiana, you gave so much to so many.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bulgari, for those wonderful words of acknowledgement, and it's very clear that it's a great loss for not only the family but the whole community. And we move now to agenda item number 4, which is recognition of achievement. And I understand, Councillor Tolti, that you have an achievement that you would like to acknowledge.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'll just open my notes. By way of introduction, we have an organisation in Australia known as ATBSO, which is the Association for 10-pin bowlers aged 45 and over. And so it's essentially the masters organisation for 10-pin bowling. And what they do there is they have a little similar to golf. They play off of handicaps, and they allow seniors to participate in state and national championships for 10-pin bowling. We recently had the good fortune to have one of our local residents, Michelle Grundy, win her category in 10-pin bowling in the national championships. So local resident Michelle Grundy is now the Queensland champion in restricted category for bowlers aged 45 and over, and also the national champion. So that is quite an achievement. And when we have a local resident who achieves in sport, we do like to put on record for future generations that, you know, we think that's worth noting. So Michelle had a lot of opponents in this competition. They all travelled to South Australia, and she bowled well above her average, going more than 25% above her average to win this national championship. So just an acknowledgement of Michelle's status as the Australian champion, and very nice to note that we have successful sports persons, both young and mature, in Redland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're a talented crew in the Redlands. And I'll just take a moment now. I know it doesn't fit the acknowledgement of the standing orders, but I just would like to wish Councillor Bulgari a very happy birthday today. What a wonderful way to spend your birthday in Chambers all day. But we're wishing you a very happy birthday.
I had a recognition of achievement as well.
Sorry, thank you. It wasn't advised previously.
I did advise in the pre-meeting on Monday morning.
Okay, I wasn't there for that. Yep. So thank you. Councillor Coley, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge two of the Redlands prominent sporting clubs who have celebrated title successes recently. The Redlands Tigers Cricket Club lifted the 2025 T20 Max title last month in Queensland's most significant cricket competition, featuring local players from Queensland Premier cricket clubs as well as interstate and domestic stars. It was a couple of homegrown heroes who masterminded the Tigers' success, with Australian star Marnus Labuschagne and Queensland stalwart Jimmy Pearson starring in the decider against Valley. A shout out must also go to Redland skipper James Baisley, who led from the front throughout the campaign. I would also like to recognise the achievement of Redland Victoria Point Football Club on securing their maiden QAFL premiership after finishing runner-up in each of the past 2 years. The premiership marked a fairy tale farewell for departing coach Phil Cass, who bows out a winner, having led the Sharks to the club's long-awaited first flag. Both of these clubs represent the very best of the Redlands. Their achievements highlight the vital role sport and community clubs play in bringing people together. The outpouring of support from the community for these achievements demonstrates that. On behalf of our Redlands community, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to every player, coach, official, volunteer, and supporter who contributed to these remarkable seasons. Your hard work and dedication have brought well-deserved recognition to our region, and we celebrate your success with pride and admiration. Congratulations to the Redlands Tigers and Victoria Point Football Club, 2025 title-winning clubs and champions of the Redlands.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. They certainly are a talented, excellent club, or both. So that's fantastic news. All right, we're moving to receipt and confirmation of minutes. I have a mover and seconder that the minutes of the general meeting held on the 17th of September 2025 be confirmed. That's moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Councillor Hughes?
No, I'd just like to note that the watermark that was on the last couple of months' meeting has been removed, and very thankful to the team for taking on board that feedback and really appreciate that. The minutes are fantastic. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, I've now put the motion that we adopt or confirm the minutes. Those in favour? Thank you. It's carried unanimously. Moving to agenda item number 6, which is declaration of prescribed conflict of interests and declarable conflict of interests. Councillors are reminded of their responsibilities in relation to a councillor's prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest at a meeting. Details of these responsibilities are also outlined in the agenda. Please be reminded that all interests need to be declared at a statutory meeting of council. This means any prescribed or declarable conflict of interest relating to an item being discussed at a non-statutory meeting needs to be declared at the general meeting or special meeting preceding the non-statutory meeting or workshop. A potential list of items to be discussed at all non-statutory meetings are made available to councillors at each workshop agenda before the preceding general meeting so that this can be achieved. These declarations can also be made at any time throughout the meeting. Councillor Hughes, I believe you've previously declared a conflict of interest and you'd like to raise it.
Thank you, Chair. I, Councillor Tracy Hughes, declare that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 20.3 at the general meeting of 15th of October 2025, that's today. Sorry, it's just repeating itself. Sorry. The agenda item is item 20.3, as I mentioned, and it is the 2025 sponsorship program, applications for major sponsorship. I am an advisor to the Brisbane Bayside South Indian Association, that's our Diwali, and this group is listed as one of the applicants. I will exclude myself from the meeting while the matter is being discussed and the vote is taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Does anyone else have an item they need to raise? All right. We move to agenda item number 7. And councillors, just before we continue, this is a very lengthy agenda item today, so I ask everyone to be mindful of that as we proceed, or agenda in total. And I just note for those online, because there has been commentary before, that the agenda is actually set by the CEO, and we will work through this agenda as we always do in a logical format. So just asking that everyone be mindful when they make comments and discussions that we're going to be pressed for time to get through this agenda. So, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate that on behalf. But just seeking clarity that when we are speaking, we still have our statutory 5 minutes.
That's correct, Councillor Hughes.
But there's use some discretion.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you. Because I have one item to speak to.
Thanks, Councillor Hughes. So we move to agenda item number 7, matters outstanding from the previous general meeting. And the CEO will now give an update on the matters outstanding from the previous general meetings. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, councillors and members of the community. There are a couple of items that are outstanding from previous meetings of the General Meeting of Council. Item 7.1 is the draft Birkdale Community Precinct Local Government Infrastructure Designation Consultation Report, and a report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 7.2 is the Birkdale Community Precinct, and a report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 7.3 is the benchmarking with the Northern Queensland Councils on vegetation policies. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 7.4, the Cleveland Town Centre Revitalisation Project Update. A report addressing this matter in part is listed as item 20.4 of this agenda, with a further report to be brought to a future meeting of Council. And item 7.5, the Indoor Sports Facilities Planning. This matter was brought to a September general meeting, and there is another report that will come further to that meeting, which will be brought to a future meeting of Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, CEO. In relation to 7.1, 7.2, 3 and 5, is there any timeframes around those reports returning to Council that you know of?
Thank you, Mayor. The 7.5 was only listed on the agenda last month, so that will take some time to be able to resolve the items that Council wants considered from the last general meeting. The other items that you mentioned, I believe, were 7.1, 7.2 and 7.3. We don't have timeframes on those at the moment, Mayor, but they'll come as soon as they're available to be presented to Council, noting that we do try to manage the agenda of Council so that you have full and sufficient information to make your decisions.
Thank you. All right, we move to agenda item number 8, which is the Merrill Minute, and there's no Merrill Minute for today's meeting. We now move to agenda item number 9, which is public participation. So in accordance with section 6.10 of the Council meeting standing orders, a period of 15 minutes may be made available by resolution to members of the public to address the local government on matters of public interest relating to the local government. We have one resident who would like to speak today, so I'll need a motion to suspend standing orders. Can I have a mover and seconder that the meeting standing orders be suspended for 5 minutes public participation segment to allow members of the public to address Council on matters of public interest related to local government? I believe Councillor Bishop and Councillor Baglari had their hands up first. I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Hewlett? That motion's carried unanimously. So you may have noticed the signage in the chambers regarding public participation at meetings. It is a council's usual practice to require any person wishing to address the meeting to state their name and suburb or organisation that they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. This information is recorded in the minutes of the meeting, which is a public document available for inspection at Council's Administration Building and published on Council's website. I also advise the meeting is being live streamed and that by speaking you acknowledge and agree that this meeting can be seen live in the public domain. Any person addressing the meeting will state their name and suburb or organisation they wish to represent and the subject they wish to speak about. Stand unless unable to do so, act and speak with decorum, be respectful and courteous, make no comments directed to any individual councillor, employee, councillor or member of the public, ensuring that all comments relate to Council as a whole. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to consider each application on its merits and consider any relevant matter in making my decision to allow or disallow a person to address the local government. Only those members of the public who have an approved application are able to do so. Details on how to apply are on Council's website. Determine the maximum number of speakers based on the number of persons wanting to speak and the time available. Each person has a maximum of 5 minutes, depending on the number of speakers, and today we have 1, and a warning will be provided at the 4-minute mark. I can withdraw the approval to address council before the time period has elapsed. Debate or discussion cannot be entered into at this time. And today, as I said, we have one speaker. Mrs. Seeley, would you like to move forward to the lectern to address council? And could you please state your name and suburb or organisation you represent and the subject you wish to speak about?
Working. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mayor, councillors. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Maria Seeley, and I'm here representing ourselves, our community, and the Redlands in a whole, basically. But thank you for allowing me to speak today. Good morning. I'm not sure if I said good morning. Now, today I'm actually here in relation to some of the policies that our council does have in relation to community safety. That's our priority. We have basically myself and my husband and our dear neighbours who have now passed, collectively together focused on community safety for nearly 20 years in Victoria Point. What we've got at the moment, situations, for example, there's a safety audit process that council does have on their system called Designing Safe Spaces in public spaces. So it comes down from natural surveillance to access control, territorial reinforcement, management and maintenance. To date, unfortunately, council, we haven't had anyone come to the site where we are in Victoria Point. So we're hoping today might just accelerate some council coming to us with QPS, with council and the state together, because it's actually state-owned land there where we are with council as trustees. So we're hoping today we can make some progress going forward. Just trying to think back all the timeframes and everything. So in May 2023, a decision was made to open up the access after 17 years. That was a shock to those of us who live in the immediate area. We knew straight away that this would set us back many years, and unfortunately that's what happened. With ourselves, we've got cameras there. We put them in 2018 as a third party. We did request cameras after 2017. Unfortunately, we were not able to get what we were looking for in that space. It's a trouble. It's actually filters in from the shopping centre, basically. So we put in cameras. We financially funded the cameras ourselves. We put in a lot of effort into the area. We maintain it daily. We care for that area. Unfortunately, we don't get the local community come on board. It belongs to all of us. At the end of the day, we've got those green spaces. We're very fortunate in the Redlands that we do have these lovely green spaces, but they need to be managed as well. Where we are, it links into a problematic shopping centre. Now, for those of you that are not familiar for Victoria Point, so there's 3 main shopping precincts in Victoria Point. So you have Victoria Point Shopping Centre. They have security there. They have it's well designed, and they look after all the public sort of patrons that come on their site. Lakeside Shopping Centre, they have on-site management there, and they also have it at Victoria Point Shopping Centre. Now, where we are at HomeCo in Victoria Point, we no longer have on-site management there. We no longer have any form of security there. The access is open now 24/7. Now, Lakeside, across the road, they have a gate that links into Intrepid Drive, which is actually, if you know that area, I'm not sure if perhaps some councillors would know that. So basically there's a gate there that still gets locked up daily. Thank you to council for still locking up that gate daily.
1 minute just letting you know, 1 minute to go.
Oh, 1 minute. Oh, sorry. Oh dear, I better keep going. So basically that's what's going on there. But for us, so last year I embarked on a second police petition to Queensland Parliament. Now, this was a very big exercise that we did. Out of that exercise, that was for the whole of the Redlands to get extra resources for Cleveland and Redland Bay. We don't have enough police. With our situation where we are at Victoria Point, the crime has escalated. It has been there all the time in the shopping precinct. In December 2024, January 2025, we had masses of break-ins in the shopping centre, and the access is now being used by criminals. Our cameras picked up both times the actual sort of all the commotion that was going on. We alerted Police Link. Our cameras actually had all the evidence. So we're in a dire situation there. Our safety is now compromised. It also now has compromised my health the last 2 years. But I'm here today representing also the SMB Islands, because they also have a situation on the Redland Bay Marina. Sorry.
Thank you. Just letting you know you're at time if you want to have a sentence to wrap up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So basically, community safety is a collective exercise. It needs for council, state, local government, the community to come together to address community safety at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, I don't know if I was on record then, if I'd press the button. Thank you very much, Mrs. Seeley. So we move to agenda item... Oh, sorry, we've got to come back in, that's right. Can I have a mover and seconder that meeting standing orders resume? Moved by Councillor Bishop, I think, and seconded by Councillor Colley. Those in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. We move to agenda item number 10, which is petitions and presentations. And there are two petitions on the agenda, both to be presented by Councillor Golly this morning. Councillor Golly, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues and officers. The first petition is from residents requesting Council reconsider a concrete path in Luke Street, Thornlands. The suggestion is that building this wide 2.5 metre path will endanger the roots and health of a number of old trees. There is access to the proposed bridge. Koalas and birds, etc. use these trees, and damaging them will mean eventual destruction and removal of these magnificent old timers. Please protect the integrity of this area and these trees. The petition is of an operational nature and be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Baglari. Those in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. Moving to the second petition.
Again, thank you, Chair. This petition is from residents who are strongly opposed to the development at 5/23 Lind Street, Thornlands. The residents of the Grosvenor Park estate and the surrounding area do not approve of the proposed development at 5/23 Lind Street, Thornlands, Queensland 4164 unless the correct zoning of 2,000 square metres or greater lots are adhered with and the appropriate infrastructure is provided. The proposed application is inconsistent with the neighbourhood scale and character guidelines. Street traffic is already heavy and parking is tight. Adding 40 inconsistent lots to current zoning will add an extra 100 cars, unreasonably worsening traffic onto an already heavily congested Ziggenfuse Road. The lot currently sustains several mature habitat trees that should be preserved because their loss would take several decades to mitigate, and the applicant has already commenced destroying trees in an environmentally sensitive area. Redland City Council is not required to approve an application simply because it meets technical requirements when it is demonstrated that its fulfilment will unreasonably diminish the quality of life in the neighbourhood. Further, the affordable housing loophole should not be utilised to profit the developers to the detriment of existing residents who have made considerable investments into their homes. Any development should enhance residents' lives, not merely the developer's wallet. This application falls short of Redland City Council's mantra of supporting the community. The petition is of an operational nature and be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Goddard. We have a seconder. Councillor Boglari again. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Presentations. I'm not advised that there are any presentations today. So we move to agenda item number 11, which is the order of business. I've not been advised of any motion to alter the order of business. Moving to agenda item number 12, reports from the Office of the CEO. So agenda item 12.1, which is community consultation, our future Redland City Draft Corporate Plan 26 to 31. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. And a seconder, Councillor Colley. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Yes, we're going to move the motion today to resolve to approve the draft of our future Redland City Corporate Plan 2026 to 31, for the purpose of community consultation only, noting it is the draft, of course, that will be going out. I do want to say, however, that this has been a terrific process to date, I believe. The corporate plan we're currently working on was adopted in the 16th of September 2020, and was innovative in its time, but it certainly is time to refresh it and move forward. The current draft document, which the community will get to see, of course, is simpler and clearer. Councillors and the community have already had a great input into it, and I think it's a tremendous effort to get to this point. So really great credit to the officers involved and to everyone that's contributed so far. The corporate plans are so important in helping to sharpen our vision for the city. They certainly help us then inform our budgetary processes and day-to-day operations of council. So noting again, it's a draft report. It's again going out for further community engagement, but I think it's a pretty great effort, what we've got to so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Councillor Bishop. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, while I deeply respect the work that our officers have done in preparing this document, I believe that a corporate plan, which is the most important strategic policy in our city, should ultimately represent the voice, the values and the vision of our community. And unfortunately, I don't believe that this draft does that. Across Queensland, many councils have taken a much more comprehensive approach to community engagement, working closely with their residents to develop a shared community vision as the foundation for their corporate plan. The last time this council did something similar, which I remember vividly as a citizen, was during the creation of Our City, Our Culture, Redland City's Cultural Plan 2008 to 2018. That was an inspiring time of civic engagement, respectful, empowering and genuinely collaborative. That process led intentionally into the Redlands 2030 Community Plan, which was adopted in 2010. It's a document that was designed to guide us for 20 years, to be reviewed in 2015 and then again in 2020, but neither of those reviews actually occurred. Instead, in 2020, both of those plans were superseded and replaced by a new corporate plan, one largely designed by councillors and supported by officers. The document before us today is, in essence, a revision of that same approach. When I read this draft, I don't hear the voice of our community. I don't feel the shared vision, the values or the aspirations of the people who live in this place. What I see is a document that tells us what we will do and how. What we will do and what we won't do, but it doesn't express how or why. And while you all know that I've consistently called for more meaningful community engagement in this process, I acknowledge that that's not currently the will of the majority of the council. There is consultation taking place, but I don't agree with the degree to which we are doing this. I think we should do more To me, the community's voice still feels increasingly distant from the heart of this, our most strategic planning document, and that does concern me. As we're about to revise our city plan, I believe that this document should also better demonstrate our commitment to ecological sustainability, which is the core purpose of the State Planning Act. In the past, Redland City prided itself on applying quadruple bottom line values. It's social, economic, environmental and cultural cohesion and custodial care. Those principles once defined our planning DNA, and I don't sense that here. Nor do I see how the local government principles are meaningfully reflected and clearly shown in our stated goals as an organisation. I don't doubt that they're there, but I can't see them. I believe that our guiding document should clearly articulate how we will ensure those local government principles, transparent and effective processes, sustainable development, good governance, ethical and legal behaviour, and meaningful community engagement. These are the core principles that I believe should be visible in our city's explicit plan. So while I am prepared to support this draft going out for community feedback and a survey, I do so with the hope that future iterations will reflect these broader principles more meaningfully, and that our next corporate plan will truly be of, by and for the people of Redland City. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speaker 4, Councillor Collier.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to maybe share what's in this report about some of the community consultation that has gone into the development of this corporate plan. I'll read from the report because it lists quite succinctly some of the activities that we have engaged in as an organisation. Our engagement activities have included a Your Say online survey, 6 separate community focus group sessions, a community stakeholder workshop, 8 community pop-up events across the city during May and June. We've also, as council, considered recent organisational engagement outcomes, customer sentiment data, macro and regional trend analysis, and findings from the 2023 Community Satisfaction Survey. Activities in developing this plan have been outlined really well in this report, and I recommend that if anybody does have concerns about some of the engagement and the process that we've gone through, that you do refer to this. I think it's also important to note that the draft corporate plan here has a page actually titled Our Community's Role. This isn't about council imposing on our community what it is that we as 11 elected representatives want to do, but we have engaged with the community throughout the process of developing the plan to date, and it's an ongoing role that the community has in ensuring that we do deliver and that they can play a role in delivering as well. In each of the goals listed in the corporate plan, there is a separate section which is titled What Can You Do? And it lists how the community can engage further as we progress through this corporate plan and we deliver the initiatives and the programs to ensure that we do deliver through until 2031. I'd like to thank the officers for the great work that they've done. There's been fantastic level of collaboration and consultation with not only councillors but with our community, and I'm sure that we need to be mindful that we aren't endorsing this corporate plan, but we are, as was read through the motion by Councillor Mitchell, we are endorsing this to go to community consultation. So I encourage the community to get involved, give us some feedback when the consultation opens from the 20th of October to the 2nd of November, and we will consider all submissions made during this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. Speaker against, Councillor Foglari.
I also agree to this going out, as Councillor Bishop said, to community consultation. But I do have my concerns, and I just wanted to, like Councillor Bishop, have them noted today. I did go to one of the community consultation nights. I went to the environmental one, which was held down at the Victoria Point State High School. There were a dozen people there from all over, from Simbi up to Ormiston, Thornside. So it was a really good demographics representation from across the city. Their first question was, they had community consultation at the previous corporate plan. They had asked for the wildlife corridors to go into that, and that still isn't done. So they sort of felt, why have community consultation if council isn't going to listen to them? And a lot of the conversation that night was they felt they weren't heard. So yes, we can have community consultation, but we really have to make sure we listen to the community and, you know, we give directions accordingly where we can, not with great expectations, of course, but within budgetary confinements and everything else. So I asked the community to please, this is going out for consultation, not for an exceptionally long time, but it is going out again. So please get on board and do have your say this time. But because the document this time is so different to our previous document, where we did have all the different projects that we were going to try and do, could I ask the CEO, if the staff are here and available, could they discuss the reasoning for the changes, how we have made it much more concise? And because I think that would be of interest to the community, considering the change in the format is considerable.
Given the questions made as part of your argument, and to move on so we don't have to circle back at the end, CEO, are you able to provide a response to the question?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Boglari. Yes, we do have officers in the room, but in the interests of the Mayor's request to make sure that we have an efficient meeting, what I would suggest is that we have workshopped this with councillors and we've looked to combine the requirements of legislation for us to develop and deliver a corporate plan, along with what you have given us guidance for how we can deliver it. It's not uncommon for a corporate plan to vary from year to year and from time to time. So I think what you're seeing in front of you is a variation. At one point, you might recall, Councillor Boglari, there was a discussion about maybe having a 2-page corporate plan. And that was expanded so that we could include the role of the community, as Councillor Colley has outlined, what can they do to help in terms of moving forward. So this is the outworking of some significant work over many, many months with our council and with the engagement of the community. It's going out for consultation. It is different to the previous document, and the previous document was a combination of a couple of other documents that no longer have legislative requirements on council. I hope that assists, Councillor.
I just thought it might be interested for any community member that is going to pick it up and try and give some feedback on it. They'll note there were major changes, so I thought it would be interesting to explain the reasonings. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 4, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. And speaking for, I'll answer Councillor Boglari's question for the community. I actually really like this corporate plan because it's concise. I and several other councillors do mobile offices across our division several times a month, and I always have a copy of the corporate plan, and not once have I had a resident sit through 60 plus pages of that document. It is a very, very weighty document. And so I really thank the officers for expanding on our concerns, that we felt that 2 pages was a bit of a shock to our systems, and expanding it, but still bringing it concisely down. I do feel that the community, what my community says to me anyway, is reflected in this corporate plan, that what it is that they want our community to look like and what they want council to do is reflected in this. And I do encourage our community to provide, you know, their input and feedback on if there's anything that we've gotten drastically wrong. Noting though that we do listen to community, but our job is to listen to the majority of the community, not a minority of the community. So that's where we have to make those decisions. In answering Councillor Boglari's question for the community while I speak for it, bringing it down to the 6 pages, all those projects that we did have listed in the corporate plan get reflected into the operational plan. So this plan is a high-level document on what it is that we want to do and how we want to shape our city. And then the operational plan is the projects on how we're going to deliver on the corporate plan. So if you want to find out how we're going to deliver this, I encourage our community that when our operational plans come out and when we report on that, you go and read those to make sure that we're delivering on this. As other councillors have said, it is only open for a short time, the community consultation, and we do encourage a wide variety of our community to get on board and provide feedback. From our younger generation who want to live here for the next 20 years to our older generation who enjoy living here. So please get involved and provide that feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Any questions? Or Councillor Bishop?
Yes, thank you. A few times it's been mentioned that we'll go to community consultation and today is not endorsing this plan. I'd just like to ask, if I may, through you to the CEO, once we've proceeded with consultation, what will be the next steps? I note that in terms of the adoption, I note that it's proposed to commence on the 1st of July 2026. Once we get the consultation feedback in response, will there be another process of this coming to council for adoption, or a significant opportunity for revision? Or just want to understand that process. It's not mentioned in the report, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bishop, for the question. I'll refer to Micah Beaumont, who's the report author.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So post this second round of community consultation, the feedback will be reviewed by officers and presented again to councillors as part of another workshop that will happen in late November. That will then be finalised and incorporated into the final plan, which will be presented for adoption in December. Post that date, the current plan is still in effect for a number of months next year. So there'll be a process that officers will do, and also keeping councillors up to date in terms of closing off the current plan and also preparing for the budgetary and operational aspects of a new plan over the next first 6 months of next year. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mayor, just correcting my record, Gemma is the report author. Thank you, Gemma. And Micah is the authorising officer, but Gemma works in with Micah and they've been working very closely on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. So I just wanted to say thank you, Gemma, for all the work, and the team for all the work that's been done on this document. I know it's a lengthy process. And I acknowledge that by general consensus, there was a wish to shorten the actual document for ease of consumption by the general public. And it's a balance between making an easily read document for the general public and containing enough information that gives a rounded impact and provides input from all parties that can be read by all. There are differences of opinion, as we've heard, in relation to the breadth and the need for content in the corporate plan, but the wish is this overarching document provides a robust framework for all of the plans that lie beneath it. It is probably generic in some ways, but if you look at the draft document, there are links to all of the other plans that relate to council and each council area underneath. I too encourage every member of the public and disseminate the information to provide feedback as much as you can for anyone listening online. I think it's very important that we encourage that engaging process for everyone to feel like they have been heard. And as we know, the resolution before us in point 3 says that all submissions made during this process will be considered. So it is vital, as many councillors have already drawn everyone's attention to provide that feedback so that it can be included and considered in this document. So with that said, I'd like to ask Councillor Mitchell if you would like to sum up.
Thanks, Mayor. And I think for everyone that spoke today, for and against, we're on an absolute unity ticket that the consultation process, which started on the 17th of May, and which is what we're voting on today, continuing with the draft document, should continue. So we're absolutely aligned with that, and we've all made that call out to the community. So please, check the website, have a look. It's really, really important. And a lot of what Councillor Colley said, this is a partnership with the community, community, and that's one of the things that's in there, including in the engagement, but also ongoing. So with that, let's endorse this for the further consultation, which has already been robust, but let's finalise it, polish this diamond, and get it adopted in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That is Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley and myself. Those against? Councillor Bishop. The motion is carried. We now move to agenda item number 13.1, which is the reports from organisational services, the September 2025 monthly financial report. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to the motion?
Oh, once again, this is a point in time. It's a summary of our last month where you can see how council is tracking in regards to this year's budget, delivering CapEx and the current financial position. And I asked the CFO yesterday if I could pass to her just to give an overview of the highlights. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. CFO, Sandra Bridgman, would you like to speak, please?
Thank you, and through you, Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the September monthly financial report. So this report represents the first quarter of this financial year, and just a reminder for context, the revised budget within the report reflects the carryover budget which was approved in August, and the July opening balances for the statement of financial position will be reflected from the October reporting period onwards, now that we have the finalised annual statements. Any changes will be highlighted within the October, with the opening balances will be highlighted within the October monthly report, but they are not significant. If I move to section 1, the executive summary of the report, we can see that all of the statuses are favourable for the key financial results, with the exception of the cash and cash equivalents key financial measure. And again, this is that ongoing, I've spoken before, that ongoing complexity of forecasting cash inflows for non-rates revenue and outflows within the year when we set the budget. Finance always monitor why there is a difference, and we can actually see that correlating difference. If you look at in section 5, the statement of financial position with our trade payables, where there's a $12 million offsetting difference there, where we anticipated that we'd be holding a balance of payables, but we actually have a lower balance. So they are a direct correlating effect. When we go through our budget review processes, we always look at the cash flow forecasting as part of that, and we'll look to realign as we need to. If I move to section 2, the key performance indicators, all of these are being achieved with the exception of the asset sustainability ratio, one which we continue to highlight in these monthly reports as not achieving over a period of time. The ratio has, however, increased by over 8% since the August report, and as I've spoken to before, it does represent that mix of capital works being delivered year to date, because the asset sustainability ratio is really around the renewal of infrastructure assets themselves. Some other items which may be of interest within the report, if I just talk to section 3, the statement of comprehensive income, we can see within the detailed breakdown that there is an unfavourable variance for levies and utility charges, and this relates to the water consumption charges. And again, it's always that best known forecast at the point of time as to what water consumption charges revenue will be. And I will reiterate, as previously, it has a net nil impact to our results because we don't purchase the water that we would then be passing through with the water consumption. This unfavourable variance, however, is offset by higher than budgeted fees income, and given the early stage of the financial year, we are working to forecast and understand whether this is a temporary timing variance or whether there's a more permanent change and uplift in that revenue. And as we always do, we would incorporate this into any of our budget review processes to reflect if it is a more permanent favourable variance for council. We can see within the materials and services section where the breakdown of the different materials and services are. Contractors are slightly over budget, and the main reason for this is related to some of the ongoing ex-tropical cyclone Alfred costs that we're still incurring. And as we've had discussions before in chambers, we have a team that works very hard and is working closely with the Queensland Reconstruction Authority to maximise our claims for submissions to recoup the expenditure that we have incurred. I would also like to just note, we've highlighted in the report, the depreciation variance is noted as a temporary timing difference, and this is reflecting the plan versus actual asset recognition on the register itself, and then the application of the associated depreciation. So that is something that obviously, again, that first quarter of the year, as we work through our budget processes and we do the rephasing and reforecasting, but we have noted that is a temporary timing difference. Finally, if I turn to section 4 for the capital expenditure, the report shows that there has been a year-to-date spend of $17.9 million. However, this does remain below the year-to-date budget by $12.8 million. This is a focus area for management, of course, and with the analysis that we have to date indicating at this stage it is largely due to budget phasing, but as we're going through, I mentioned our budget review processes, which we're currently working through. Now we will have a look at that budget phasing as well as take up or put forward any other submissions for changes required in the capital program. So thank you, through you, Chair, for the opportunity to talk to the September report.
Thank you very much. Do I have any speakers against? Moving to questions. Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for that overview. It's always good to just get those numbers, and I appreciate that the numbers aren't a perfect example of what's going on. There's a lot going on in a big organisation. The asset sustainability ratio, I just note that this month on month, and you did note the 8% increase, and when I look at the overall reconciliation from last year, we are moving in a direction where it seems that we are moving toward non-renewal over renewal, and there's some big items in our planning coming up, and some large infrastructure projects required. My first question is, looking at the big picture, is there further work that we can and could do to just make sure that we are focusing on that measure? It's not a perfect measure, but to just move trending in the right direction. That's my first question. And my second one is just around the focus area of the CapEx, because that's how it relates and flows on very much. So I'd just like to get your thoughts on if there's anything from the numbers lens that can help us at the operational and strategic lens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop, and through you, Chair. So we are budgeted to achieve that asset sustainability ratio target, Councillor Bishop, and when we go through budget reviews, budget processes, all of those measures of sustainability we closely look at, monitor and make sure that the balance of what we are delivering is is forecast to meet those targets. Where there's been where there's been delays, or as we know, last year we had the significant amount of wet weather days, we had the cyclone event, and where that might interrupt the planned delivery of renewal works, which would then increase that ratio to where we need it to be. We take that into reflection when we're planning future works, because we are looking at that 5-year rolling average, which, as you've mentioned, has been going in the right direction from the 2 reporting years.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Boglari, back to you to sum up.
I'd just like to also mention that the CFO and her team are continually looking and to seek different ways of reporting for us for that increased clarity and ease of read and the significance of what's actually going into the reports. So I'd actually want to thank them for not just doing the reports as per always, but they're being very innovative and trying to get that clarity for us and the community, which is to be commended. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Moving to agenda item number 13.2, which is the 24-25 Community Financial Report. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Councillor Colley, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Today we will be voting to resolve to note the Community Financial Report and its conclusion in the annual report. I think that this is a really important document for our community because they can read our financial reports, and to be perfectly frank, it doesn't make much sense unless you do have a degree in financial accounting or something like that. So I think that this document's really important to have a plain language document that our community can refer to understand, and to even have visual representations of what's happening with the organisation's finances. There's a lot of non-technical terms in there which make things a lot more digestible, and it is an easy to follow document. I encourage the community to refer to this document if you do have an interest in looking at Council's financial position. It is all out there. We're absolutely transparent with all of that information, and I think that it is a fabulous job that the officers have done putting this together. So well done.
Thank you. Speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Hughes.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to our CFO. And if we can go to, on the screen, page 3 of the report, thanks. I'm looking at the revenue of 431 million at the bottom of that page. There's that graph there. And in the revenue, it says here that we have 77% of rates, levies and charges at $332 million on that first line in the blue. And I raised this last year and I'm raising it again this year because our monthly report shows a different format, and I understand that this is the easy to read document. However, I sort of don't think it is that easy. So my question is, what is the breakdown of those three amounts? Thank you, CFO.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Hughes, for the question. And just with the graph, we do follow the prescribed format from the department. However, we can look to, with the feedback, look to maybe have a breakout graph as well in future community financial reports. So the breakdown of the revenue graph of the $332 million, general rates is $133 million, levies and charges are $203 million, and then there's the pensioner remissions, which goes across both of those, of $4 million. And the detail of this can be seen in note 3 of the annual financial statements themselves as well.
Thank you. What is the percentage of the council revenue from rates for this financial year? So it's 133 million. What percentage of that is rates, thank you, of that 77%?
So, through Mayor, so Councillor Hughes, the general rates make up 31% of the total revenue for 2025 financial year. So that's the total of the $431 million.
Thank you so much, CFO. I think that that's such an important figure for our community to understand when they are paying their rates. We're obviously running a city, but their rates, my rates, your rates, make up 31% of our revenue. It is not 100% of our revenue. It's not even 50% of our revenue. It is 31%. Thank you for that clarity, really important to me. On page 61 of the report, and so page 5 of this report, when we go to the liabilities graph, there's $252 million there, shows provisions of $60 million. And of course, I'm always watching those provisions with our landfill remediation. So I'm actually keen to ask about what is the provision for the landfill remediation separate charge and how has that provision changed this financial year? Thank you.
Through you, Meg. Thank you, Councillor Hughes, for the question. So with regards to the proportion of $60 million of provisions, $44 million relates to the landfill rehabilitation provision itself. And if I could draw, with regards to movements within that provision, within the financial statements themselves, we have notes 18A, B and D, which do provide that movement. But
thank you. And when we get to item 13.3 on the annual financial report, I've got further supplementary questions.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, and thank you for those questions too, Councillor Hughes. That's an interesting stat on rates as a specific portion. If I can ask if we can go to page 5 of the report, which is the property, plant and equipment, and staying again in the high level, when we look at the various breakdown of those elements, which are things like water and wastewater, huge amount of infrastructure under the ground, stormwater drainage and various other often unseen components of our infrastructure across the city. I did ask a question similar to this yesterday, and through the chair, as opposed to infrastructure and operations. It does suggest in the report that some property, plant and equipment asset categories undergo revaluation each year to reflect current market conditions. And then it goes on to talk about condition assessment. And I just wonder if there's a ratio of spend on condition assessment and whether we need to review that at any stage, and particularly at the moment, because we've got some large looming issues relating to that. I just wonder if that operational money is not easy money to find and not easy to justify, but I wonder if there does need to be an adjustment in that ratio. Maybe it's a bigger question outside these chambers, but I just thought it'd be worth asking that, if I could, through you, to Infrastructure and Operations General Manager. Thank you.
Chris Earle, General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. I'll do my best to answer that, and my colleagues can jump in if they need to. So we absolutely do revalue our assets on a rolling basis of that, and that is partnered then with condition assessments. It's probably not quite so simple to kind of align the two up, because condition assessment is done differently based on different asset classes and the specific nature of those assets, and they'll have very different chronological programs and depending on the age of those. So if you kind of think about a road or a piece of concrete, has a very long life compared to, say, a park bench or a park swing that might have a much shorter life. So we do condition assessments very differently for assets. So I would always say we'd always welcome more money in the infrastructure space that we can do condition assessment work to make sure that we then understand the condition of our assets and we can work to replace those and make sure they're ready for use for our community. But it's probably no simple metric that I could jump to with 2 minutes notice to kind of think about whether we have the right thing. But I am confident between myself and the strategic asset team who help work with the INO team on our condition assessment frameworks and our strategic asset management plans that we have all of the pieces of that puzzle there. And I think we have enough that we can work on to make sure that we've got the assets well understood for our city.
Thank you, and I do appreciate, I didn't expect a comprehensive answer, but I just think it's an important part of our requirements going forward just to manage that. So thank you, and particularly the underground infrastructure. So thanks very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Any other questions? At this point, I feel it's probably appropriate to allow the councillor or the portfolio councillor to make any comment. If you'd like to make any comment in relation to this, Councillor Boglari.
This is just as what has been said. It's the report for the community. The next one is the one with all the I's and T's dotted and crossed, so yes.
Thank you. And I reiterate the comments made to date that it is fantastic to have a document for easy public consumption of what is a very complex part of council business. So it's wonderful to see these presented in diagrams for everyone to have a look at, and appreciate all the questions for clarity today. And we hope that this information makes it easier for our residents to follow along on the journey, the financial journey of Redland City Council. And going back to Councillor Colley, would you like to sum up?
Nothing further, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you, that's carried unanimously. Moving to agenda item number 13.3, which is the annual financial statements 2024-2025. Councillor Boglari to move the officer's recommendation. Councillor Mackenzie to second. Councillor Boglari.
Now we get into nitty-gritty. This is the more technically challenging report with a lot more of the information. But firstly, I do need to acknowledge the amount of work that goes into this document by the finance team and everybody else who has contributed. Council prepares these financial statements not only for Redland City Council but also for Redlands Investment Corporation and also its entities. And then these financial statements are audited by the QAO to confirm the results are presented as true and fair. And you can see the QAO's statement at the back. A lot of the questions councillors might have with landfill and everything else, there is a lot of information in here. So if the community is truly interested, this is probably the document, whereas the other one was more the highlights. But with your permission, I'd like to ask again the CFO to speak to their consolidated financial statements, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Boglari. Chief Financial Officer Sandra Bridgman.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, thank you for the opportunity to talk to the annual financial statements for 24-25 financial year, which is a significant milestone in the financial calendar for Council. As has been mentioned, they represent a consolidated position for Council itself and controlled entities such as Redlands Investment Corporation. Just quickly to cover the rigour and robustness which has been spoken to, the annual process does include 4 phases of QAO site visits in addition to all the other work that happens, and these site visits range from February 25 this year and to September 25, and as well as being reviewed through the Audit and Risk Management Committee. As mentioned, the statements have been certified by the Queensland Audit Office who has issued an unmodified opinion for the statements, and that means that the QAO certify that they, in the words, are materially correct and present a true, fair value of Council's financial position for the 24-25 financial year. So as we have talked to, they're quite technical documents, but we're prescribed to include the prescribed financial reports such as the Statement of Comprehensive Income, Statement of Financial Position, etc. And they also include extensive notes to the accounts to provide that further information for the reader. The annual statements also do include the measures of financial sustainability reports for both the audited and unaudited ratios and measures. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Hughes.
Thanks, Chair. Oh, pardon me. Just one moment, sorry. My apologies. Chair, through you to the CFO, and following on from our conversation just a moment ago regarding the annual financial report and the provisions. So, Sarah, on page 93 of the agenda, which is page 26 of 45 of this report, we've got the provisions at number 18. We've got current, 18A are current, and 18B non-current liabilities. Sorry, non-current. landfill rehabilitation provision, and I would like to ask for a little bit more detail on that. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, to Councillor Hughes, for the question. So the difference between the 18A current and the 18B non-current provision amounts is when we actually expect or anticipate that expenditure to occur. So anything that's within the 12 months, so within 12 months of a financial year, we will have that recorded as current, and anything that is longer than 1 year anticipated expenditure out from there will be in the non-current part of the provision. And that's how we generally separate current and non-current when we're talking about assets and liabilities. If I may, just draw attention to note 18D, which is on the following page at the very top there. We do have further breakdown of movements within the provision itself, starting with where we were at the beginning of the financial year, noting the increase due to change in costs and discount rates. So again, there's a rigorous process where we look at what is required for future works. We apply, this is where it starts getting technical, that discounted rate to establish what we need to increase that provision by. It also shows where we've actually used a portion of that provision to deliver works within the financial year as well, to bring us back to that closing balance. So we do provide that level of detail for transparency around movements within the provision.
Just reiterating again, I've brought this up many times, but on your rate notice, you've got that landfill separate charge that appears to be as a separate line item. One would think it would be a constrained fund. It is not. It goes into general revenue, hence it becomes a provision. So it's not as clear as one would think when we watch and monitor that, and the work that our financial team have done to bring this to life, this provision, because it is such a critical separate charge with our landfill remediation, and there's so many eyes on it, particularly this year with the Judy Holt works. So I think it's really good for our community to understand when they're paying that separate line on their rates notice that this is where it's going, this is how we're monitoring, how we're watching and how we are reporting. It is so important to me on behalf of our community and all councillors. Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Any other questions? Councillor Boglari, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, and thank you again to the officers for the work that they've done in collating this. Presently, Council has a sound financial position. However, having consistent deficits over the last 20 years, as we all know, is not sustainable. Council has commitments and expectations to various large projects. We've got known required maintenance on very critical ageing infrastructure, and we've got several other projects and activities that will all impact on our finances in the short and long term. Considering all of these challenges has to be foremost in our mind for Council's long-term financial sustainability. So when we're making any decision with a financial impact, we really need to be considerate of the future and in future budget deliberations. And I think going forward, I know the CFO is reaching out to all departments. We're getting reviews of our water and waste infrastructure, so we know, but these challenges are challenging. And I think going forward, at the moment, it's sound, but we really need to be careful going forward with these challenges. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. We now move to agenda item number 13.4, which is the adoption of the annual report 2024-2025. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Mitchell. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, very briefly, just to essentially read the purpose and the background here, because it is quite extensive. You can have a look online. But we're here today just to adopt Redland City Council's annual report. we have to produce an annual report each year. It's an overview of the financial year, includes documents that we've just been talking through, and an assessment of our performance of the corporate and operational plans, as well as a bit of a broad sweep of other matters of public interest. So without going into the depth of it, this is the longer coffee table read, while the community reports you can have over your half-price steak at the GV or a coffee and cake with your family. This one you might need to sit down with your accountant, or if you are one, really deep dive. But importantly, on all the documents we've just been going through, for some people they might be the finishing point where they're comfortable with what they see, but it might be the starting point for others where they want to ask some really deeper questions, and we're happy with both of those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Speakers against? Questions? Questions? I'll take questions. Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
I don't have a question. I was suggesting that we suspend Standing Order 7.5.2, which is the for and against debate, to allow councillors to have comments if you so wished. I'm assuming there were several councillors that said that they wanted to make a comment, so I'm suggesting that we suspend specifically just that one standing order to allow comments.
All right, yes, yes, I think we have some comments, do we? Comments? 2 people wanting to make comments?
On the annual report. Yeah, I would like to make a comment.
All right, so those in favour of... actually,
it's specifically not all standing orders, it's just specifically 7.5.2, which is the order of debate, suspending that to allow comments.
The Mayor had asked for comments anyway.
All right, so I put the motion, those to suspend, sorry, Councillor Mackenzie,
Standing Order 7.5.2 to allow.
7.5.2, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Motion's carried, thank you. All right. So I understand now we're moving to comments. So who was first in the queue? Councillor Bishop, I think.
Really, it's to firstly thank the officers for an incredible amount of work that really is represented by this and all of the other reports. But I'd like to just make note of this is the closeout of the year when we first created the Community Visible Capital Works program, where we actually identified what are the sorts of things that community could anticipate would see be coming up in that annual program. And I just think at the closeout of that, I just want to thank the officers for that transparency. I think it was a really tremendous addition, so that community can actually see where those rates dollars and the other dollars coming into Redland City are going in the capital program. I just think it's a great document, and I just wanted to thank officers for that transparency, that new document, that commitment going forward, and thanks for all the good work.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Mackenzie. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hughes and Councillor Mackenzie.
Pardon me again. Thanks, Chair. With Council being responsible for the collection and transfer of all of our waste, I wanted to share some of the highs and lows from Council's annual report on city waste. And Sarah, for the screen, I'm on page 56 of the report and page 174 of the agenda. It is a huge undertaking at enormous expense and not to be underestimated. It is extremely challenging field and topic. There has been a 13.8% increase in waste this year, and as mentioned many times, the impact of Tropical Cyclone Alfred and our very wet summer months that led up to that event have greatly contributed to this increase, which has led directly to the overflow of green organic waste, which is simply our garden rubbish, into as much as 30% of our red lid bins. That's our household waste bins, a trend that simply must change. The additional cost to landfill is staggering. We as a city need to shift our focus to ensure that our green garden organic waste is either put into a green lid bin or taken directly to our transfer stations. Dumping green waste into your red or yellow lid bin is a hard no and is a shared community responsibility and an engaged and encouraged responsibility. By that I mean talk to your family, your friends, your work colleagues. Together we can get into the habit of throwing our garden waste into the green lid bins. That leads into Council's compost bin subsidy. We currently have about 600 families that have taken advantage of Council's collaboration with Compost Revolution. That is seeing up to 80% off the recommended retail price of compost bins. If this program is for you, all the finer details are on Council's website. Simply search compost bin subsidy and up pops all the info. I was really impressed with that. Moving forward on our waste journey is Council's innovative collaboration with Logan and Ipswich City Councils, joining forces to create our own material recovery facility. Well, what's that, you ask? With the fantastic name of Greenovate, and again I hear, what's that, you ask? It's yours and mine, it's our very own brand new purpose-built recycling centre, and it comes online next year, November 2026. That gives us a year to change our old habits into our best recycling outcomes. Currently we have about 16% of recyclables going into our Redland bins, as I've just mentioned. Yet with a thoughtful change in habits, we can save that landfill and literally turn it into something new. And at the same time, getting motivated and engaged on reducing our yellow recycle bin contamination rates, we can save thousands, and I'm talking about thousands of estimated tonnes, 7,000 tonnes of recyclable waste. That's a jolly lot, turning that amount of landfill into recyclable material from dumping to pumping, and we can get on board. And I'm talking cardboard and everything else. Please get on board. With many of you having received your 5-star recycle ratings, and I know a few councils got 5-star, I have to share that comes from the Let's Get It Sorted state government partnership, and we thank the state for that. We as a council have been so excited with the positive response and the changes that are being made. We can literally see it in our bins, and I hear a whisper, Councillor Mackenzie, that Alex Hills is now one of our top-rated recyclable suburbs. Cheers for that. However, recently, I myself only got 4 stars. So I've got to share. And I got a polite note letting me know that the empty glass candle did not belong in the recycle bin. And whoops, I did get a gentle note. I won't do that again. And with our biggest nemesis being batteries, I wanted to share the incredible stats from a council social media post that showed footage in real time, and I'm sure most of us have seen that footage, but if you haven't, it's amazing. Shows real time the wheelie bin being emptied into the big rubbish bin, the recycle rubbish bin, and as that rubbish hits the bin, it sparks, and it literally, you can see it sparks. And what we believe was a battery that immediately turned into a raging fire. I'm talking seconds. There were seconds in it, and that put the driver and everyone in close proximity in truly incredible danger. That post went viral with over 2 million views across the world. Collectively, can we please not do that again? Take your batteries out of the bins. Batteries can simply be recycled at Woolies, Coles, Aldi, Bunnings, Battery World, Trade Tools, or the good guys. But you've got options out there, folks. Just collect your batteries and take them down. Together we can make an enormously positive impact with our waste. Please get ready with your traffic light system of rubbish bins. Green is your garden organics good to go. Yellow, recycle, ready to renew. And red, your red lid bin.
Thank you,
is rubbish to fill.
Councillor Hughes, just letting you know you're at 5.5 minutes.
Your most expensive bill is your landfill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Almost did it in
5:49.
Not bad.
I couldn't see the clock from over there. All right. Anyone else? Comments? Councillor Mackenzie.
Just briefly, Mayor, that while this annual report does also have our financial statements, it reports on the corporate plan, the operational plan, and also highlights the work that Council does in supporting our community groups. For those who want to go and see how Council does support community groups and events across our city, it's not Council's job to deliver every event. What we do is empower other organisations to provide events and to for a community benefit and for tourism. So if the residents want to see how Council does that, from pages 33 to 48 lists a suite of organisations, community groups and individuals that Council has provided over $1 million in grant funding, sponsorships, capital works programs for, just to help those community groups deliver what they do for the community. That's what they do, and we appreciate the work that they do, and this is one way that we can support that. So I encourage the residents to go and have a look at that to see how we do that, and keep an eye on our website for when those grant portals do open. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, then perhaps we will move then to resume standing order number 7.5.2. Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. So that came while we're asking questions. Any questions? I'd just like to clarify as a point for the public and for myself, in terms of the annual report, it's a case of, and perhaps the CEO and the GM of organisational services can run through this, that the process is for the general public that all departments provide a end of year roundup, I guess, or report back to general managers that then gets fed into the annual report. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. We provide information right across the entire organisation of things that are relevant to be reported to the community through the annual report, whether it's legislatively required or of human interest requirements. So you will get information from across all the departments, and all the departments review the information that is presented back to Council. So thank you for the question, Mayor.
Thank you, CEO. Then to the General Manager of Organisational Services, in terms of ethics and integrity reporting annually, how is that affected? How does that come about?
Mayor, I think you're referring to the requirements under the Audit and Risk Management Committee Charter. So they actually are, I guess, resolved through the Audit Committee, which is a subcommittee of Council. So and I'll look off the top of my head because I don't have that charter in front of me, but I think the requirements under the charter are for a report back around complaints, referrals to the OIA and the CCC, and I think there's one other off the top of my head, but I can't quite remember without that information in front of me. So that's all that is required to be reported through the Audit Committee. Is a report back on those three matters. There isn't a requirement anywhere, to my knowledge, that requires an actual annual report, as you called it, Mayor, on ethics and integrity. It's resolved through our obligations with the Audit and Risk Management Committee Charter.
So did a report, in terms of ethics and integrity, did a report or an annual report or report go back to ARMC in relation to ethics and integrity?
Mayor, there is a report that's currently drafted that is an action that's going to our Audit committee, as you're aware, that's due by the end of October.
All right. So that information isn't included in this annual report to this date, what we've got before us?
No, the requirements of the annual report are statutory in nature, Mayor, and if you refer to the last couple of pages of the annual report, that refers to the references within the Local Government Act that we're required to comply with. So the annual report meets our legislative obligations, the best way, Mayor, is to refer to the last couple of pages of that report to see what is required of Council to report to you through this mechanism.
Okay, so that report that's coming back to ARMC in October, are you able to speak to the kind of information that's included in that report?
Yeah, Mayor, I just said that the requirement under the Charter will require a report back around complaints, the nature of maybe admin action complaints, for example, information around right to information requests and that sort of thing has been included in that document previously. There is at a very high level, confidential information provided if there has been any OIA referrals, for example, and just that sort of thing. So that's the nature of what is required to be reported to the Audit and Risk Committee.
All right. And does any of that information, or how does that information contain that report? How does that, or is that, does that become a public-facing document, or how is that, just for general information, how to public or become aware of that information?
Point of order, Mayor. I'm not sure if this is relevant to the motion which we're discussing now.
So, Councillor Colley, I'm just trying to find out if there's anything in that report that could be contained in the annual report. So I'm just wondering the impact of where that report is and if it's documentation or there's anything contained in that report that could be in the annual report.
I believe that being that this is the 24-25 annual report which we're discussing and where you're asking questions about a report which hasn't even been finalised, I don't see the relevance to this report.
Yeah, it's a timeline. It's a timeline issue. So this is a report that was due to ARMC that hasn't been presented yet. So if I can, just that final question and that answer, thanks.
Sorry, Mayor, can you just repeat your question?
Yeah. So that information in that report, does that in any way become public facing?
Thank you. Well, Mayor, probably the best way for the community to see the outcomes of the Audit and Risk Management Committee minutes. For example, we have the minutes of the September meeting. September meeting, sorry, are tabled in our general meeting papers today. So community can see the different items that go through on the Audit and Risk Management Committee. It's an annual program that the Audit Committee meet on 4 occasions throughout the year. There are standard things that get reported to each of those meetings. It's not the same thing at every meeting. And there's obviously the nature of what we discuss at an Audit Committee is by its very nature confidential, Mayor. So there's a high-level summary provided in the minutes that are tabled for council resolution. Agenda item next.
Yeah, the next agenda item. Yeah.
So that is to answer your question, how the community would be aware if there is some information provided in relation to ethics and integrity. It'll be tabled in Audit Committee minutes at the most, the council meeting that comes as close to that general meeting as possible.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? No? Councillor Mitchell, I'll go back to you for summing up.
I'm quite comfortable with the discussions had, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. I now put the motion. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation. Thank you. That's Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golly, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop, and those against, myself. The motion is carried. We now move to agenda item number 13.5, which is the Audit and Risk Management Committee of the 4th of September 2025. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Colley. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. The purpose of this agenda item is to present the minutes of the Audit and Risk Management Committee, ARMC, which was held on the 4th of September 2025. We're presenting it to Council, and a summary of the ARMC IRMC minutes are attached. These minutes are like a general meeting with several agenda items. So we're commencing on page 254 or page 5 of the attachment, and the first item discussed was the recent exercise Hydra 2025, which was a major regional disaster preparedness exercise regarding, as the name might suggest, water security. The exercise tested Council's disaster preparedness and interagency coordination, identifying key areas for improvement in business continuity and emergency responses. These exercises are extremely important so that when a disaster does come, our officers have got that connection with the other agencies and we all know what we're doing. The Ethics and Integrity Charter was the next item, and this was developed in alignment to a commitment to the highest standards of ethical conduct, transparency, trust and accountability in the public sector. The Charter, which was endorsed by the committee, defines how ethics and integrity functions to support governance by identifying, assessing and mitigating integrity risks, promoting early intervention and ethical decision-making, and ensuring that integrity issues are addressed transparently, proportionately and in the public interest. There are a couple of changes to the existing Charter to improve the committee's function, including the words in the Charter that ethics and integrity function is strategically independent, that going forward, executive leadership matters that escalate to the independent ARMC chair, and that more reporting will occur from the different levels of management to be included in the audit reports. Next was the risk management report, where the committee received an update on the risk management activities, and we noted that there were no material changes to the risk register. As can be read on page 7 of the attached minutes, and action items arising was water and waste management risks, and we're going to conduct a deep dive into the risks associated with the management of water and wastewater assets. The legal and governance report was reviewed with updates on the legislative compliance activities linked to strategic and operational risks, particularly those arising from political and legislative changes. Key updates included the declaration of the Southern Thornlands PDA, commencement of the City Plan Review, native title matters, workforce agreements, Queensland Government Depreciation Task Force, we're all interested in that one, and outcomes of the Red Tape Reduction Task Force. Although the risks related to climate change and delayed disaster recovery funding were discussed. Next in the minutes, item 9.1 was the internal audit report, which is an update on internal audit activities. These updates highlight significant findings and recommendation and the tracking of the implementation of those recommendations. The committee noted the completion of 5 audits from the 2024-2025 plan, workplace planning, legislative compliance, fleet management, IT disaster recovery and infrastructure charges. Common findings from all 5 audits included process and controls were found to be applied inconsistently, roles and responsibilities were not always clear, some policies, procedures and work instructions are outdated, incomplete or in draft form, and more robust testing for recovery was required. Audit found gaps in various levels of governance, controls and oversight, which all increase risks for non-compliance, inefficiencies and reputational damage. Council has to manage these risks, and it is a risk reputationally and financially, and it was disappointing to note that Fleet, after being reviewed only 3 years ago, still has concerns regarding weakness in governance, monitoring and operational controls, including lack of transparency and inconsistent documentation. Car allowance processes were inconsistently applied, maintenance costs were not tracked, and guidelines were outdated or unclear. All concerns, including the risk of inefficiencies, non-compliance and reputational or financial impacts. Recommendations come out of these audits, and they also include actions, and I note the recommendations from the fleet audit are being progressed as a high priority, and the committee has a strong interest in seeing improvement in process and internal controls with a follow-up audit added to the review the complementation of the recommendations. Now, Councillor Hughes has asked about that review, and it's going to be done internally. To maintain independence, Sign Advisory, Council's co-source internal audit partner, provided an update independent and objectively, and there's a declaration for that. The ARMC noted the internal audit status update reviewed the high and medium risk recommendations and emphasised the importance of timely delivery to strengthen governance, compliance and resilience across critical functions. The ARMC is actively receiving reports on the implementation of all recommendations and is keeping a close watch on overdue items, and overdue items will come to us at the March meeting.
Councillor Bulgari is letting you know you're at time.
Yep, it was a long agenda that time. The committee reviewed the draft 24-25 consolidated financial statements for Council, noting the operating deficit driven by increased service costs and revaluation, and confirmed that a further review would happen before sign-off, and this has now occurred. External audit report. The purpose of this report is for the QAO to deliver a briefing on key matters relating to Council and the local government sector, as they provide an external independent assurance on integrity and reliability, and they do a sterling job, I might say. On page 9 of the report, you will note the key audits focus include property, plant and equipment valuations, procurement, landfill rehabilitation provisions, and a completeness and accuracy of infrastructure charges and contributed assets. And the final one was the RIC financial reports that we also considered, and at that stage the financials were under review. No dividend was declared due to the ongoing governance review, with profits retained to support RIC's transition towards self-sustainability. So there was a lot discussed. It was a very I'm really enjoying the audit committee, and I feel that the external people both have to be acknowledged for their time and commitment.
Thank you very much. We can. I'll just move through. I'll save questions against. Save questions until the end. Anyone speaking against? No questions. Councillor Golly.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the portfolio chair. Did I hear correctly when you said there was vehicle expense claims that were disproportionate? Did you mention something there in your... I thought you said something along the lines there was discrepancies around vehicle claims. I would expect that's for kilometre claims on a fleet vehicle? With reimbursement through the rate?
Through the chair, there's various information in the report that is attached, and I will defer that through to officers, considering that some of any further information is confidential. So I will refer that through the chair to our officer to answer.
So Chair, I find it interesting that was raised, that there's actually, let's call it the suggestion that there's been claims, if I'm hearing correctly, discrepancies with claims on kilometres versus, I would suggest, reimbursement back for kilometres through the system, which is a ratepayer funded provision. Can we just get some clarity on that, please?
Councillor Golly, I don't know if there's any. Yes, what's in the report? I don't know. I don't think that depth is in the scope of the report.
It's quite a serious situation, Chair. If there's are we talking about less, more, over-claiming, under-claiming? This is that to me.
So I think to address the comment, it's what's in the report and what's visible is the only thing that can be commented to. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. We need to be very respectful of the process and the governance that we have in place. It's been noted, and thank you, Councillor Boglari, for your comprehensive overview, really important. We can see on page 8 of the report and which is 257 of the agenda, that there's a fleet management follow-up audit. And the notes say here, add to follow-up audit on fleet management in the audit program to review the implementation of recommendations from the recent fleet management audit. From those words, Councillor Golay, I believe that we can be rest assured that the issues of whatever they are being addressed. There's a follow-up audit here to be had, and I believe that our audit committee will, and those internal and external to our audit committee, will be all over this on top of our organisational services manager, I am sure. Thank you.
Yeah, I thank you. Through the chair, I acknowledge that, councillor. However, it was now raised in the public forum. It was listed as a concern, and it's now on the floor in front of the entire cohort of councillors and officers and the public record. So to say, oh, well, there's nothing to see here, we'll look at it later.
Thank you, Councillor Golay. It's part of the minutes of the ARMC meeting, and I believe Councillor Boglari was speaking to that particular report. Councillor Boglari?
That's the work of the audit. And as someone said the other day, we're on that audit, and you have to trust the officers and the councillors and the external people that are on that audit to deal with what comes out of any review, good or bad, and that's what we're doing. So I'm reporting here on it, and then we will go forward, and as it says in the report, it's a high priority, and the action was another audit to happen. And those recommendations that the action item was for several recommendations to happen, and they are all being implemented with great accuracy and speed.
Yeah, no.
Credit to the officers just for
full credit
going
to the
through
officers.
their processes.
Full credit to the audit committee. That's not what's. I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning that a matter was raised out of it that could have not been raised, and now it's on the floor. What does that actually mean? Because that, to me, says there's a financial concern.
Thank you, Councillor.
The process of the audit committee.
Thank you, Councillor Golay. Is there another question? Councillor Tolte?
Mayor, I'm a little bit concerned that there's inferences being made here that are not actually in the report, and I really would like it reiterated that there is no allegation or suggestion of wrongdoing on the part of anyone, and that this is about recommendations for best practice in probity, and that those systems and protocols are being put in place. It is not about any individual actions, activities, claims, or anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tolte. As I understand it, it was outlining the findings in the actual publicly visible report and the actions being undertaken. Any other questions? All right, Councillor Boglari, would you like to sum up?
It shows the strength of having external people, external auditors, and an audit committee that we can support staff. When gaps are found, we can support them in getting recommendations to strengthen governance and their processes.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. We now move to agenda item number 13.6. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, please, Mayor. Thank you very much. The recommendation today is to note the community consultation feedback contained within this report, but also to proceed with the local lawmaking process. Just to remind councillors and the public, the shopping centre, if you like, Clinton Central, Haven, requested for the North and South Mall, really significant car parking areas within Middle Street, Cleveland CBD and the town centre, essentially they asked for council, can you give us a hand with the regulation there? So rest assured there'll be regulation of some sort, but the significant business asked council, can you help? Council being a regulator themselves. So that's what it is. I want to talk about the consultation process for a start. That was great. 166 visits to the site and 19 responses. And there was a couple of really good submissions that gave us all pause for thought, and that was the whole the intent of the process. And councillors have really had a good think about this one, including yesterday afternoon and online get together. It's not unusual for council to work with business. Not unusual at all. We do it in economic development, health and regulation. We assess DAs. We work with them in tourism, but it is a little bit unusual that council may choose to regulate parking on private land. So that's different. That's something new, but it's not unusual that council works hand in hand with private business. And certainly in the context of the Cleveland CBD, I think it's quite unique. We're not talking about a village centre, or we're talking about our principal activity centre and a significant landowner within it. So, and it is a request by them for council to work in partnership, and that's indeed going on with council, Chamber of Commerce and other business owners. So to me, this adds to that. But noting the community engagement and some councillors' personal opinion, because it is unusual, it's something that we really need to consider carefully. Is that something that council wants to do? And I acknowledge that view. I'm comfortable with it, but I acknowledge that that's not a view that everyone's going to share. And there's some reputational risk, of course, that council are then profiteering. We know those comments will come, but it's okay. We know there's great processes around that, and we should be comfortable with those processes. So I'm keen for us to look at this very coolly. I think it's, on balance, it is in the public's interest. I think it's worthwhile. I'd like to support this large business with that partnership. Officers, I won't speak for them, but we understand that the resourcing is, I don't know if minimal's the right word, but certainly manageable. Again, in the context of the CBD, it's not pinching any significant resources from elsewhere. It's perfectly legal and normal. And I think, as said, on balance, it's in the public interest. And specifically, if we take it in the context of the Cleveland Principal Activity Centre. So again, noting the engagement process was really worthwhile, and it really gave us some good feedback. And it's really allowed some great discussion amongst councillors. So I'm hoping you will support this today and allow it to go forward, but I acknowledge that it is something different. So think carefully, but I'm hoping to get your support with this today. I think on balance it's a worthwhile thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Speakers against? Councillor Bishop?
Thank you, Mayor. Not only will I speak against this, I would also like to flag that we move, I would like to suggest that we move the alternate motion, which is to not adopt this local law making process. In speaking against, I'll start with, sorry, the alternate motion. Thank you. It's the option 2, my mistake, it's option 2. I'm just flagging that I would like to move that motion, and I'd speak now against this. No, if this goes down, forgive me, I said I would flag that I would like to move this. I'll speak against it. We're commencing a debate process. If that debate process defaults to not supporting this, which I will speak to now, I would like to flag that I would like to move option 2. Speaking against this, as Councillor Mitchell said, an organisation came to us, and in his words, to give us a hand with regulation of a privately owned commercial shopping centre. When that came to us, and we then proceeded to public notification for consultation, there are 5 options in terms of community feedback that we could seek. The first layer is to inform the community. That's what we're intending to do. It doesn't give the opportunity for the community's feedback to be taken on board and for any substantive changes to be made to the process, although we might be able to hear some of the things that got said in that process. So I question the authenticity of genuine commitment to change from saying this is what we're going to do. And I'd like to flag that because I think it's really important that we listen to the feedback, and I'd specifically encourage us to go to page 268 of the report, which is in the agenda, and in attachment 3, it's page 7. There's a resident who very wisely flags the concern that this is only for noting and that the community don't have the right to meaningfully respond and expect council to change this. But they go on and say, they raise some ethical concerns. 1, public versus private responsibility, and this is on that page 7, which is 298 in your reports. Councils are meant to manage public resources and protect ratepayers. Using council authority to enforce rules on private land crosses that line and effectively subsidises private enforcement. The second page, which is, I'll continue to the next page I should say, which is page 8 of the report, 299 of the overall agenda. Second point, revenue conflicts. If fines go to the council rather than the property owner, it looks like the council is raising money at residents' expense instead of acting in the public interest. Very good point. The next point, transparency and consent. Point 3, residents don't usually expect council to be involved on private land. Ethical governance should include clear policies and ideally public consultation when private benefits intersect with public enforcement. I see that the public was not given any way that they could respond to this and give their opinion. Point 4, precedent. Once this happens, it could set a precedent where other private businesses could expect council resources for their own private benefit. It's a concern to start this process with a local law review for something that we never genuinely thought we were going to get feedback and change. I'm concerned. I'd like to flag that as a concern. If we go down this pathway, I think we are setting a precedent. I'd like to flag that it's a concern. If I drive into Carindale shops and I swipe my little thing and I don't even have to do anything anymore, I just drive in, they've got a boom gate, I go there for 3 hours. If I stay longer, I go out and they go bing and they charge me and I pay. I go out. It's a commercial responsibility for them and a responsibility for me as a consumer consuming their parking space. For council to get involved, I think is folly. I would like to flag after this discussion and debate that we would move to not proceed with this local law amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Those speak of 8.4. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. In speaking for this, I'd just like to point out to councillors and our community that we've had these arrangements before. This is not new. We've actually had an arrangement with the property owners next door to the council building to regulate the parking of their car park. And while I understand the councillors' concerns that we went out to inform community, I think it would be very different if it was our property that we were going to be introducing some regulated parking. We'd seek feedback on timing, location, etc. Whereas this is private property and under legislation we can enter into these arrangements. And we do have the option. We can listen to what some members of the community have said and we can choose not to proceed. We were never going to change the timing, but we can just choose not to proceed. And the timing has been ascertained by the property owner to support their businesses. It's not a number that we've plucked out of thin air. It's a timing that they have picked that they think is a reasonable time for customers to come in, do their shopping, have a cuppa, have some lunch or whatever and leave. The 3-hour parking is no different to Carindale unless you download the app. And I do agree that possibly there is another arrangement where they could install boom gates. They probably don't have that infrastructure at this point, noting that they do have a development approval for future. So they may further down the track at some point install those boom gates. And in order to address the comments about protecting ratepayers, the property owner is a ratepayer. They pay commercial rates. And it is also it's also our job to support public interest, not just in residential ratepayers, but also our businesses as well. So this 3 hours is to facilitate customer turnover, so that people who are working in Cleveland CBD don't go and park their cars for 9 hours over at Woolworths or Coles, when those car parks should be dedicated for their customers to generate that customer turnover. And council is involved in private land every single day. We regulate planning. We regulate what you can and can't do on your private property. So to suggest that we are not involved in private land is a fallacy. And I will just say a little bit of tough love. I used to work in the city, and it was either pay, I think back then, $25 or more a day if I wanted to park in the city, or I would have to walk. I'd park on the outskirts and spend 15 minutes walking in. These car parks in the central CBD of Cleveland, where parking is constrained, should not be used for 8 or 10 hours by the workers. The workers should be parking on the outskirts of the CBD, walking in and allowing those car parks in the CBD for customers to generate that turnover and attract business into Cleveland. We continually say that we want more customers coming into Cleveland. Where are they going to park in business car parking if staff are parking there all day? So I fully support this, in support of the business and to generate that customer turnover in Cleveland CBD. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Speakers against? Councillor Guy.
Thanks, Chair. Just because we can and have doesn't mean we should. And I'm in agreement. We've got the state that wants us to be policemen for them. We've got private shopping centres that want to go out and regulate their parking. Where does it stop? When does council stop putting its chin out to get smacked by the public? We're the ones that get the blame. It's the officers that get the abuse. You mate, no. Look, if shopping, look, we want to be a city. We suddenly became from a shire to a city, and we're comparing ourselves to Brisbane. Then guess what, people? Start paying for your parking. You got 3 hours in the shopping centre. Go through the boom gate. Done. There is no regulation. People will then understand. Right, and if the developers want to come in and develop the site, they'll probably put something like that in anyway. But to have us go out there and, you know, where does it stop? This is at a cost to ratepayers too. All right, so you're putting people out there to regulate car parking in Woolies or whatever, and for what? It's a private site. I don't agree. That if we want to be known as a city, then we're going to play by the city rules, and you've got to start paying for your parking. How many businesses have actually had their development applications approved where they have said, yes, we have ample customer parking behind our business, but if you go behind a lot of the businesses here in Cleveland, it's full of staff parking while customers are looking for car parks on the street. And then we say, oh, it's okay. So are we running around regulating them? All these small surgeries and God knows what else that have supposed to, under their application, be delivering customer parking, and they're not. And then when we say, oh, well, too bad workers, you park on the outskirts and walk in, are we referring to council's staff? All right, so then if that's the case, then I'm sorry, we need to have the obligation of delivering staff car parking. If we want them to work here, then we better start being strategic and looking at how we actually manage that influx of workers, because the more population we get, the bigger the workforce is going to be. So there's a lot of moving parts here. This is bigger than just, oh, well, do we send a few parking inspectors out? This is called future-proofing. So I'm not going to send officers into a private shopping centre to regulate car parking. All right, there's no way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Guy. Speakers for? Councillor Hewlett.
I completely tend to agree with Councillor Mackenzie. This is really just growing pains of the area. I mean, this is not new. I know there was a shopping centre at Victoria Point that wanted to do the same thing several years ago, but they didn't proceed with it. It happens all over Australia. Council monitors these car parks. And I believe that if you started putting a boom gate there with a cost for parking, it would deter a lot of the customers and they'd go to Victoria Point. At least this way, they've got free, there's no obvious payment. If they go past the 3 hours, yes, they cop a fine, but it's better than having their vehicle towed, because I don't think a private company can actually issue an infringement. They'd have to tow the vehicle. So there's about a $300, $400, whatever that tow company charges, plus going to the yard and getting your vehicle. So this is a better alternative. It fits with what council does every day of the week. I can't see it being a cost impost on council, because obviously there's a revenue as well. So I support it. I think it's just a sign of growing pains of Redlands is getting bigger, and we need to start, you'll find more and more regulation comes into this city as populations grow. That's just part of life, I'm afraid. So I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hewlett. Against? Councillor Hughes?
Yeah. Councillor Bishop, well jolly said. Thank you. Councillor Guy, on point. On point. Yeah, and for me, ditto. This is again, I'm going to say it twice today in one meeting. It's a hard no. I didn't support this when it came to our previous meeting. I don't support this now. We, council, should not be in this space of a Stockland shopping centre or a Woolies shopping centre or a whatever shopping centre. They are shopping centres. They're not small little car parks. This is big stuff, big dollars, big investment. They can jolly well look after themselves, and I'm sorry that we've got to this point, because I just don't think it's the right thing for council at all.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Speakers for? No other speakers? Councillor Tolte, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. If I can, there's been some comments around cost and imposition, and I wonder if through you could ask an officer to just confirm that there is no suggestion in this that we are increasing our compliance staff, our costs in relation to this. We will be employing the same number of people whether we do this or don't do this, and it's simply a request to use the teams that we already have in place. And in fact, should they collect more revenue from this, then it would actually be a cost positive outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Tolte, for the question. So one of the, I guess, the considerations in regards to our perspective on it is that there isn't a significant resource impost, because council already patrols heavily within the Cleveland CBD based on current arrangements. So it's simply an extension of that. So in regards to, I guess, any cost that is incurred, generally speaking, when we talk about parking infringements, there is a revenue, obviously, which comes back as part of that. And I guess with management of parking more generally, we only patrol where there are issues. If there are no issues, we wouldn't patrol there typically on a regular basis.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure whether this is through you to Graham or possibly a member of our planning team. To just respond to what Councillor Golle said about, when someone puts an application, we don't make them, provide enough parking. The issues that we have with Cleveland are actually historical, probably from when people rode their horse into Cleveland and just hitched it out the front, and hence the reason why there isn't sufficient parking for businesses. But that when businesses are redeveloping, that we do condition that they provide adequate parking on site for their customers and staff.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the question is, yes, certainly there's parking allowances which apply to development, and it's calibrated on not just the site but generally the precinct. And certainly one of the other considerations for this particular proposal is that Cleveland is one of the areas where parking is congested, it's contested. There's already planning in place in regards to what the Cleveland CBD car parking looks like going forward. It is part of, I guess, my perspective, part of that journey around what the Cleveland CBD parking ultimately looks like. But again, it's just another factor which can be considered in the mix. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop.
Thank you. Through the chair, a question, if I may, and I'm not sure if you'll have thought through this, but when our parking enforcement is normally operating and surveilling, they would be going along residential streets or wherever parking is occurring. How would the process work in a very congested, confined space? How would the officers go around and identify after 3 hours that someone had outstayed inside one of those much more complicated Lego Tetris arrangements? I imagine they'd have to, because we do drive-by surveilling and all sorts of things. What would be the process of that happening? And is it different to what happens elsewhere?
So generally speaking, it's the practice is through a vehicle. So a vehicle will patrol, record cars that are parked at a certain time, and then revisit sometime during the day after the regulated parking hours, and that would make it. Then basically we can determine if there's an infringement that would occur. And so that's typically the process. Sometimes there is, on-foot patrols, etc., in some congested areas, but I don't think that's envisaged for this particular scenario.
I just flag that if someone did go shopping and then go away and then come back to exactly that same spot, we wouldn't know. It's just going to get complicated, I suspect. Anyway, thank you. Thanks for the answer to the question.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Any other questions? All right, I'll throw back to Councillor Mitchell to sum up.
Thanks, Mayor. I did my best to let that get hot under the collar, but the nays certainly feel very strongly about it. But honouring that passion that I heard in that voice, and going back to the community engagement report, I heard that community reflected loud and clear in those discussions this morning, and that feedback that did come in. So we'll put that one to bed. That was well heard, guys. This is just about a partnership with local business. It is not. It's legal. It's normal. It's a little larger than normal, but it's still legal and normal. In the context of the fair and wise use of parking for staff and visitors and commuters across the Cleveland town centre, this is a good thing to bring it all in together under the tent. We've heard that it will be no or low cost to enter into this new arrangement and the new partnership. And again, while I acknowledge that some people will never agree that a council should regulate private parking, that's okay, noted, but that's just a disagreement of philosophy and opinion, and it's not really what we're talking about today. So if you vote no, that's fine. If you vote yes, that's fine, but cool heads, and this is, on balance, a really positive thing for Cleveland. And importantly, I heard paid a few times. This isn't about paid parking. This is about regulating parking, and that doesn't mean paid. So that's a falsehood. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. I now put the motion. Those in favour? In favour is Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Talty, Councillor McKenzie. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop and myself. The motion is... Sorry? The motion is lost. Moving to agenda item number 13 points. Councillor Bishop.
Is it possible to move the officers?
Oh.
Is it possible
No.
to? No? Okay, thanks.
Yep. So moving to agenda item number 13.7, which is review of the Redland City Council meeting standing orders. Do I have a mover for the motion? Moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded.
Sorry, the one on the screen. Sorry, I was reading my agenda. Sorry, excuse me, Mayor. I'd like to move the motion that is on the screen because there has been an amendment to the...
Okay, all right. So there is an amendment which we now have on the screen. Okay, so everyone can see that. So just to reiterate, if I can read that out, so, well, I guess you can all read it. It's all right. So the motion before us, do I have a mover for that? Councillor Mackenzie, sorry, and seconded by Councillor Colley. Councillor Mackenzie, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. We continually review our standing orders, annually, or if issues arise. Some of that is to address legislative changes, some of it is just administrative, some of it is just for the good order of meetings. A lot of it is just administrative changes, but there's a few changes just because now we've got e-petitions in, so there's a few changes around that. And also now that we have, e-petitions, we can get a lot of respondents. There's a change in there that whoever lodges the petition doesn't then have to go back to all those people who signed the petition to provide a response, that council will provide the response on our website. And I think all the other amendments are pretty straightforward. I think that was probably the most significant one regarding the petitions and public participation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Any speakers against? Speaking against, Councillor Bishop.
If I may, I will take the opportunity to speak against, and hopefully you'll understand why in a moment, because while I do support the general motion and also the two amendments, and I'd just like to flag that the changing of the public participation just allows certainty for those who wish to present to a general meeting, and I'm grateful to see that. And there's also another change which relates to when a petition does come to us, allowing, we did suggest that if a petition comes, it could never come again on the same issue, and there was no time frame attached to that. So I asked a question about that, and I'm pleased that it's now suggested that has a 24-month consideration attached to it. Councillors, the reason I'm speaking against is, as I've raised with you previously, there's another amendment which is listed here as 7.7.7. It's to do with voting. It's including additional wording regarding abstaining from votes. And I do not agree with that, and I'd like to take an opportunity to discuss that and debate that with you on the floor now, and I'd like to respectfully ask the Chair, if the debate goes the way that I would like, that we consider further amending the motion to remove the additional words in attachment 1 relating to section 7.7.7 that now says councillors may not abstain from voting. Now I'm speaking to why.
Point of order, Mayor. If the councillor is proposing an amendment to the report, he needs to suggest that first and then enter the debate, I believe is the procedure, not have the debate first and then amend it.
Okay. Can I suggest then, thank you.
If we could just have some clarity from governance, that's correct, yes, thank you. I'm not sure whether that amendment needs to be seconded or...
So just for a point of clarity, first up, Councillor Bishop, are you proposing an amendment?
I'm proposing a further amendment to the two that have been made that are currently on the floor, which was different to the officer recommendation, which we picked up and Councillor Mackenzie raised. So we're talking about two items. I'd like to suggest the amendment of a third, which is to remove what is proposed in the officer recommendation, which is to remove the words under section 7.7.7 in attachment 1 that now says councillors may not abstain from voting. So those words have been added into this report, and I would like to suggest that they should be removed. So that's what I'd like to move. So removing those words, which are effectively the change.
So we'll need a
Point of order.
Microphone.
Councillor Talty.
My understanding is that council under the Local Government Act cannot make or approve a motion which is contrary to the Local Government Act. And the Local Government Act specifically says that abstaining is not
What's the point of order?
part of the allowance. Councillors must make a decision, and if they have not voted in the positive, then they are a negative. And we are clarifying that in our standing orders. So I believe that the amendment the councillor is suggesting is actually contrary to the Local Government Act.
All right, thank you, Councillor Talty. Council's General Counsel, could I have some clarity around that point, please?
Is it a point of order? I've moved a motion.
So I just need I'm asking for some clarity around the point of order.
Can you repeat the point of order, Chair?
So the point of order is that the proposed amendment from Councillor Bishop, which proposes to remove the wording, the exact wording is not up on the screen.
Councillor may not abstain from voting.
A councillor may not abstain from voting. The point of order raised by Councillor Talty is that would then contravene the Local Government Act.
Thank you, Chair. There is a potential for that to occur where it's more under the Councillor Code of Conduct for the councillors to attend and actively participate in a council meeting. To say that the council is participating by abstaining by votes could arguably be inconsistent with that Code of Conduct.
So that's a possibility or an interpretation of the Code of Conduct.
That's a risk, Mayor.
If we're talking about a point of order, I'd like to seek clarity as to whether I have the right to continue with this. If there's a point of order, I'd like to understand what that is. Just because I think we're foreshadowing what might be a debate before we actually have the opportunity to move into debate.
All right. Thank you. In relation to the point of order, if this is an interpretation, then I don't feel that my ruling in favour of the point of order, if it's not a clear-cut issue, then it's a matter of interpretation that I don't think it is right to make it a determination on an interpretation. I acknowledge the risk, and I guess that is I think that is a risk then that all councillors must take in considering any amendment, but I don't feel it appropriate then if there's no clarity. And the point of order was that it contravened the Local Government Act, and we've just heard that that's not the case, that there's a reference to the Councillor Code of Conduct. General Manager, Organisational Services, if you had anything further?
Yeah, Mayor, I can just maybe add to the conversation to assist. I think what is trying to be said is that the Local Government Act and regulation do not reference abstaining. So there's no reference, like if you do a word search in those pieces of legislation, they don't reference the word abstain. So basically, if a councillor fails to vote, it's deemed to be in the negative, and that's inferred from the Local Government Act. So trying to connect the conversations, I think that might have been what the Deputy Mayor might have been referring to, because that had been the previous advice that we'd provided to the Council. So therefore, it's not that, I don't want to put words in the Deputy's mouth, but as I heard it, I think she was suggesting that the requested change would be allowing councillors to abstain, which would be something that's not recognised in the Local Government Act, and the changes that are before council are trying to correct something that has been a certain way, which we've been silent on it up until this point. And as we know, there's been a bit of discussion there because there has been some instances in recent times where we have recorded that the councillors have abstained. So I think it's just been as a result of some feedback after those councillor conversations. It's now found its way into the revisions that we've made for you, and that's sort of the background.
Thank you very much.
Microphone.
Thank you very much. In a point of benchmarking then against other councils, the majority like this? It's abstaining isn't an option.
Oh, I'm happy to refer to Tony in a second, but what I'd say to you, Mayor, is we base our standing orders on largely the model procedures that are produced by the Department of Local Government. I've certainly not looked at what every other council's standing orders look like, but obviously good practice is to comply with the legislation and regulations.
All right. General Manager of Governance, do you have anything to add, as the General Manager just referred to you as well?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We did do a benchmark across 11 different councils, and there is, out of the 11 that we benchmark, 10 do not use the word abstain, 1 does. Councillor Tolly is correct, and the GM Org Service is correct. The word abstain is not in either the Local Government Act or the Local Government Regulation. Section 354 of the Local Government Regulation does state that if a councillor fails to vote, that vote is taken in the negative, and that's what we're I guess, to use the horse terminology for the past one, that's what we're hitching our wagon to, is that failure to vote under Section 354 is a vote in the negative, and will be recorded. The idea is to record it as such.
All right, thank you very much. So on the basis of the information that I've heard from Council's General Counsel, the General Manager of Organisational Services and the Manager of Governance, Redland City Council, I'll hold the point of order. Councillor Bishop, back to you in relation to that matter.
Can I just seek clarity? Does that mean that I cannot move this further amendment? Because I feel as though we've foreshadowed and prejudged my ability to speak to why I think it's important that we keep this. So to speak to it, I'd need to move what I'm proposing, which is what I've suggested, removing those words from attachment.
Yeah.
1. Yeah.
Okay, so from a point of governance, I understand you can move it. You'll need a seconder.
Thank you.
But you'd like more information?
Sorry, I'd like to present just a little bit more information.
So I think what we need to do in terms of process is, so Councillor Bishop, and I've just received advice from the Manager of Governance of Council that the motion or the amendment can be made. So Councillor Bishop has moved it. Councillor Galari has seconded it. So now Councillor Bishop then can provide comment in relation to it, as I understand. If there is any advice from council officers that this is not the correct procedure in moving forward, please advise me, but that's the advice that I have from the Manager of Governance beside me.
For and against?
All right, so on that basis that there's no reply, Councillor Bishop, if you could speak for.
Sorry, excuse me, Mayor, could the councillor please just reiterate what the amendment that he is proposing so that we're all very clear on that? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop, could you please reiterate the amendment?
Thank you. Councillors, in the attachment there is reference to section 7.7.7. If you find that either in the original standing orders, which has got the yellow of the proposed change, or the adopted change. If it's the adopted change, it would be on page, you would refer to page 24 of 41, or the overall agenda 328, which is under method of taking a vote, which is 7.7, and then specifically 7.7.7, which is on that page 24 of 41 or 328, it says if a councillor or committee member is present and entitled to vote fails to vote, the councillor or member is taken to have voted in the negative. That's what our current standing order suggests. It now is going to propose adding councillors may not abstain from voting. That's the specific section that I suggest we do not include in this. Yep, that's what's the proposal to put it in. I'm suggesting we just don't put it in, leave it out. And I'll speak to why. If that's clear now, Councillor Mackenzie.
All right, and continue on, Councillor Bishop.
Thank you. Councillors, because the Local Government Act doesn't mention the ability to abstain, doesn't necessarily mean that that's the right way to do it. It certainly, we're living in an increasingly complex age, and sometimes, and for my part, thousands of votes, I've been here for nearly 14 years, I've used my right to abstain twice. So regarding this review, I wish to express my support for retaining the right to abstain from a vote, because I believe that retaining this option is an important safeguard for ethical, transparent and accountable decision making. It recognises that at times councillors may have genuine reasons, ethical, procedural or informational, that prevent them from confidently supporting or opposing a motion. Choosing to abstain is not a cop-out. It's an honest acknowledgement of uncertainty or conflict, and that should be honesty. That honesty should be valued and not penalised. Removing the word would force councillors into a false binary that doesn't always reflect the complexity of the issues that we face or the diversity of values in our community. As representatives, our duty is not just to make decisions, it's to make considered decisions. The ability to abstain ensures that when we do so, we do it with integrity and not under pressure or doubt. For those reasons, and I'll specifically mention there that there is a potential that it could reduce pressure for people to vote politically rather than in a principled manner. If someone's in a bind when they feel, oh, everyone wants me to do something in a certain way, it gives them that option and it removes doubt. For those reasons,
if we can
I'm not speaking for myself, I'm speaking in an environment where...
If we can show respect and allow the Speaker to conclude.
For those reasons, I believe that retaining the option to abstain upholds the spirit of good governance, transparency and trust in this chamber. So please allow this as an opportunity for diversity, not something that is about avoiding responsibility or confusing the public record or reducing clarity of council mandate or to be intended politically for misuse. It's about integrity and ethical decision making, accountability and transparency. It reflects real world complexity, reduces pressure to vote in a political manner rather than and it allows us to be more principled, and it aligns with fair governance practices. I think when we add this and allow it here, we give clarity and certainty to the options available. And while it's different to the Local Government Act, I think it's totally supportable and not to be overused and certainly not abused. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. The Speaker's against. So what I'll do is, because we're in the phase of speaking to this amendment, speakers for and against, I'll take information if you have it at the end of it, unless you'd like to use it in an argument for or against this amendment.
Mayor, I think I can't use it either way. I think there's some pieces of this puzzle missing.
All right.
That need to be.
I'll take those comments at the end of the arguments for and against to provide the picture. So, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors are elected to make decisions. The word abstain literally means to formally decline to vote. Nowhere in the Local Government Act does it state that we have the right to abstain from voting. It is our job to make decisions. If we are uncertain, if we need extra information, if you're conflicted, then you should be declaring a conflict. If you're uncertain, you have the option to ask for more information. We have the option to defer reports. We have the option to have them lay on the table. We have all these options available to us, and if a councillor still is unable to make a vote and cannot vote with the officer's recommendation, you vote no. You make the decision to vote no. You don't formally decline to vote when it is your job, when you are elected by representatives to make decisions on behalf of the local government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Speakers for. Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Mayor. To me, the point's moot, really. Removing that or leaving it there makes no difference, except that it doesn't allow you to look for the public to see that you're abstaining. So it'll still be documented as a negative, but sometimes you do abstain. It's better to abstain than to get up and walk out of the room and get a glass of water if you don't want to vote on something, which I know people can do. So I don't really see, we live in a political world. If Councillor Bishop feels that sometimes he wants to abstain from voting for whatever reason it may be, I think he should be allowed to do so. Officially, it'll be counted as a negative, but the public at least know that he's abstained, and he can explain himself to his residents at any time why he abstained and what his reasons were if he feels so. So that's my, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hewlett. Against, Councillor Hughes.
Oh, ditto what Councillor Hewlett said. If you're going to abstain, you've voted in the negative. Neither changes. You're still voting in the negative, and you can still discuss that with your community. I remember past Councillor Elliott talking about that's why we got paid the big bucks, folks, and he had his fist and he stamped the table. You know, we are here to make the hard decisions, and you know, I was quite a few times, you know, been very teary in here because it's so emotional, it's so hard, and we do our jolly best, and it is just difficult sometimes. And yes, Councillor Mackenzie's correct, we can get more information, we can ask, but right at that moment when we need to vote, even then sometimes it's still difficult. But if you're not sure and you vote in the negative, you can share with your community why you're voting in the negative, and it's a very clean process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Speakers for. All right, I'll move to questions before. Sorry, Speaker. Oh, sorry, Speaker for.
Yeah, after listening to everyone's comments, I'm actually in favour of it because, like Councillor Bishop, I think once, possibly twice in 17 years I've abstained. And the reason was I actually, on one of them, I remember I actually liked what was happening, but I needed more certainty around a point of it, but I wasn't able to get that. The majority of councillors were happy to vote that day, therefore it wasn't going to be paused or lay on the table to the next meeting. And yes, you can vote in the negative and then try and explain that to your community. All they see is that you've voted in the negative. They don't understand the reasoning, whereas with abstain, you can explain that, yep, you were in favour of it or whatever, but you were unable to get that information. And sometimes in here, when you listen or the officers explain something a bit more, those extra questions do arise at some meetings. So either way, it's not going to change a vote, but it does bring clarity for that councillor to be able to explain their vote. So yeah, I'm in favour of it.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Those against, Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you. It is the core of our role is to represent our community, and the only way our community knows that is if we're making decisions. Abstaining, it doesn't pass the pub test. It just doesn't. It doesn't cut it. It's more likely to be open to abuse, not less likely. It is a cop-out, in my view. It's a cop-out. My community should unelect me if I'm abstaining from votes, would be my view. I'm not representing them. I'm not making a decision. If you're not certain, you're not clear, there are 365 days a year, 4 years of a term, incredible processes, access to any single thing we require. If you can't do that, you're not in the right room, people. So abstaining is a cop-out, and I think, come on, guys, this debate is a little... It's a good debate, but it's a little embarrassing to me. Let's just get on and do the work of council. This is not the sort of thing we should be spending our time on. The community's got... There's more to do, fellas.
All right, thank you. Speaker 4. All right, Councillor Endorse, you had a question? All good. Councillor Guy, you had a vital comment, so I'll allow you to make that, and then if we can move and wrap this up, that'd be good.
Thank you, Chair. I require some legal advice here from our legal counsel. So I'm just going to read why. The word abstain generally means to deliberately refrain from voting or participating in a decision or action. In legal or formal context, it implies a conscious choice not to take part, often to avoid a conflict of interest or maintain impartiality. Now, in the context of the Queensland Local Government Act 2009, yes, councillors voting, councillors are required to make decisions on various matters through formal votes at council meetings. However, if a councillor has a material personal interest in a matter, e.g. financial gain, close personal relationship or involvement with a related business, they are legally required to abstain from voting on that matter. Why abstaining matters? Abstaining prevents conflicts of interest from influencing council decisions. In a nutshell, we're talking about here, I want to abstain, that Golle's got purple hair. We're talking about taking out abstain from the standing orders when the Act actually says there are definite times when a councillor must abstain. So I would like some legal advice around that, because it's talking about under section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, which specifies when a councillor must disclose a material personal interest and must not vote. So you better get this right, because you're talking about either applying or taking out or not applying the word abstain. There is a time and a place for it. So if our standing orders are going to be modified, it needs to reflect the time and place to abstain, not just a I don't feel like voting.
Thank you, Councillor Guy. Before I seek advice, I would suggest that refers to where a conflict has been declared, the person can remain in the room or leave the room, and they do abstain from voting in that instance, in that it's not in play at all. They're not there to vote at all. But
That's what I'm saying. Talking about either, through you, Chair, that the removal or the placement of the word abstain. Can a councillor just abstain? It clearly says here that a councillor has to make a conscious vote, but it also says that basically under the Act there is a time and a place to abstain. Are we reflecting that in what we are now editing as our standing orders?
all right, thank you. All right, I will seek advice. Councillors, General Counsel, are you able to comment in relation to Councillor Guy's query and comment?
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor, what's so funny? Because I want to be thorough. Are you challenging me by giggling across the room, having a bit of a clown show?
Thank you, Councillor Golle. Can I remind councillors in the room to show respect, and we're going through a process. I know everyone has a very definite opinion on this, but it's about trying to provide an opportunity for everyone's questions to be answered so that everyone feels comfortable in making their final vote, and I'm hoping we're moving much closer to being able to put this motion. Councillors, General Counsel, are you able to provide some clarity or comment in relation to Councillor Golle's query?
I'll do my best to assist, Chair. Councillor Golle is referring to provisions under the legislation that prohibit a council to influence or decide a matter to which they have a prescribed conflict of interest or to which they haven't received permission to vote on in regard to a declarable conflict of interest. In those circumstances, they are prohibited from voting, conducting, being present at a meeting or attempting to influence a decision. That is a separate issue, if you like, to abstaining, but it's aligned to abstaining. In regard to abstaining, I repeat what I've said before, which is under section 12 of the Act for the councillors to participate in meetings. The Code of Conduct refers to under clause 1.1, attend and participate meaningfully in all local government meetings. If councillors feel as though they need further information, they can ask questions under the standing orders. If councillors feel they need to defer a matter to obtain further information, they can defer that matter until that information is received. If councillors feel they have a conflict of interest in any way, they can and should declare that conflict of interest. I hope that answers the question, Chair.
I'll refer back to Councillor Guy. Was his question, Councillor Guy? Does that answer your question?
I fully understand we're talking about words here in a legal context. You know, Mayor, from your background, words matter in a legal context. So if we're talking about either applying into the standing orders the word abstain, there needs to be a clear definition in that standing order as to when a councillor can and can't abstain. We understand that if there's a conflict of interest, yes, you've got to abstain, possibly remove yourself from the room, etc., etc. But we're talking about a decision-making application here with the word abstain. So it actually says there councillors are required to make decisions on various matters through formal votes at council meetings, which means, no, we can't just abstain and go, I don't feel like playing today. But if there's a conflict, there's the possibility that you would have to abstain. I feel it needs to be included as an explanation within the standing orders so that everyone understands where they sit.
All right, thank you, Councillor Golay, for your comment. So, now that we've concluded that, we have the amendment with Councillor Bishop's wording before us. Councillor Bishop, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, and I'll start, if I can, with addressing Councillor Golay's point. I don't believe that it would be necessary or even appropriate to put a definition of what grounds someone should have or what parameters they should use for abstaining, because it's a little bit like a conflict of interest. It's up to the councillor to decide that. So I think it would be very tricky territory. I think the right for a councillor to abstain does help with the purpose of the meeting standing orders and the definition of them, which is to add extra certainty, and I believe that there is a time and a place for the right to abstain. You mentioned before, sometimes there's conflicts among colleagues. I have certainly felt in a situation and voted to abstain, and since that moment, certain councillors in this room have sought to remove the right for me to have that choice. I feel as though that is a limitation on my democratic right, which is why I'm speaking to it now. I don't think it's fair to say that if we have the right to allow people to abstain, that suddenly we're just going to lose, the wheels are going to fall off the organisation. It's not a cop-out, Councillor Mitchell. The right to choose to do this intentionally is up to the individual. I need to be answerable to my community, and Councillor Mackenzie, I will get held account by our community at the next election. And if they see that I'm failing to make votes, or anyone's failing to make votes, they'll be held to account through the proper process, not through judge and jury decisions by fellow councillors. I think in this instance, the right to actually allow people to abstain, should they choose, is something that I would like us to prosecute and retain as an option in our standing orders, and not include those words that councillors may not abstain from voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Oh, sorry, the amendment. The amendment. Those in favour of the amendment? That's Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop. Those against? It's Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendels, Councillor Tolty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley, myself. That motion is lost. So we go back to the original motion, which is up on this, that's the one up on the screen now, isn't it? So we're back to, it was moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Colley. So Councillor Mackenzie, do you want to speak to this amendment?
Sorry, Mayor, I had already spoken to it, and then Councillor Bishop, in speaking against it, proposed the amendment. So I think you're up to...
Up to speed? Up to speed, all right. So is there anything you'd like to add? Speakers 4. No. Any? Councillor Tolte?
Thank you, Mayor. We've spent an extreme amount of time on this, and it's really, for the most part, just updating and modernising the standing orders, just to put minds at rest with regard to the concerns that were raised in the previous debate. 7.7.7, which was the subject of the attempted change, sits underneath motions and process as a heading within the standing orders. And then 7.7 sits under the subheading speaking to motions and amendments. So the use of the word abstain in these standing orders is specifically relevant to speaking to motions and amendments. And obviously, if you have declared a conflict of interest, you will not be in the room and you will not be speaking to motions and amendments, because that would be in breach of the Local Government Act. So I think it's quite safe for us to reflect the intent of the Act and the Code of Conduct and clearly outline for the minute takers how we expect the minutes to reflect votes, and that has to be in line with those Code of Conduct requirements. Thank you.
Oh, turned it off. Speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Hewlett.
Just for clarity, Mayor, so if this local laws amendment gets up, which it looks like it's going to, not local law, standing orders amendment gets up, what if someone does abstain? Is that just... No, but I mean, what is the chair's responsibility with that councillor?
So the option, essentially this, and correct me if I'm wrong, staff members in the room, essentially what it's saying is that, so previously, as I understand it, councillors abstained, but it was recorded as a no anyway. Now, essentially, councillors have two options. You either vote for or against, or there are other mechanisms, as Council's General Counsel outlined, in terms of seeking amendments or other procedural avenues in relation to dealing with a motion before council. But with these changes, it will mean that councillors will either vote for or against, rather than for, against or abstain, which was recorded in the negative anyway.
What I guess I'm saying is, what's the disciplinary action if someone abstains?
So, General Manager, Organisational Services, if you'd like to respond to that question.
I'll get to that one, Mayor. I'll just point of correction, if I may. Previously, the Chair has recorded and noted on the public record where councillors have abstained. So it has been recorded previously in the minutes, but also verbally by you in your role as Chair. So what this would do is, as you went around the table, if a councillor failed to vote, you would probably, rather than saying, oh, and councillor X has abstained, you would say, and councillor X has not voted, so therefore that will be recorded as voting in the negative. It would be the extent of what I would think would happen. Councillor Hewlett, sorry, can you just remind me of what your question was?
I was just wondering if this is a code of conduct issue. If I, for example, abstained, as a chair, could she ask me to leave the room or record a breach of conduct or whatever against me?
Through you, Chair. Councillor, any suggested councillor conduct matters usually need to be dealt with during a general meeting as under appendix, like under suitable meeting conduct under appendix 1 if it's to do with a councillor, or 2 for the chairperson. If it's not handled within a council meeting and somebody wants to make a complaint against a councillor, as you know, the mechanism for that is a referral to the Office of Independent Assessor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just record my lack of clarity because I thought that we had in a previous meeting, and I thought it referred to an incident where I thought it was actually Councillor Tolte had raised that a abstaining couldn't be accepted.
I recall distinctly it was being stated by the majority in here that it was not possible to abstain.
Yeah, so I was basing my previous commentary around that previous advice as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to address that. I forget which meetings, but there's been meetings this year. There's a few instances where councillors have abstained. We had a very long meeting. There was some conflicts of interest declared at that meeting. Whatever that meeting was, I remember there were councillors that abstained on that day, and it was noted on the day and it was recorded in the minutes as councillors abstaining. I think what councillors might be remembering is it was raised, I think, as a point of order by a councillor in the room on that day, and we did have some conversation about that. There was some further conversation, followed up afterward once the meeting minutes had been captured by officers. I think, if I remember rightly, when those meeting minutes were tabled at the council meeting, there might have been some further conversation. So that's possibly why it's familiar to everybody. It's been discussed in this room a few times now.
Yeah, it has. And my understanding from previous discussions was that the abstaining was recorded in the negative. Yeah.
Well, yes, Mayor, you're right, it is, but we have actually physically used the word abstained. We've noted that Councillor X abstained.
Okay.
So whilst it counted toward the
negative,
it was recorded just in words.
All right, thank you.
Abstained.
Thank you. So, I'll just move through this process. Where are we up to? I'm just trying to find my notes again. Against? All right, so we now move into questions. Questions, Councillor Rendels.
Thank you. And just for the sake of the clarification and then my question. So up to date, we've had a situation that the people in the room, when a vote is put, they could vote affirmative, they could vote negative, or they could elect to abstain. The abstains, or people abstaining, were counted in negative. So if I was the only person in this room to abstain and everyone else voted for it, the vote would still be 10 in support, 1 negative, with me identifying abstaining in the minutes. And what we're moving to is to remove the capacity to record that you have abstained in the minutes. It doesn't affect the outcome of the vote. In this vote, can a person be recorded as abstaining because it's a vote on whether it's being removed? That's my question.
General Manager.
Through you, Mayor. Councillor, can I just clarify, are you meaning as you vote on this item? If you were to abstain on this item?
On this item, would I be recorded in the minutes as abstaining, or given that it comes in after the vote is finalised but before the minutes are cast, that it would be recorded as me voting in the negative?
It's a really interesting nuance. I'd suggest... look... It'd be something that'd be topical, I think, for officers afterward as to how we captured that in writing. But I think if the vote has been taken, that's where the decision has been made. And if that's prior to. If you're abstaining, it's prior to the decision being made. So I think in this instance, if you want to abstain, then we'd probably record it as abstain, and then everything beyond today, beyond this item on the agenda today, would be voted. As Councillor X voted in the negative. But look, I'm one of many, and that's my view of how we would handle that matter. But thanks for the nuance.
All right, we do like to prosecute and investigate every single angle in this chambers. Are there any other questions? Excellent. All right. So I now go back to Councillor Mackenzie. Anything further you want to say?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Excellent. I now put the motion. Those in favour? So those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Councillor Rendles, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley and myself. Those against? Councillor Hewlett and Councillor Bishop. The motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 14, advocacy major projects and economic development. I've not been advised of any reports for this agenda item today. We have now reached 12:40. I haven't received advice if lunch is there. So I now propose, given how long we've been here and the healthy discussions that have been had so far, that we now adjourn for lunch. For a period of is 20 minutes long enough? Yep. So if we resume at 1 p.m. Moved by Councillor Bishop, second by Councillor Mackenzie. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right, we have returned after lunch break. Just bear with me. So if I can have a mover and seconder to come back into resume standing orders. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Those in favour? Thank you, that's carried unanimously. Oh, wasn't it? So, can I have that again? Those in favour of resuming? You abstained? So, resuming the meeting. So, Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. That's carried unanimously. So, resuming at 1:08. We're moving to agenda item number 15.1, which is the Wildlife Connections Plan and the preparation of a new city plan. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded.
No, I'd like to move option 2. Thank you, Mayor.
You'd like to move option 2?
Yes, to not proceed. That council resolves to not investigate integrating the previous amendment into the new city plan.
Seconded. Seconder. Moved by Councillor Tolte. Councillor Mackenzie, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mayor. When the Wildlife Connection Plan was adopted back in 2018, I don't believe Council was transparent about the future implications the plan would have on property owners. Several times in the first few pages, the plan refers to itself on multiple occasions as a non-statutory plan. In the actions, there is detail on how Council will partner with landowners through environmental partnership programs to improve habitat, prevent wildlife deaths and reduce impact on corridors. The actions go into some detail on how Council will facilitate these outcomes. But where there's a reference to amendments to City Plan, it's a nondescript statement that gives no indication of the intention to make this non-statutory plan statutory. It was not transparent that a future amendment to City Plan or a new City Plan would incorporate another environment overlay over people's properties. When Council did proceed with a potential amendment and went out to public consultation, we ended up having to extend that consultation period due to errors in the mail out and many residents communicating that the notification was generic, as was the information on Council's Your Say page. In response to the public consultation, the overwhelming majority of landowners that this was affecting did not want to be encumbered with yet another overlay on their property. A significant number of the properties affected in Division 7 would have between 50 and 98% of their property mapped with these additional regulations. They already have local and state environment overlays on their properties and believed another one was too much government green tape. I want to make clear, though, that the residents who did communicate with me did not want to go out and clear native vegetation. Majority of them have in fact planted more native plants on their properties to attract wildlife. Our community understands the value of having native plants on their properties, even without environmental overlays and living on suburban-sized blocks. Residents are planting natives to attract birds and bees into their gardens. Council should be educating and partnering with our residents to enhance our wildlife corridors, not burdening them with yet another overlay. With reference to the report and the implied message that applying this additional overlay to private property would wholly meet current interests set out in state planning policy and shaping South East Queensland 2023, it's up to each individual local government area to determine how they will address state interests in their city plan. Additionally, the statement that it doesn't wholly meet the statement that City Plan has not been updated to wholly reflect the current state planning policy is the opinion of a council officer. It has not been reviewed by the state, and the state planning have not determined that our city plan doesn't wholly reflect their current policies. So as we progress through a new city plan process, we will be required to meet current state interests, and the state planning minister will identify whether the state interests have been integrated into our new planning scheme. And I believe it's through the city plan process that is where we assess those state interests and make any adjustments necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers against? Sorry, I didn't see whose hand was up first then. Councillor Golay.
Thank you. I prefer to stick with the officer's recommendation. I've had 2 cases within the urban footprint where, irrespective of all the protections and whatever, there has been felling that was outside of the scope of what was required or allowed. If you recall, I actually brought a motion to council about Fitzroy Street to protect blue gums in the urban footprint because the so-called protections that were in place were meant to be adhered to. I think this is just another step that we take to preserve what is the habitat that will be diminishing as urban footprint expands. I'm very happy for the officer's recommendation to go ahead. I congratulate the residents who have taken the steps to plant more in their backyards, and I would suggest that they'd be very happy to support this as well to protect their investment.
Thank you, Councillor Golay. Speakers for? No? Councillor Mitchell?
Yes, I will speak for it. Whether, I mean, the word's not transparent we used before on some of the property owners. I'm not sure if I agree it was not transparent, but there's certainly inadvertent impacts on a number of properties around which weren't clearly taken into account. And these property owners and developers are often just mum and dad living on their property, and often on these properties they're the people that are already caring for their land. Anyway, my folks aren't in Redlands, they're at Belmont, but they're on 7 acres, land for wildlife, and even they say they get nervous with the increased levels of protection coming, even though they're the ones trying to protect it. There are existing and effective overlays at local and the state, and Councillor Golay said it himself then, irrespective of all protections, rogues will be rogues. A 4th protection isn't going to do any better than the first 2 or 3. So we're not talking about the rogues. That's going to happen. And that's unfortunate because we live in a world that's imperfect. And the city plan review will also help us. But again, I'll keep Councillor Golay's words in your ear. Irrespective of all protections, you cannot lock every door. It won't happen. We have enough, and I think they're effective, and I'm not interested in adding further costs and unnecessary burdens to ratepayers. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Those against? Councillor Boglari.
Here we are again. Patricia O'Callaghan, DG Tourism and Events Queensland, recently spoke at a local government forum regarding the value of our environment in SEQ, not only for fauna and flora, but providing valuable ecosystem services that support the state's economic and social development. She continued in her presentation to state that they were about to embark on a recruitment of an extra 155 rangers and an increase in protecting land across SEQ, because with the Olympics coming and being on everyone's mind, the influx of international tourists, Patricia spoke of this attraction to our area of our natural environment. So it's not just for locals and nationally, but also internationally. So our environment and our corridors is got a lot of benefits, and some of these, as previously mentioned, are economic and social as well as environmentally. Of course, number one is the environment is being our greatest asset, and the corridors are critical to provide pathways for animals to move safely between the breeding and the feeding areas that are so vital for the livability of our city. And this was actually mentioned in the previous city plan, that without these corridors, our animals cannot move. They can't go between the breeding and the feeding areas. So this is why they are so vital to have these areas protected. Again, it's also good for us. And this was highlighted during COVID, where everybody enjoyed our green leafy areas and our walks. And also cooling our suburbs is another benefit, which is not often thought about when mentioning corridors. The Wildlife Connection Strategy integrates these necessary linkages across our city However, this motion was previously changed and now only addresses corridors in the urban area. Previously, it was across the whole city. And I was here at the time of the wildlife corridors being adopted, and there was extensive consultation, and it was very clear and articulate to our residents what was in the plan. I do not believe that at any stage residents weren't told of any consequences. The action to include this in our city plan has been listed as an action item in our corporate plan. And as I mentioned earlier today, when I went to the environment community consultation for this revision of the corporate plan, that was one of the things, the main topic of the night actually, by a Simbi lady, mentioning why wasn't this done. When the state government approved it, community consultation was held again only recently, 2 years ago. And actually, I disagree with Councillor McKenzie because overwhelmingly there was support for the actual corridors.
The report says otherwise.
I will ask council officers to ask that, question that when we can, please. And it was councillors at the time who voted not to proceed, but to investigate and seek updated mapping, etc., which is what we're voting on today. We are voting today to proceed with the actions that were requested by the councillors. I would seek support for the original motion, which I'm happy to move if this one goes down, to progress the investigations and the work required so that we're up with our neighbouring councillors who all have or are actually progressing this work. On the other hand, if option 2 does go ahead, it gives us a chance to recommence and look at having the corridors across all of the city.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Speaker 4, Councillor Endorse.
Thank you. That part of me wishes we had the vote on abstaining after this one, but on a serious note, I think we're going down the wrong direction to try and pull the wildlife corridors in, and I say that for a number of reasons. One of the first things is that when we make reference to bushwalks, walking leafy streets, tourism, we're talking about access to public properties. We're not talking about access to private properties. And I think that is where our responsibility is. Our responsibility is managing our public assets and cooperating with the state where they should manage theirs to ensure the environmental protection. That a lot of people who choose and make the investment to buy rural or acreage properties do so because they're attracted to that. And they spend a lot of time and a lot of effort maintaining it. But I think the other issue is while we're focusing on that, we're not focusing on areas where we should be involved. With the development of 300 to 400 houses a year on Russell Island, for example, we're going to be looking at probably 20, 25 hectares of bush being cleared. We have no mechanisms at all to protect habitat trees for nesting raptors, black glossy cockatoos, microbats, and it's an area we've not been interested in at all. This is where our attention should be. And that's not going in to regulate in people's backyard about what they should be doing. It's looking at how our planning processes work. Issues of alignments and setbacks contribute towards nesting and habitat tree clearing. The lack of sewerage, the refusal to be able to entertain the option of composting toilets contributes directly to habitat tree clearing. Back in the 2020s, when we were looking at sewerage, one of the options there was buybacks. We ignored that. This is where we should be putting our attention, protecting what we have, not getting into people's backyards and trying to tell them what to do.
Thank you, Councillor Rendles. Speaker against? Oh, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I just want to go to the officer's recommendation. We've all got the report. We all know the history, and this one has been emotional and jolly hard, probably one of those that you could have abstained on. However, the officer's recommendation that council resolves to investigate the integration of the previous amendment of 2021, major amendment environment significant overlay, into the new city plan. Now, that new city plan is going to take some years to work through, implement via lots of consultations, state interest reviews, etc., etc. It's not happening tomorrow, folks, not in any way, shape or form. And the rider here is subject to further detailed investigation and analysis. So it's even with this officer's recommendation, it was not a done deal, it was subject to. But I feel that is really important to give the officers an opportunity to have that detailed investigation and analysis, that they can come back to us, because it says to ensure the proposed amendment will achieve its intended outcomes. One of the best written officers' recommendations I've read for a jolly long time, because it gives us opportunity to have a look at both sides of the coin, what's happening, what is best for our city going forward, and then we can make a really, really comprehensive, detailed, deep thought out options of what we want to do, all those for and all those against, with the information in front of us. As it stands now, going to option 2, you take that opportunity away from us, and I really don't feel that that's right.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. 4 speakers. 4. Councillor Colley. Oh, sorry, against, Councillor. Yeah, this is now speaking for. That's what I said.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate some of the points made by other councillors speaking against this motion here, which is before us, and certainly appreciate that the preferred option of some councillors suggests that we do further detailed investigation and analysis. But my concern is when we're operating under strict budget pressures, I don't want to send officers off going off doing that work when I cannot support this, irrespective of the work being done. From what I've seen and what was proposed from the major amendment, this would have a huge impost on my residents. Before I was elected, there were members of my local community who were really upset about the potential for these corridors being imposed on their properties. These same property owners told me that they'd been on the property for 50 plus years, that had wildlife traversing across their property and adjoining properties for years, but it no longer happened. I'm concerned that we would be putting restrictions on our residents being able to manage their property, to look after their vegetation, and to ensure that future natural disasters like bushfires or cyclones, which saw many of my residents impacted just earlier this year, that they wouldn't be able to clear vegetation responsibly like they have done for decades if these restrictions were placed on their properties. I wanted to show a map as well of the areas for my division where we already have strong environmental overlays. Inside the red line here is my division, Division 9. About 3/4 at least of my division already has strong environmental overlays. State overlays, local overlays. The suggestion that we need these overlays, this additional layer, to ensure any sort of environmental protections is a fallacy in my view. Council has managed our vegetation and our properties with appropriate planning and environmental protection regulations for a long time. We will continue to do that, but we don't need to burden our residents with these proposed amendments for this overlay, which will just be burdensome to them. And I genuinely fear that there will be an inability to clear vegetation which may present a hazard in the case of a natural disaster. Some of the mapping shows that 100% of several properties in my division will be subject to this overlay. They already have state and local environmental significance overlays. So I'm concerned about this happening to my residents more, and I know that it's overwhelmingly not supported by my residents. I've not had one resident tell me that they want more protections on their property, but I've heard from many that this is not what they want. So I support option 2 as proposed by Councillor Mackenzie, and I suggest that we do not waste any resources pursuing a further investigation and analysis if we don't need to do so. The analysis and investigation was already done.
Thank you. Speakers against. Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, animals can't tell the difference between publicly owned land and privately owned land. It's incumbent upon a local government to look after the environment of the city. And if that traverses across private ownership land, then so be it. I keep hearing this story that people that own, private owners are protecting the animals and they love where they live and they want to keep it the way it is. You're talking about current owners. What about the future owners of this property? We're talking about sustainability into the future of some of the most important aspects of this city to many of us. To not even, I've read through the key issues and they all hold weight. But I'll just go back to one of the paragraphs in that. It says, under the Planning Act 2016, local planning instruments must align, this is local planning instruments must align with state interests, which are set out in the State Planning Policy 2017 and the Regional Plans Shaping SEQ 2023. This includes maintaining and enhancing ecological connectivity and avoiding fragmentation. Now, we're compelled, if my understanding is correct, that we have to do this. We have to align with state interests and protect our wildlife and their corridors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hewlett. Speaker 4, Councillor Talty.
Thank you, Mayor. This is one of those issues which is really easy to present at face value and really complex to present in detail and to understand. And it's very easy to sit there and say, well, we value green space, we value wildlife, of course we want to do this. But we know from all of the investigations and the discussion and the public consultation that we have been through on this old policy, coming up for 7 years old, and nothing ground truthed, I might add, that it will not result in improved environmental outcomes. The officers, through all of that debate, sat there and said, oh, people can still do what they can do now, they just have to apply. So that means that we are signalling out some people to pay exorbitant fees and extra measures and extra reports for the same outcome, while others can go ahead and do what they like because this missed them. We've had mention of trees in a particular area coming down. Those trees were never under this environmental overlay. Whether it had been incorporated or not would have made absolutely no difference. We do support environment. We spend millions of dollars every year on proper scientific investigation. We do not want to go out into the community to look like we're doing something. We want to actually do something. This is one of those situations where you can say, oh yes, we're going to incorporate the corridors, and you will look like you're doing something, but in actual fact, you will not be doing something. If you want to do something and you want to use the corridors plan in order to genuinely improve outcomes, then what we need to do is look at incorporating into the current levy purchase funds again and purchasing land. That is what we intended when we asked for this report. It was never intended to go into city plan because it will not achieve environmental outcomes. The environmental outcomes and the assertion that we are compelled to meet the state interests is absolutely correct. And that will happen in city plan whether this is approved or not. So again, it is a furphy to argue that if we do not do this, we will not meet those environmental outcomes through state interest. We are required to do that. This is a false argument, and it is people wanting to look like they're doing something, not actually doing something. If you want to actually do something, then come and talk to us. We'll bring a motion. We will make that happen. I completely agree with Councillor Rendell's. If there are significant trees on small lots that are in significant danger, particularly raptor nests, then we should purchase that land and preserve it for the future. But taking people and remembering these corridors only apply to lots that are greater than 1,000 square metres. If you take all of the lots in this city in areas where the environment is actually in danger, in Ormiston, in Wellington Point, in Thornside, and take out all of the lots that are 1,000 square metres, all you are doing is persecuting the few remaining landowners who have supported the environment. You are not achieving any environmental improvement, and to argue you are is a false economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tolty. Speaker against, Councillor Bishop.
I'm certainly not a speaker against the officer's recommendation. I actually support that. And councillors who are suggesting that we should stop that process, and as Councillor Tolty is suggesting, now go out and buy arbitrarily, potentially, when someone hears about a property that's got something in it that might be significant, that's potentially rather arbitrary and potentially an ad hoc way to get the community to do a GoFundMe campaign to choose where we might choose to protect certain parcels of land by buying it. The fortunate thing about being a local council is, and the responsibility of being a local council, particularly with a city plan, is to plan for the future land use of that city. At the moment, the only corridors that our wildlife has any chance of surviving in over the long term are our creeks and corridors, particularly in the urban area in the north, as opposed to the rural area to the south, which I think, Councillor Colley, much of your land owners are in that area. It's important that we find balance. I think one of the things that we should be aware of is when we look at this work that, as Councillor Tolty has suggested, has been going on for 7 years, that's a huge investment. People haven't been whistling Dixie. They've spent a lot of time doing a lot of work. We should take that work, which is what the officer's recommendation is suggesting, to investigate the integration of the previous amendment into the city plan, subject to further detailed investigations and analysis. Let's not throw it out. Let's take it and then, subject to further detailed investigations and analysis, ensure the proposed amendment will achieve its intended outcomes, which is for us to comply with what the state requires. To not do that and to leave to the vagaries of time and whether or not people might want to now or in future rip down a tree for whatever reason, with no safeguards from this council about where those areas, as pointed out in the state planning policy, ecological processes and connectivity should be maintained or enhanced by avoiding fragmentation of matters of environmental significance. It further goes on to say that maintaining and enhancing the value and connectivity of regional biodiversity corridors and identify opportunities for regeneration of new corridors to maximise biodiversity conservation outcomes. That's the responsibility of council. That's the intent of officers to take the good work that has been done, nuance it, find a way to comply, and rather than a political football of agitating residents to think that the sky's going to fall down, actually allow a long-term principle-based planning approach that other countries do very well because it's not in the hands of the politicians. They actually look at the areas and say, where does this need to be managed? And they make sure, not just out of respect for the officers and their work, but also out of respect for the landowners themselves to give them some certainty, also out of respect to the flora and fauna that actually has no chance if that habitat and vegetation goes, does respect to the visitors. South East Queensland will be inundated by people in 2032 coming to experience our branding, Naturally Wonderful. What are they going to see if we don't have some protections in place? And it's also about respect for future generations. Because if we don't find a way of balancing this work, respecting the officers, respecting the creatures, respecting the history of where we are in this point of time. Look at Westminster. Generally, it's subdivide and concretise, unless you make plans to do something different. In this instance, it's actually trying to take what's there, look at what is needed in future, enhancing where we need to, rather than buying all the land, which will send us further into a very challenging place. If you think that's a solution, Councillor Tolte, good luck. It's going to be very complex and expensive. Let's partner with our community. Let's go on the journey. Let's do it together. Let's not be ad hoc, but let's do something that is actually meaningful, work with our community, find a way to actually support the people who are doing the right thing and those who might not want to do that, and say, here's some reasons why. I think it's really important that we do not support this proposed alternate motion, but we actually, no, not whatever the motion is, the one that's in front of us, and go back to the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speaker 4. All right, we've now exhausted that. Any questions? All right, Councillor Mackenzie, then Councillor Bishop, then Councillor Boglari.
Can officers please clarify that regardless of whether we incorporate this particular amendment into our new city plan, we are required through the new city plan process to meet current state interest reviews in current state interests in regards to our environment, regardless of this amendment or not?
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Mackenzie. You are correct. The state interests require that we do consider ecological connectivity. The wording is in the report. So regardless of the decision that Council makes today, that is one of the state interests that will have to be considered in making a new city plan.
Councillor Bishop.
Thank you. Further to that, if I may, through the chair, in doing that work, are we replete with sufficient resources if we effectively take all of the work that's been done and move from it, decouple it and let it all go into abeyance? Do we have the resources to put all of that back together or in some reorganised format and come up with an entirely new process? I'm sorry. Thank you. Because I'm concerned that we may be needing to spend a significant amount of money and start effectively from scratch, rather than building on the good work that is already there and maybe making some nuances to it. Is that something you could answer?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bishop. So through the Mayor to councillors, the City Plan project has been planned, including officer resources and time, etc. If there is particular budget requirements, then that would come through the normal budget process. But in terms of the project itself, yes, we have planned what needs to be done, including addressing state interest reviews on environmental matters. So that's all planned, that's in place, and we would anticipate we've got the resources to undertake that work.
Thank you. Further, would it make any difference whatsoever if we continue with what we've currently got, as opposed to, well, how would we work out from councillors? Because there's a lot of argy-bargy around this. If we start with something that's known, will it be simple and efficient to start from a different place?
Well, again, as you know, you've heard, councillors, we have to consider environmental matters generally, including corridors, to address the state interest review. So that's what we'll be doing. So again, as you've heard, regardless of the decision today on this item, we will be undertaking that work.
And is it true that the corridor work that is intended at present is above and beyond the state requirements, and it does allow extra corridors to be integrated and considered.
Well, I wouldn't call it above and beyond, Councillor. I mean, that is...
In addition to, I should say.
It is the state interest to consider corridors and their value, etc. So what we're doing, again, regardless of today's decision, we'll be considering those matters pursuant to that state interest.
I fully support officers with their intent so far and in whatever they need to do going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Boglari. My question was just answered. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a reference, I think it was from Councillor Boglari, about the public consultation which took place regarding this amendment when this item came to the 11th of October 2023 meeting. Do you have the stats for whether submissions were for or against this proposal? And could you share those, please?
Yes, thank you. And through the Mayor, I did bring up that previous report when those numbers were being discussed, anticipating this question. And I think if I've understood both the councillors correctly, both the councillors are actually correct. So I believe that what Councillor Boglari was referring to was the overall submissions, which were split evenly between support and objection. So we had 124 of the 284 submissions, which is 43.7%, that clearly indicated objection to the amendment, and 122 of the 284, which is 43%, submissions made in clear support. And then there were a remaining 38 submissions, or 13.4%, that were neutral. But I believe what Councillor Mackenzie was referring to were the submissions that were made by or on behalf of individuals directly affected by the proposed amendment, which constituted 161 of those submissions. Of those, 13 were in support and 116 objected, and there were 32 submissions by directly affected property owners that were neutral.
Thank you. So of those property owners that were directly affected, 72% of those objected to this proposal. Is that correct?
I didn't include the percentages in my report, so I will trust your maths, but yeah.
70% of those directly impacted objected. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a question. There was some discussion, I'm sure it wasn't intended, that by making this decision or approving this motion today, that the data, the information of the work to date suddenly goes away. I would think that the data, the information is still embedded within council and can help inform all our processes moving forward regardless. Nothing's lost accordingly from the work to date.
Thank you, Councillor. So through the Mayor to councillors, yes, we will use all of the information, all of the data that we have at our disposal to make the most informed recommendations to councillors. So any work that was done previously can still be used to the extent that it's relevant.
Thank you. Councillor Talty.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question. The mapping that was done 7 years ago in order to make assumptions about the vegetation that was remnant and was there for the corridors, how long is that? We will have to redo all of that work regardless, will we not? Because we don't know what's still there.
I probably can't completely answer that question, I'm sorry, Councillor. That mapping is sourced by a different group, the Environment and Regulation Group in Council, and that data is provided to City Planning and Assessment and other parts of Council that have use for that data. So
it's 7 years old though?
That's right. As at City Planning and Assessment level, we have to work with whatever data is available to us. The Wildlife Connections Plan is the current position of Council. That's the current data we have. If more data is provided to us as we're preparing a new city plan, then that new data will be used.
So just a supplementary question, if I may, Mayor. So we would never consider putting 7-year-old data into our new plan, would we?
Was that it?
So through you, Mayor, to Councillor Tauti and councillors, we use lots of data sets for a planning scheme. Some can be fairly new, some can be older. They're all taken at a point in time. I think, as Jodie alluded to, we can't answer that question fully because it does depend upon other parts of council who undertake that work. So we will use the most contemporary information that we have in terms of informing the planning scheme.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, just finally, I'd just like to thank council officers for the time taken into this clearly very emotive topic. And so I appreciate your patience and the efforts that you've put into the compilation of this report and the original recommendation or recommendations that you've put forward. Circling back to Councillor McKenzie, who moved the alternate, which is option 2, which is the one we have before us, option 2. So, Councillor McKenzie, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Mayor, and just reiterating some points and responding to some of the statements that have been made. There are protections in place for this vegetation already. There's either a local environment significance overlay or a state environment significance overlay. A lot of them have both. So what essentially we're doing is putting a third green overlay over the top of these properties. Future owners coming into these properties will still have those other overlays on the properties that they then have to comply with. And while, yes, the state planning policy in Shaping South East Queensland talks about, identifying opportunities for regeneration of new corridors, we can't do that on private land. We can only do that on council land. We can't go out there to private property and force them to plant trees to enhance a corridor. What we can do, though, is that we can work with councillors, is what Councillor Bishop said, partner with community, work with residents. Partnering with community is not going in and putting a third overlay on their property, forcing them to then come and make application to council and pay in order for council to come out and assess what they should be able to do. As Councillor Colley indicated, only 8% of impacted landowners supported this amendment. And in referring to the corporate plan, nowhere in the corporate plan did it say that we were going to make the Wildlife Connections Plan statutory. What it says is that we would continue to target rehabilitation, regeneration and habitat management in key priority areas based on strategic mapping and research through the delivery of the Connections Plan. Nowhere did it say that we were going to incorporate it into the city plan. And furthermore, one of the frustrations that I've always had with the Wildlife Connections Plan and having these corridors to improve or facilitate movement of wildlife is that these corridors go across main roads where there's wildlife fencing to stop animals crossing those corridors. They go through private backyards where there's colour bond fencing that animals cannot traverse through. We moved, based on the Wildlife Connections Plan, we've got a movement of across over, I'll call them the Birds Estate, Flamingo and all those in my division, underneath Wellington Street to a council easement behind private property to a main road, and it's supposed to go across the road into other people's private backyards. Again, colour bond fencing. So we've taken animals based on this plan from the relative safety of safe vegetation under a road to a main road and expecting them to be able to then traverse safely through yards. It's just not possible. I believe that we need to just continue to partner with our community, educate our community on the importance of them. We will continue to do the work through City Plan to meet the requirements that we are required, to meet the environmental requirements that the state interests have in their planning. And I think that we should just continue to do that process through there and meet those state interests review that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKenzie. So I now put the motion, and I note that this is, so we have the officer's recommendation boxed before us, but this is in relation to putting forward option 2. So we are now seeking to, what's being put forward is moving option 2. So I now put that motion. Those in favour of option 2. Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Talty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Colley. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Guy, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Bishop and myself. That motion is lost. So now, sorry, Councillor Boglari? Oh, so this moving, yep.
The officer's recommendation.
Thank you. So we now move back to the officer's recommendation, moved by Councillor Boglari, seconded by, I think, Councillor Hughes had hand up first. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to that motion?
I think the discussion has been had. I look forward to working with the officers moving forward for further investigations with this work. And I know it will all happen through the city plan process, so I look forward to working with that. I guess there will be further discussion and I'll wait in my summing up.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Speaker against? Any questions? Councillor Mackenzie?
I'd like to understand through you two council officers, now that this has been approved, will council now be going out and informing all those residents that this affects, that this is what we're looking at implementing now into city plan, is applying a third or fourth overlay over their property?
No, can I have a comment?
How will all those residents be notified that this is going to impact their properties?
So, councillors, if this motion is agreed by council, what that requires us to do is to further investigate that amendment and its integration into city plan. It's not guaranteed it will be integrated, so we will further investigate. There will be public consultation on city plan, and through that public consultation process, it will be determined exactly how and when those residents are notified of these matters, should they be resolved by council. So more work to do to get to that point.
So, sorry, just to confirm, like last time where we sent out individual letters to all those property owners that were going to be impacted by this overlay, we can decide through public consultation of city plan that we will send individual letters to all these property owners that we may put another overlay on their property.
Correct, but to be determined.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may ask, the work going forward does allow us to nuance and adapt and evolve this work to come up with hopefully a balanced outcome. Does that mean that we can take on board some of the considerations of those councillors who voted against or voted for the previous and integrate those concerns? Is that something that we can do in the planning for city plan?
Thank you, councillor. So, the city plan process is, and for those councillors who've been here previously, it's very much an iterative process. There will be lots of discussion, debate, consideration of various matters, including environmental matters. So absolutely there will be lots of opportunities to consider those matters further. And again, just to reconfirm, if this motion is agreed, then what it requires us to do is further investigation. So that will be part of the process.
Yeah, so what I would like to ask councillors, particularly those who have concerns, is to bring those concerns forward and identify ways that they might be able to be addressed so that we can actually work together and have all councillors work together with the community toward finding a balanced outcome. I think the officers have been through the binary extreme politics of this and the way it's interpreted when people get antagonistic, and to assume a position in the extreme and not try and find a balanced pathway forward is probably a fault of councillors. So I'd like to ask councillors, could you please put forward your concerns and see if we can integrate those into some of the ways forward.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Talty.
Thank you, Mayor. So this motion today is enacting the previous direction, which was about perhaps, as the officer has said, but point 4B was noted that further detailed investigation and analysis would be required to ensure that an amendment would achieve its intended outcome. I would like to know at what point we will understand the intended outcome and the measures by which that will be assessed, please.
Thank you, Councillor. So that will be considered through the city plan process. We don't know exactly when that will be, but certainly, again, if this motion is agreed, we will undertake those investigations and we'll be coming back to councillors as early as we can to seek your direction on those matters.
Any other questions? No. Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Back to you.
Oh, look, the city plan's a very involved document. It's actually a great process, not just to do with environmental corridors, but across the city as a whole, with many of the planning aspects that we're going to have to consult with and consider over the next couple of years, I'm presuming, before it's done. This is just one of many aspects of it, and this is a tool that we can use in the city plan to hopefully achieve, better outcomes with consultation. We always consult on this very thoroughly, and I look forward to working collaboratively with councillors in here, with the officers and with the community for these outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. I now put the motion. Those in favour? So those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolte, Hughes, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Mackenzie and Councillor Colley. The motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 15.2, which is major amendments to the city plan. I think, have we got, is there a change which has been distributed to councillors?
Yes, Mayor, there's a change that was distributed to councillors this morning, and should have been. It's on screen.
On the screen.
Thank you. Was to remove a couple of properties in that major amendment, as discussed in the workshops.
Okay, so now you can see on the screen the portion in yellow.
To the changes? Yeah, because I haven't read your sorry, they were as per the consideration of the workshop. There was a property at Heineman Road and Hoop Pine that we were removing from the amendment, and that was zone changes of those two properties.
All right, do I have a mover?
Moving it.
Councillor Mackenzie, seconded. Councillor Tolte. Councillor Mackenzie, do you want to speak to that?
And as I've moved the motion that is now on the screen, I'll speak to that motion, which is in relation to three separate major amendments to city plan that have extended back to 2022 and 2023. So council resolved to prepare those. They were a major amendment general, major amendment for secondary dwellings, and a major amendment for dual occupancies in the low density residential zone. So those amendments were submitted to the state government at that time in 2022 and 2023 for their state interest review, and did not progress. So the new planning minister has now recently confirmed through their written correspondence that the state interest review has been completed for each of those amendments and that council may proceed to public consultation. But given the time that's elapsed from those amendments, and there's been the new release of the Redland housing strategy by the state government, we're proposing now to consolidate those three previously submitted amendments into just two amendments, one being a major amendment for residential and another major amendment for non-residential, and that's predominantly for ease of stakeholder engagement. So we obviously need to send this back to the state for their state interest review. We expect that that would happen quite quickly as they have already done their state interest review, and then we can go out to public consultation And when you go out with a major amendment and it's quite significant, it can be quite overwhelming. So just separating the two to make it a bit easier for that engagement. So with the residential matters, they include provisions relating to secondary dwellings, dual occupancies, residential built form and residential zone changes. And then the non-residential ones include zone changes, centre planning, land use provisions that affects mixed uses, reconfiguration of a lot and environmental outcomes. There are some new amendment items that are listed in the report on page 610 of the agenda. I won't go through all of them, but except for probably that we've got the establish a minimum density of 25 dwellings per hectare in greenfield sites, and this is to increase housing diversity in new estates and will meet, the state's requirements for their housing strategy, and allow the reconfiguration of dual occupancies of corner lots only in the low density residential zone. And I will also highlight that in the amendment too is some rezoning of our MacArthur Street land in Alexandra Hills to be partially included in the community facilities zone. And this is just to get highest and best use of that property, so we can do some work there and potentially lease it out to other entities. And I just want to reiterate that it is only rezoning the areas where the buildings currently are, that we are not going to be rezoning where the environmental and conservation overlays are. So it's just where those buildings are. But we do have Dean in the room. Mayor, if I can deflect to him to do a presentation and an overview, that would be fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
Okay, thanks for your question, Councillor Mackenzie. I think you did a pretty good summary of going through all that. So essentially we have 3 amendment packages that we received back from the state government. Just adding on to, so part of the reason we're looking to consolidate these into 2, one thing that wasn't mentioned is that because we submitted the 3 packages at different points in time and they were assessed and decided by different state government officers, there were inconsistencies in those packages. So part of the reason is not only to make it more intuitive for the community by branding them residential and non-residential, it is to address some of those inconsistencies that arose in receiving those back from the state government. As you mentioned, it's also about embedding some of the, low-hanging fruit from the Redlands housing strategy, some logical changes that can be incorporated into city plan to support housing diversity and supply now. And then the final component, which is a bit separate, but it's the rezoning of the MacArthur Street land holdings. And as you mentioned, that the metes and bounds of that would be limited to the floor plate of the existing development. So it was essentially be rezoning it from conservation, which it is in its entirety currently, to part community facilities, part conservation. So that provides the rationale to bring forward the amendment in a refined form for Council's consideration today.
That's answered? Yep. All right. Many further questions? Oh, sorry, speaker against up to. Yeah, speaker against first. No questions. So we had Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Goller, Councillor Bishop.
Yes, through you, Chair, to Dean. The Raby Bay community were fantastic in working, putting in submission on their community for the LDR5 precinct, and I won't speak for your officers, but largely plans were in lockstep, and that went off to the state and sat there. It's now been incorporated. That community would feel comforted, just for a quick 101 on how it's been incorporated and the fact that it's essentially maintained. It's just been consolidated, is my understanding.
Clarification, that also applies to Aquatic Paradise.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, councillors. Yeah, so LDR5 precinct provisions, that's canal and lakeside estates. So it's Aquatic Paradise, Raby Bay, and Sovereign Waters Lakeside Estate. So the previous position of the state government was that they were not going to be supportive of those changes, and the position that's come back from the new state government is that they would support those changes proceeding to public consultation. Essentially, those changes really relate to density in the Canal Estates. As you can appreciate, these areas are highly valuable land parcels, and we have pressure from the community to subdivide those, and in subdividing the land, because it's so valuable, there's pressure to encroach or essentially to expand the building floor plates, which then move towards revetment walls and create ongoing management challenges for us, and it's a significant cost to maintain those revetment walls. So this package was really about coming up with a logical or a more appropriate suite of provisions that would support subdivision to some extent, but at essentially a high density. So we've nominally put forward higher minimum lot sizes, higher nominal minimum lot sizes to 600 metres squared. They're not fixed. Obviously, it's a performance-based planning assessment, and also to support dual occupancies at a density of 1 dwelling per 500 metres squared, whereas current provisions allow for 400 metres squared. We think that's a logical step to move in that direction, because reducing pressure for subdivision in this area will, in our view, limit further encroachment on the revetment wall and give rise to the other challenges which come with people wanting additional pontoons, finger pontoons, which encroach into the waterway, create navigation challenges. So that was part of the reason why the community really, they approached us and said, we've got all these challenges, Council, can you please assist us in coming with a more balanced approach? So we reflected that in that amendment, and it's good to see that we've got support from the state in moving to consultation on those proposed changes.
Yeah, thank you. And with your indulgence, Mayor, really would like to thank the officers again. Those three communities, stand corrected, were fantastic and really a great example of how community-led, officer supported, and finally, hopefully state support too. So well done all round. Thank you.
Councillor Guy.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. It's just raised there's a change to Heinemann Road. Could we get an explanation on that as well? Apparently there's a rezoning or a change back or something. Is that right?
Just navigate to that.
Thank you. Just so the public understands, that's all.
Sorry about that, councillors. So with these land holdings at Heinemann Road, the proposal from council originally was to rezone their land holdings to rural and conservation. So the southern part of our land holdings would go to conservation, which is essentially the area which is heavily vegetated. We put that proposed change to the state government, and they supported it with changes. They essentially wanted us to move the boundary where we were saying recreation, open space and conservation land was. And they said, we want you to move that further north, and we essentially want it to marry up very closely with our matters of state environmental significance overlay. I guess the motion, or the amended motion put forward is to remove that item, so not to progress with rezoning those land holdings from rural to rural and conservation. Hopefully that makes sense.
Thank you. Is there a question arising out of that last comment?
Yeah, well, the reasoning why you did it and the reasoning why it's going back.
So the original reason for putting forward the rezoning was to recognise that with council's land holdings, it was intending to deliver a sporting precinct in the northern portion, recreation open space, and in the southern part of the site, which was heavily vegetated and covered by matters of state environmental significance, to bring that into the conservation zone, recognising the intent there was to, in the longer term, preserve that conservation estate. So that was the original reason it was presented to the state government for consideration. But obviously now there's a different amended motion as to whether we move forward with that change or not?
So just further to that, councillors, you'll be aware that currently council is seeking approval under the EPBC Act, so Federal Act. We don't know what the outcome is from that referral yet. So I think the view is being taken that it's maybe premature to consider rezoning until we actually know the outcome of the EPBC referral. We have a decision and we know what's actually happening on the ground. Then it would be appropriate to maybe reconsider the amendment at that point.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop.
Actually, good pick up, Councillor Goller. That was along the line of my same questioning. So effectively, what we were looking to do was to come in line with the state's recommendation as to what would be the most appropriate zoning for that property. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And given the statutory process and also the EPBC process, I appreciate that what we were looking to do is now somewhere caught between the two. I'm reluctant to move away from the officer's recommendation on this because I think we need to be as consistent as we can. And there's certainly, there's challenges with regards to the current ability for us to proceed with what was planned there recently. So I'd prefer to go with the officer's recommendation on that particular point.
Councillor Colley?
Oh, thanks, Chair, through you. In combination, could we also hear from the divisional councillor who's probably more in tune to what's happening on ground there and get some feedback from officers at the same time as well, please?
In relation to what specifically? Councillor?
Heineman Road.
Okay, Councillor Tolte?
Mayor, appreciating you might not have been present for the discussion earlier in the week, but we are going through an EPBC assessment, and we had, in anticipation of that, moved to go through the process of rezoning to reflect the environmental values that we intend to maintain on site. What we have found is that through the EPBC process, because we preempted that and we were going to change the zoning prior to the EPBC, that the EPBC discounted that as something that was already protected, and therefore they were going to apply further greater and more expensive conditions on our application. So we were in fact undermining our own approval. The proposal to not move forward with this at the moment doesn't mean we won't move forward with it. It simply means at this point in time, it is more advantageous for us to go through the EPBC approval and be able to offer changing this zoning as part of the package that we offer the EPBC assessment. So that is why this is not moving forward now. It is not that it won't move forward in the future. It's simply timely for us right now to allow the assessment to play out. Thank you.
Councillor Guy, does that answer your question?
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, and just for the record, I wasn't earlier in attendance this week because I was at a ComSec related meeting for a first portion of workshops, councillor workshops, as recorded in the workshop notes. Any other questions? No? Councillor Mackenzie, would you like to sum up?
Just to reiterate that should this be approved today, that it will go to the state interest review and then go out to public consultation so that the public can give us their feedback on these amendments as well before any adoption into, before proceeding with the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we have the amended motion up, and I now put the motion. Those in favour? So those in favour are Councillor... well, actually, no, we've got everyone, so it's carried unanimously. Agenda item number 15.3, which is response to pause notice. Major amendment, Minjerribah, site-specific land uses. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Councillor Mitchell, do you want to speak to the motion?
I certainly will, Mayor. I had asked or alluded for an officer to give a brief overview, given the importance of the matter, but also the lengthy history, just to give a summary before I speak. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Mitchell, for your question. So, following the native title determinations in 2011, in September 2020, the former Queensland Planning Minister issued a letter to Council advising of his intention to make a temporary local planning instrument. The TLPI took effect a short time later. It impacted 25 lots by rezoning them, and it effectively suspended City Plan's operation over these parcels of land. The former Planning Minister then wrote to Council advising that he was considering exercising his powers requiring Council to amend its planning scheme via a ministerial direction, and that was effectively to give permanent effect to those changes that were enacted through the TLPI. Subsequently, the Councillor for Division 2 made an individual submission to the state government, and a short time later in October 2020, Council considered a report on the proposed ministerial direction and resolved to make a submission to the state. The matters raised were with regard to community consultation, zoning and land use conflicts, and infrastructure planning. In July 2021, the ministerial direction was issued, and at its general meeting in August 2021, Council considered a report and resolved to proceed with the amendment, which we refer to as 0321 Major Amendment Minjerribah Site-Specific Land Uses, and submit a draft to the state government for state interest review. There was then some toing and froing between Council and the state from the end of 2021 effectively into early 2022, and eventually agreement was reached on a pathway to give the amendment effect. Council was then approved to proceed to consultation in April 2022, and it undertook consultation from May to July, during which time it received over 500 submissions. Now, while those submissions were generally supportive of the economic and housing opportunities envisioned through the TLPI, a number of them raised very significant and valid concerns, and it really related to the lack of information supplied by the state government to justify the rezoning of land. And really, this is the expectation of local government too. If council is to put forward rezoning of land, it is expected to do a body of work to demonstrate that they're in locations that are not subject to natural hazards, they can be serviced by infrastructure and the like. So at its general meeting in September 2022, following consideration of the submissions, Council resolved to seek further information from the state by issuing a pause notice to the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning, and since that time, no response has been received. So more recently, on the 11th of September 2025, the Acting Minister for State Development, Infrastructure and Planning advised of the Queensland Government's decision not to remake the TLPI. And on the 13th of September 2025, the TLPI lapsed, ceasing to have effect. So to recap, while the TLPI is no longer in effect, the associated amendment that we were directed by the Minister to progress remains active. The report aims to secure a response to the pause notice issued by Council over 3 years ago, and obtaining a response is considered essential to bring the amendment process to a conclusion, particularly in light of the decision not to renew the TLPI.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Officer, and I'll now speak to it. So yeah, as you can see, councillors, it's quite the history, and I'd really like to thank all councillors who have been involved, the community who were incredible in helping us with those early submissions, and to the current state government for at least partially unlocking a path forward, but we're still waiting. So the recommendation before you is essential. The formal response to the pause notice hopefully will help us with some of those background studies, and as we move forward into a city plan and hopefully working with the state and Quandamooka people on any future ambitions on Minjerribah, that background information is just going to be crucial. Absolutely crucial. So let's hope it's done. Let's hope it's extensive, and if not, that's fine. It'll still need to get done, and certainly with a live direction to put it in anyway, that needs to be called to a conclusion. So hopefully we'll hear back from the state very, very quickly on that. And underneath it, and we don't want to miss this point, the potential benefits to our community and the Quandamooka people with their land ambitions, but the broader community are extensive. But as it's sad, we might have been selling everyone in the Quandamooka people in our community a lemon, and a very expensive one at that. So looking forward to cooperating with the state, getting these responses back, and then we can look to the future with city plan and any other ambitions with our entire community, including Quandamooka, into the future. So thanks to the officers for all their great work.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Any speakers against? No? You're all good? Questions? So, in the interests of, in the interests of moving along? Question?
A question, if I may, through the chair. Is it possible in the next stage, and I know that we're asking for clarification, but going forward, council will be responsible for whatever development and oversight of land use on the island. As Councillor Mitchell was mentioning, cooperation is going to be critical going forward, including the suitability of where the various land parcels are, whether they remain the same as what is currently proposed or whether they might be able to be moved. Is there anything that we can do to suggest to the state that we, in addition to what we've been saying in the past, that we want to stay involved and look for the suitability and manage the cost impact of doing development on a sand island in a place where infrastructure does not exist? Is there anything further that we could add in this process at this time, in addition to the package of good questions that have been asked and the things that we've put forward? And can we also continue to suggest we want to continue to work and cooperate with the Quandamooka people and state and all landowners going forward? Is there anything further we could add?
I guess it would be within the remit of the officer's recommendation there that in writing to the state, we could, I guess, extend the olive branch again and just say, look, we recognise the challenges in facilitating development on the island, but we would like to participate in that process and provide input because we're local, we have local knowledge that's valuable. So we could emphasise that, like incorporate a comment to that effect in the letter that goes to the planning minister. I don't think that's...
If possible, I would strongly urge that. We do know that there are sustainability challenges that we face currently, and in developing in greenfield areas on an island that does not have that infrastructure will be sand. There's potential engineering, extra costs and all sorts of things, and the ability for us to cap infrastructure charges. We might need to look for some extra support. So I really do think that that would be worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. No other questions. Back to you, Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'll use it as part of the summing up. Further on to Councillor Bishop's question, and perhaps, Mayor, through you and in cooperation with the CEO, whether the elected members, whether the Mayor, Planning Portfolio Chair, Divisional Councillor, be happy to add to that, not to, and it may just be a parallel process to what we're authorising today to the CEO. I don't think I need to say too much. Thank you again to the officers for that great, wonderful history. This is a really, really important matter. It is the island's southern thornlands, if you like, and the the potential risks there, but also the potential benefits, and also the crucial need to be working with the state and the locals, all of them, across all the townships. So I look forward to just approving this recommendation today, and with the Mayor's indulgence, working on a additional correspondence with the Minister from elected members, perhaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. So I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. It's carried unanimously. We now move to agenda item number 16.1, which is the William Taylor Memorial Sports Fields Master Plan, moved by Councillor Bishop, Sorry?
I would like to, as I said to councillors yesterday, I would like to propose that council adopt the proposed motion, which is different to the officer's recommendation.
Okay.
And that was sent to councillors yesterday afternoon after discussion and some wording support from officers.
So we now have that change up on the screen. So thank you. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Colley. Councillor Bishop, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Colley, for discussions, and Mayor and other councillors. I ask for your support for this proposed motion, which varies slightly from the officer's recommendation because it seeks to ensure that the voice of the community continues to help guide this master plan from the bottom up, alongside the overarching planning framework developed by officers in a true partnership. I would like to, once I've spoken, if possible, just ask the officers to give a brief overview of this master plan because it is a new process. It's the first master plan of its kind in a local area, and it's very important that we get it right. The reason that I'm proposing the inclusion of a precinct stakeholder and tenant working group, which is what those, I'll just read out the words in yellow. So the motion is to endorse the master plan in attachment 1 and the proposed staging strategy in attachment 2. I'd like the officers to speak to that. And the bit I've requested to add is to form a precinct stakeholder and tenant working group to inform future stages of the master plan and provide input in the detailed design phase. And then thirdly, to note the delivery of stages 2B, 3 and 4 are subject to future planning and budget prioritisation and or successful external funding applications. So the reason this is important is this is more than just a sports field. It's actually a true community hub. It's a gathering place for active and passive recreation, structured and unstructured activity and diverse connections across multi-generations. Historically, the whole area was originally transformed from swampy ground into the home of the mighty Roos, the Maroondah Football Club, built by local hands with dirt that was trucked in from Nudgee, and on weekends it was flattened by a bloke driving his Valiant around towing a telegraph pole. It's true. Then came the netball courts, the home to the Raiders Netball Club now. They've just recently had their courts upgraded 10 years ago. Followed by the Wellington Point Wildcats Cricket Club. Now it's also got the Thornside Community Tennis Club. They've got 4 courts there. And those courts have recently been taken over by council and replaced in 2021. It's got the Brisbane Southside Petanque, which is European bowls. So there's lots of clubs there, and each of those clubs has long-standing needs. In 2021, thanks to council officers, we began consultation to upgrade the precinct with priorities focused on drainage, lighting, car park and the playing fields, all identified areas. That process also included the adjacent to the north Charles Toney Reserve, where the community had also created mounds for bike riding and other features through weekend working bees. But that reserve also includes a skate park, which was identified for upgrade back in 2008. So initially the plan was clear. We were going to be addressing the key sporting needs first, tackling the BMX and skate area in the later stages. However, when the state and federal government announced the SEQ City Livability Funding, City Deal Livability Funding, officers rightly pivoted to take advantage of the opportunity. And this required the broader precinct plan and the development of the master plan we have before us today. Now, while this was the correct strategic move, it also changed the order of priorities among the clubs. The immediate long-standing needs of football, netball and other field users have had to pause, while major investment will now go into that northern area, the skate BMX facilities, including the car park, some of the drainage, amenities, pathways, dog off-leash area. And I want to acknowledge and thank officers very much and our funding partners for that significant win. The challenge, though, is the next stages going forward, and wanting to ensure that we're supporting the core clubs and sports facilities, that we're not forgetting them once this first large funding cycle is complete, because there's no guarantee of funding for the rest of it. And that's why I'm proposing this working group. It's a simple, practical step to just ensure that the clubs, the tenants, the local stakeholders have a voice ongoing in shaping the future delivery of the precinct within the framework of the adopted plan. I've spoken with the club committees and I can confidently say that they understand and support the process ahead. They simply want to continue to be involved as the project evolves. All clubs agree that moving the cricket nets into this early first stage, or stage 2, is a priority and a benefit, so that's really good to see. But most clubs and other stakeholders, such as pickleball, at this stage will need to wait until stage 3 and 4, which is not yet funded. So having a stakeholder and tenant working group is a way to preserve the local values.
Just letting you know you're at time, Councillor Bishop.
Thank you. Gain practical insight and foster shared stewardship to balance the needs going forward in support with our officers and their planning. So as the area transitions from a place that's been lovingly built by mums and dads over the past 50 years into a modern, integrated community precinct, it's vital that we carry forward the same spirit of collaboration. So I support this master plan and I would just like to ask for your support. Thanks again to those councillors who've been supportive so far.
Thank you.
And if it's possible, because it's a new precinct and a new master planning process, if the officers could give an overview of the staging and the process, that would be very helpful.
All right. Is there anyone here that can provide that overview? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop and councillors. I feel like you did a good job of summarising the master plan there. In terms of the staging, so stage 1 of the master plan, that has already been delivered. That was the upgrades to the soccer field lighting. Stage 2, we're currently working through the detailed design for stage 2, and we were lucky enough to receive 5.7 million in funding from the SEQ Livability Fund in order to deliver the stage 2 precinct. That will be upgrading the skate park, BMX track, petanque courts, and we're currently doing, we'll be doing consultation with those groups within the coming month. Stages 3 and 4, so they are subject to future planning and design work. We don't currently have funding for those stages, but they do involve upgrades to the sports fields, looking at upgrading the lighting, the drainage, irrigation, relocating the netball courts, providing pickleball opportunities, and ultimately for stage 4, we'll be looking to upgrade the clubhouse. So the master plan, it really does provide us with a strategy for delivering development over the site over the next 10 to 15 years. And it provides the club also with certainty going forward that if they do want to do some interim works in the meantime, that they have the plan which they can rely on for their LOC applications and also for funding.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. And so that answered that one. Excellent. Thank you very much. Speakers against? Any questions? Back to you, Councillor Bishop. Anything else? Councillor Tolte?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask if the additional point 2 represents any greater cost or impost on the officers implementing the master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through the Mayor. Look, I'd probably suggest that the task of managing, working with stakeholders and tenants is a task that both our COSAM and our communities team already do on a day-to-day basis. I guess this is putting a bit more structure around it to ensure that those collective members, as the councillor has articulated, there's a lot of stakeholders in that precinct, have a forum they can all come together to collectively do that. So I don't imagine there'd be a significant extra cost or burden of time to perform that task.
Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Bishop.
Yeah, thank you. I do acknowledge that with so many stakeholders, what's been very useful out of the process, I want to acknowledge that the officers, in the years that we've been doing this consultation, officers changed and also club members changed. These changes have led to some complexity, but I want to thank the officers for actually bringing the groups together. Councillors, the biggest challenge was that what was originally planned was to deliver the long outstanding needs of the clubs. And now we've switched to what seems like a nice to have, which is the sport, BMX and the skating, But it's going to be a good outcome for our city going forward. The clubs are on side, but I think officers have been clear that moving ahead with this plan will allow us all to have a clear strategy going forward. We do not yet have funding. So the voice of the people will be very important to guide us, and hopefully they're good committees, and I think they will be able to apply for funding. So I think they'll help themselves, and we'll be able to help them to help themselves. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, we're moving to agenda item number 17, notice of intention to repeal or amend. I've not been advised of any notice of intention to repeal or amend a resolution. Agenda item number 18, councillors, we have 3 notices of motion to be presented today. So firstly, we have 18.1, which is a notice of motion by Councillor Rendles, public toilets on Russell Island. Councillor Rendles, over to you to move your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move that Council resolves to develop options and costing for the delivery of public toilets within 200 metres of the Russell Island IGA. I'm very specific about the 200 metres, and to bring a report to the general meeting of Council scheduled 21st of January 2026.
Thanks, Councillor Rendles. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Colley. Anything further you'd like to say to the motion, Councillor Rendles?
Yes, thank you. And I won't labour it too much because I've done quite an extensive background to the motion in the paper circulated. One of the reasons this and the other 2 motions were brought to Council was just not being able to get traction. The council officers have been very supportive, they've been very attentive, they've been very responsive, but not being able to get traction. Russell Island has had significant population growth there. The median age of people on Russell Island is 59 compared to 43 here in Redland, so it's quite a bit older. That also 23% of the population are over the age of 70 compared to around 13% here. So we've got an older population. We've also one of the most socioeconomic disadvantaged communities in Queensland, if not Australia. We're certainly down in the bottom percentile, and associated with an average property price 1/3 that of the mainland, it's not surprising that it is an attractor for people with a disability. In 1999, the IGA planning approvals went through to build the IGA on Russell Island. It's the only shopping centre on the islands at the time of the approval, and no one here was here then. At the time of the approval, they weren't required to put in a public toilet in the shopping centre because residents could access the toilet just across the road, which was next door to the recreation hall. That as time has gone on, with the pressure of population growth, the IGA, which has the IGA shopping centre, it has a cafe, a takeaway, and an appliance centre, has stopped visitors using those toilets because of the pressure on the septic systems and the pump out. So those toilets are only being used by staff. Similarly, across the road from the rec hall, Auntie Alice's Cafe and the doctor's surgery have stopped non-customers using the toilets there, again because of the pressure on the septic. That the new toilets at the bar at the ferry when the jetties came in 2023 used the trenches from the toilets up near the rec hall, so the rec hall toilets were closed down. The problem with those is they're not accessible to people. There's design problems, which I won't go into, they're separate, but the essential problem is the gradient of the hill from the ferry wharf up to where the shopping CBD is. It's a gradient of 1 in 8. Electric wheelchairs struggle to get up that hill, never alone somebody with a walking frame, an older person. They can't drive down there because there's no parking down there, and it's not uncommon to see older people and people with kids soiling themselves in the CBD area. And that really is not an acceptable outcome today. That's exacerbated by frequent fails of the toilet down at the ferry. So what we're asking is, I'm asking that council officers look at what options may be there to recommission a toilet up in the IGA. There's a number of options. One of the options is where the toilet was, which we pulled down, which is another notice of motion coming up. When the septics are upgraded at the recreation hall. The other option may be council land around where the depot is for a septic trench and a public toilet. The other option may be expanding the septic trenches in an area on the library site or at the back of the library so that the library toilets can be open to the public. And that is really about it. There are solutions. The recreation hall system has been down, related but separate. It's been down for longer than I've been in council. There have been complaints into council for over 12 months for the repair of that. Paradoxically, we just spent over $30,000 pulling down the public toilet next to the recreation hall.
Just letting you know you're at time, Councillor Rendell.
The cost of putting in a commercial system that would service both that and the recreation hall would have been less than the cost of the destruction. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Speakers against? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. In speaking against, I am the first one for a public toilet, and I commend you for bringing this notice of motion. But I just want to understand, why have we got a report back to general meeting of 21st of January 2026? I think that's a very, very short time frame over a Christmas holiday period for our staff, and I don't want to see a report rushed. Does it need to come back to a general meeting? Because you've asked for a report to come back to a general meeting. Why would it be coming back to a general meeting? When we ask for a development options and costings, does that mean we own it straight away, that we are expecting then council to build something? So, for an example, is there any wriggle room in this for public-private partnerships, for an example? So those sorts of things I'm just not comfortable with. I'm having a look at the map, and you've really explained it well, and I sympathise for all residents that are out at the shops and literally needing to go to the toilet, because when we need to go to the toilet, we need to jolly go. So support in theory, but I've really got some concerns there. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Speaker 4.
Mayor, was that a question to me or?
Thank you. Speaker 4. All right, any other questions? All right, hang on a second. I just have to write all these names down. All right, Councillor Colley first.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Councillor Rendell's, are there any existing sites that may be suitable to install public toilets? I know that you mentioned one which had been pulled down, or are we looking at potentially the only option being a new build somewhere?
Mayor, if I may answer that this is one of the things that needs to be put on the table, not on the toilet, sorry, it needs to be put on the table. As I pointed out, the paradox, for less than the cost of the demolition of the existing toilet there, we could have put a commercial system in that would have serviced both that and the rec hall. that, so yes, you could build another one there, that you could do the library. That's another site just across the road. You could approach the state about using the ambulance station site because they have quite large landownings there, which gives you the option for septic trenches. In the IGA itself, there's no sites that are suitable. They're stretched trying to put in a new system there. That in terms of the issue of a private partnership, I would note that when new commercial development applications are going in, that they do have to make allowance for customer toilets when they're coming in, but you can't retrospectively fit that. You could adjust the existing toilets on the rec hall, given their location, to provide an external access, which some halls and that do. You have a toilet from inside the hall and a door from the outside. So I think there are options, but they just need to, have a time frame so they're methodically worked through.
Following up from that, it'd be probably, I'd like to hear some information from General Manager in relation to cost impacts to Council and the information that's been provided from Councillor Rendles to date in terms of the organisation's view of this motion, if that's possible.
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. So I guess if I go through it in that order, to do, as the motion is asked, which investigation, I don't believe there'd be any significant extra cost impacts to Council. Would be officer time to go and investigate some of these options. Having said that, they are all options that officers have spent a lot of time considering already, because as the councillors talk to some of the issues with the rec hall, they're issues that are familiar with officers, and we'll be spending a lot of time to try and resolve these in different capacities. So I don't believe there'd be a lot of time to deal with that. If you jump forward to the cost to execute, should we find a successful site, we would need to find that location, determine what investment would need to be there. But last time we went to tender for a public toilet on the island in 2024, we only had one company interested to do their work, and the cost to do that was over $1 million. It's really expensive, and I'm sure, that was just the last time we did that. I'm not suggesting that we'd necessarily incur those costs, but that was what it cost last time we went out, and we didn't proceed with that because we didn't consider it to be good value for money. So it is an expensive place to build. The septic systems, there's constraints on them. I would suggest that the community hall is a very constrained site, as the councillor has referenced. The trenches are already servicing both the ferry and then the toilets inside the hall. I'm not sure that we have enough room or land to put additional flow, particularly a high volume public toilet, as the councillor is referencing, into those existing trenches. So there's some sites I think we could cross off pretty quickly. I certainly think some of the sites that you identified, like the library and some other ones there, I think what we just need to work our way through is balancing, because I've heard the councillor put other concerns up in the past around you consuming high, very constrained local centre or commercial zone land for non-productive uses. So it would concern me, to affect this motion, we would essentially need to sterilise another block of commercially zoned land for a very low public toilet outcome, which potentially could constrain its future ability to be used more productively. So I think they're all of the things that we would consider in a report and bring back to councillors to consider in due course.
So in terms of, obviously there's no budget currently set aside for this project.
No, there isn't.
And then in terms of prioritisation, if this has been looked at before by council officers, where has that sat?
So to clarify, Mayor, we've spent time working our way through solutions for the existing septic on the community hall as a priority. We've not considered a standalone new toilet block. That we haven't had that request to do so, and we broadly on a desired standards of service, it's probably not required, but I appreciate the nuances as the council's articulated around the age of population and geography. There's perhaps some unique situations here in Russell Island that a normal desired standards of service may not be directly applicable, but we haven't explicitly considered a new toilet block in the past.
All right, thank you. Right, Councillor Bishop.
Yes, thank you. I really have got a bit I want to say in comment-wise. Councillor Rendell's, I really appreciate your bringing this to our attention because it's very important. When you've got to go, you've got to go, as Councillor Hughes said. One of the challenges, of course, is expectation management. And there's two expectations that I'd like to touch on. And one is about the community's need and expectation that they can get a public toilet. And the other one is actually the expectation of bringing this to a general meeting as a notice of motion, because I think there might have been another way of going about this. And I wondered if you'd considered raising that with us via a different process rather than having it in general discussion now, in terms of bringing it to us as a problem that we can look at solving via a different process than at the general meeting. It's too late now, sorry. Rhetorical question then. When we go forward, in terms of prioritisation, the Mayor was asking what framework we would use. Is there anything, I had a look in the open space strategy and I couldn't find anything that relates to the need for the service provision such as this. Would we apply a principle through the open space strategy? How would we identify this? So we're looking at it through a policy lens rather than, oops, we've got a crisis, we now need to work something out. How would we do that? Where's the best co-location?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. Look, I'd probably suggest, like all things in council, you have guidelines and policies that are somewhat of a one-size-fits-all approach that you can broadly look at across all decisions council would make at a whole of city level. I think absolutely we recognise that the islands are different to the mainland. We don't have sewer systems in the first instance, which significantly changes the dynamic on the islands and the ability for some of the businesses such as the IGAs the councillor has referenced to provide services. Now, whether it's their obligation or just a general community service that they provide, most shopping centres around our city would have public toilets. I think all of them in all of your divisions would inevitably have publicly accessible toilets as part of commercial precincts. So there is unique constraints on the island. So if there is a policy or guideline that would have that desired standard of service, I would suggest that this would be one of those times where we would look for potentially something that was inconsistent if that was a constraint, because there is unique circumstances here, which I think we all would recognise.
In terms of polygons, you've mentioned specifically 200 metres. Is there a proximity in relation to the state transport network that they can increase their provision, and would that be of some assistance?
That, through the Mayor, that there is a toilet at the ferry terminal. But the problem with that, as I pointed out at the very beginning, is it's almost a 1 in 8 climb up at there to get from there. Secondly, because of the ongoing traffic demand down there, there is literally nowhere to park. So you couldn't take your mum down there and bundle her out of the car to get to the toilet because there's nowhere to wait for her to come back. And it's not a walking distance. So as soon as you get up that hill, which brings you within the 200 metres radius of the IGA, you've got the swimming pool, which is a council facility, with reserve area behind it. It's in a slightly different direction, but there is parking there. You've got the library, then you've got the ambulance station, then you've got the police station, and then you've got the Energex depot and the council depots, and there may be some options there of looking at a shared use for your trenching, because putting the trenching in doesn't preclude, you can't cover it over, but you can still have gardens and things like that there.
Just in terms of expectation management, I mean, the expectation that there's going to be a toilet provided might be something we need to manage, and it sounds like there are options nearby. We just, I think, continuing that for the time being, because the other expectation is if it comes back and it looks like it's got $1 million attached, it's going to be tricky to...
People also have an expectation that they shouldn't have to walk around the street soiling themselves or looking at faecal matter on the footpath.
Yeah, no, I understand that. That's a separate issue, though. Yeah. There's plenty of places where I'd love to have extra toilets, but there's limits to what council provides. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boglari.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with everybody, but also feel I have not been made aware of this previously until we spoke about it on Monday, I think it was, and I wish we'd had a conversation with it. I'm understanding the dilemma with not having toilets, because we've all had children or elderly parents where we've been in that situation. I'm concerned with bringing this report back, as Councillor Hughes said, to a general meeting. I think this will give unrealistic expectations to residents. Anything here is for future consideration in a project prioritisation process and a budget deliberation process, but none of that is mentioned. As Councillor Bishop said, we've all got some sort of infrastructure somewhere we would like, and I'm concerned about the expectation this is placing, that it is going to happen. And as the General Manager said, there's limited places and they are considering them. So to go forward with considering a possible solution for this area, and I was, just looking it up on ReadyMap to get a better idea. How can we move? My question is to, through you, I guess, to the Divisional Councillor or the General Manager or whoever, how can we proceed with this investigation of options without giving an unrealistic expectation, and that there are still project prioritisation processes and budget deliberations that have to happen, and I think that should be mentioned in the motion. Oh, sorry, Councillor Golly, that was not a...
So who can I Divisional Councillor and General Manager, as requested. General Manager, if I could hear from you first.
I'm happy to talk to it. I mean, my reading of the motion as drafted, I don't believe it conveys any intent or expectation that a toilet block or any outcomes would be delivered. It says to me that it, develop options and costings and then bring a report back to council. I think it would then be natural that we would bring back, like all good things engineering, as anything's possible at a cost. We'd provide those options to councillors. It could be that when we assess some of these options, that we might need to purchase a block of land to achieve some of these outcomes as well. So we'll bring all of those options back, and then I think it perhaps should be clear to the community that would be subject to further funding, but I don't believe it. I believe it's implied, is my view, rather than need to be explicit, but that's up to you.
And through you, if I may, to General Manager, and you've already stated that you feel you can do that investigative work without too much extra strain on your resources.
Yeah, through you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. Yeah, our officers. So we've been doing a lot of work on some of these sites, not all of the sites or options, but certainly I think it's a reasonable, not a large piece of work to do this. We have a pretty good handle on the size of the system and the size of trenching required to achieve that. We have some feel for costs based on benchmarks for similar facilities that we are installing now across the city. So,
thank you, Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, maybe through the local council or others. I'm just trying to understand whose customers are these. I mean, if it's people coming we're on an island. They're either coming off a ferry, so they're commercial operators, they're in a commercial area, they're commercial. There's council assets nearby, that's fine. So I'm generally just trying to understand who's actually responsible. There's obviously a need, but is there some clarity around that? I mean, is this consolidating council's public realm obligations? but are there others? Are these customers of commercial operators, commercial businesses that are having a lend by not having things accessible? I don't know. So it's a genuine question. And I'll wait for the answer or get the answer, but depending on that, to certainly help inform the report and options and who might partner, depending on whether council's 100% responsible or maybe not. Yeah, so whose customers are they?
If I may, that they're residents. They're not really anyone's customers. They're residents going about their business in a CBD area. And as I pointed out, I mean, you could shift the blame back to council in 1999, allowing a shopping centre to be developed without public toilets. You could shift the responsibility back to the 1970s about a state government, not doing anything to prevent or put infrastructure in when the land was subdivided. You could shift the responsibility back to the last state government in terms of their failure to put, adequate investment in to put the toilets on the land side where the ferry terminals were going in. I mean, you could point it around. Russell is different. It's unique amongst the four of the islands for this situation. That on Macleay Island they have similar issues, but Macleay Island has got a pub, and people can use the toilet at the pub. There's no pub at Russell Island. They've on Lamb and Carragara, they're reasonably small islands. They don't have a CBD, and there's no real hill to climb, and the toilets at the jetty service the needs there. So this is a reasonably unique situation. That sure, if there was a development application in for, there's only one since I've been there that's come in for a new cafe, and they had to make provision for customer toilets as well. But the IGA doesn't have to provide any toilet facility for customers. That was the nature of their approval. They have to provide toilet for staff. Similarly, I would have expected when Auntie Alice's and the GP practice set up.
So just wrapping that up, I mean, that you're right, there's a problem to solve, and I understand that, but certainly as part of the report coming back to consider, that history and where we might have some partners in this rather than just accept that responsibility. But I appreciate the dilemma.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. I think we seem to have lost where we're at with standing orders and questions. But I do note that, we've got public toilets spitting distance from the Woolworths shopping centre in Cleveland and public toilets in Wellington Point Village. So I don't see an issue with council providing public toilets in a shopping district on Russell Island. What I'd like to understand through you, Mayor, to Chris, is that $1 million, did we look at demountables? I mean, you can buy land and a house on Russell Island for $500,000. So when you hear $1 million just to install a public toilet block, I think we're all sitting here questioning it when you can buy land and a house for half that on Russell Island.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. Look, I probably can't talk to it explicitly because that happened before I was in this role, but all I can say is that the tender that went out was for a standard Redland City Council toilet block that we've now standardised across the city. We put that out to the market in the standard manner that we've done it. We had one tender response, and that was the price that came back, and we didn't proceed because I probably would agree that that's not good value for money. We can certainly explore some demountable options moving forward if that is perhaps consideration, but we have looked to standardise toilet blocks as we're trying to standardise a lot of facilities for ease of maintenance across the city, but that might be a consideration as we move forward.
Yeah, and I appreciate the the logic in doing a standardised model across the city, but as several have pointed out, I guess the islands are a little bit nuanced, and considering the cost of delivering infrastructure, if it's $1 million for public toilets, we may just need to look at not having our standard facility that we have on the mainland on the islands. But I'm happy to support, the information coming back to council, noting that it's no commitment to funding. The report, that when it comes back, will always have the clause in it, subject to future budget considerations. Every report that comes back to council always has that, so I'm happy to support.
Councillor Tolfi.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, councillors, this is third world stuff. We should be hanging our heads in shame. We've got a councillor who's actually showing us images of raw sewerage flowing out of broken pipes in a village, and we're debating on whether we'd like an extra public toilet somewhere else. This would be a priority of council, and I can't believe that people are trying to compare it to, the extra thing they want in their mainland electorate. The state of those toilets, both the jetty toilets, the former toilets at the rec hall, and the current situation has to be prioritised. And I don't for 1 minute believe that it's going to cost $1 million. We had exactly the same situation in one of our sports areas where our officers came back and told us that it would be $600,000 to have a toilet block put in. We leased 3 square metres of land to the sports club, who dropped a $6,000 demountable toilet there and had one of their members plumb it up. Admittedly, they had sewer there, so you'd have to add $30,000 for the sewage treatment plant, but I will rattle you off a number of commercial operators who will build you a toilet block for 1/5 of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Sorry, Councillor Guy.
Yeah, sorry, very quickly. Mining camps have got those plug-and-play demountables. I'm sure we could do something there. My only concern is the 21st of January. Is that cutting things a bit sharp for your team? Because ultimately we are going into that stand-down phase, etc. I mean, obviously teams are going to be trying to finalise works that are underway with reports, etc. I mean, now's the time to sort of speak up so we can say, look, we can push it back another month.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. Look, officers have consulted with the councillor in his notice of motion. It is tight, but we'll do our best to do that, and I'd prefer to kind of keep the timeline there so we can get this issue resolved, and then if we need an extension of time, we'll do that via the CEO at the meeting in January, but okay, we'll do our best to hit that.
I think the demountable mining camp option is probably a plug-and-play option that could happen pretty quick without massive cost, surely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop, noting that you've had a question before.
I'm just in regard to that option of something that's not the normal standard. Is there a way that officers could consider something that might be a temporary solution until such time as there is a commercial application, and then look at that being something that might solve the issue down the track?
Do we have to debate that now? There's a
I'm just looking at
back to consider those things.
So I think if we look at the motion, it is, as the General Manager said, this is about developing options and scoping options and to bring the report back. Right. So if we're done there, I'll go back to Councillor Rendles to sum up.
Thank you. I think the need for it's very clear. The question was asked, why is it being brought here? It's being brought here because this issue has been raised for over 12 months, and now we're getting a bit of spotlight on it. Over $30,000 pulling down a toilet. 2 plumbers and a septic supplier, $30,000 for a system that would have met the needs at the rec hall and allowed the recommissioning of that toilet. That may or may not be the case, but $1 million, this is why you have to bring things to council when stuff doesn't get traction. We do it all the time, you know, on different projects, whether they're divisional projects or citywide projects. And I think, as the Deputy Mayor pointed out, that there are standards that we expect as a city. There are conditions we do not expect to see some of the things that we see on the footpath outside of drains. We express concern, we pull our hair out when it comes to a potential low-level risk to the bay or to a potential issue to our waterways. But here we have untreated faecal matter flowing not just into the bay, but across the footpath into the bay. You know, this is not an acceptable situation in a first world country. Well, it has been raised many times.
All right, thank you. So I now put the motion. Those in favour? All right, thank you. Carried unanimously. We move to agenda item number 18.2. Notice of motion again. Councillor Rendles, over to you to move your motion.
I move that that we put a moratorium on the removal of built infrastructure on the southern Moreton Bay Islands. And I've identified 3 particular areas that I'll talk through in addressing the motion. And that we seek advice on alternative use and time frame for the development of the site before we pull anything down. And when no immediate alternative is planned, that we then seek advice for, as is expression of interest, to gauge interest from the community or businesses for use of the facilities. So essentially, this is, we stop pulling stuff down unless it's dangerous or unless it has to come down, and only if there's no other use that might be available.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Tolte. Speakers against? Sorry? Oh, sorry. Yeah, we're back. You've just raised the motion. Councillor Rendles would like to speak to the motion.
Thank you. Once again, you know, council officers have been very responsive and listened attentively as I've raised these issues. I mentioned the toilet block that came down at Russell Island. We also just lost one at the ferry terminal at Macleay Island. I had received requests before these toilets came down for alternative uses. Some local businesses were interested in leasing them from council as a pop-up kiosk for things like electronic scooter and bike hire, so people could get around the islands. Community groups have expressed some interest in having used them for, you know, sort of recommissioned tourist booths. The argument there is that they didn't meet the standard of development application for those. That's I would seek advice from council officers for that. But I've also received advice that we can lease facilities out as is. The 3 particular facilities that remain are the toilet block next to the golf course on Macleay Island. That's probably the lowest priority one, but there has been some interest from community groups for using that. The toilet block on the Esplanade. Now, these are toilets that were probably built in, you know, sort of the 1980s. They are literally your proverbial brick toilet block. You know, there's, you know, slab, bricks, roof. The one on Carragara is used for storage by community groups. It is the only storage site on the islands that they can't even use the community facility that we've leased to the RFS. They've had their TVs taken out of it. They can't leave anything there. Now, we have got a development proposal that's come in for a community facility on Carragara, which may or may not get up sometime in the future. But at the moment, there is nowhere else for a community group, whether it's a Carragara Yacht Club or people who are doing activities and stuff in the area down there near the swimming enclosure where they can leave stuff. So we're talking about knocking something down with nothing planned to go up there to take something away from the community. The issue of the storage shed on the old cricket club of Jackson Oval, it's a shame Councillor Bishop's gone, because I could tell you my story about the story of Jackson Oval. It's one of the first farming families on Russell Island. They donated that oval to council. They put a movie theatre there. It was there for a while. It was the first site of the first jetty onto Russell Island. There was a viable cricket club there that's closed down, and there's what is pretty much like a double garage there. And at the moment, that shed is not being used, but there are efforts underway to reconvene a cricket club across the islands, and it just seems insane, given the limitations of space on the islands, given the need, obviously, for some storage if a club reconstitutes there, whether it's a cricket club, whether it's a AFL club, whether it's a croquet club, not to leave the storage there for them. So that is why I've put this request to you.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. Speakers against? Any questions? Sorry, Councillor Bishop, speakers against or question?
And I understand this is a very specific matter relating to these particular issues, but it's actually to do with about a service provision and levels of standards of service, and then timeframes for ending the useful life. I think there's a really important question for us when we've just heard about a toilet block. The standard now across the city is likely to come in, particularly at Southern Moreton Bay Islands, for $1 million. Councillors, the question is there a broader question, a broader consideration for rethinking, extending the life more generally of some of our older infrastructure? There's a bigger cost impact at our budget going forward. Is there a way of revising our standards of some of the things that we might say, oh, it's end of life because it says so on a piece of paper? Is there a way of extending that in other areas? This is specifically about these particular 3 spots. But I do think it's an important thing for us to consider it more broadly. Given that it hasn't been specifically brought to us before, I'd like to use that opportunity to say, budget consideration, are there other ways across the city that we might look at build infrastructure and extending life? I'll leave these at a certain level. We might want to rethink that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Mitchell, then Councillor Colley.
Yeah, thanks through you, Mayor, and just trying to understand what's going on here. Few questions. Are A, B and C being removed imminently now? The A, B, C being the 3 blocks mentioned.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. They're all on Council's list for ultimate demolition. They're not imminent, no. We have removed the 2 that the Council has referenced, which has expended our funds we had available this year. We don't have plans to remove the others in the immediate future, but they are now on our list of our intention to have those removed.
This question, if there's a moratorium, I'm just trying to see, is there a timeline at which this moratorium ceases? Or how does this moratorium cease?
Councillor Rendels, can you answer that question?
I can, and that's in section 3 of the thing. We're saying that if there is no immediate alternative use. So the moratorium would cease when the item becomes dangerous or when you think we're going to do something else here. We just don't go around knocking stuff down for the fun of it when it's money that we can be used constructively to build things.
So that's already a knock-on effect onto other studies. So that's my next question. What operational impacts of doing these other expressions of interest in order to get to the end of the moratorium, or hopefully see use? So is there because that would seem another body of work, just trying to understand the impacts of that and timing.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. Maybe the best example, if I can talk to, was indeed an expression of interest that was undertaken for one of the facilities that we are proposing to demolish in this motion, which is the Waterside Drive facility. The councillor asked us to do an expression of interest in late 2023 to do exactly what the council is now seeking through this notice of motion. Our officers did that with an EOI that was open for quite a period of time, with including advertising through the Redland City News, media releases, Your Say page and signs at the ferry terminals. We contacted community organisations and we received no expressions of interest at that point in time, so that project came to conclusion. But accept that was before the council was elected, and he's perhaps worked more closely with the community now. But the time frame I'm advised is it would be about a 12 to 16 week process for our officers, whether that's partly my team or perhaps partly the community's team, to undertake prepare the EOI, assess and develop that process. That's what it took when we did that in 2023.
And so while everything's a bit of work, that's reasonable work, acceptable, okay, if this gets support?
Perhaps I can answer that by saying I think it would be a reasonable bit of work if I was confident at the end of that outcome, I could reasonably say to a community member or community club, you can go and now use this building and structure without any constraints. I have significant concerns, which I've shared with the councillor, that I don't believe, and using some of the examples that the council has just referenced, pop-up e-scooter booth or tourist booths, those are different class buildings. These are class 9 buildings, which are public amenity buildings and public uses. All of those are a different class building. These structures would basically need to be demolished and rebuilt to meet contemporary building standards for the building code, which a reclassification would be required. So I'd be concerned to go through the effort and offer it out to the public if at the end of it there was no real potential there that they could meaningfully. I think we would frustrate the community by offering it to them. If we offered it to them on an as-is basis and pushed that risk and liability to them to go and do and resolve, I still think they would find that the end outcome is that they can't, in a regulated way, convert these buildings to the kind of commercial uses that the council is suggesting, or even storage may be caught up in for that same reason, different class buildings.
So sorry, yeah, but my next question was, are they safe to use under current council obligations or guidelines? Sounds like no. So my next question was, can we change the guidelines to make it so?
So for clarity, Council, thanks for the question. They're not council guidelines, they're the Building Code of Australia. So they're absolutely nothing to do with council. This is the Building Code of Australia. Their obligations under for building designs, and anytime council does work or a member of the public and you do some work on a structure, you have to comply with the contemporary building codes when you're reclassifying a use of a building.
So, feels like a catch-22, but I'm happy for others to ask questions and see if there's a path ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Colley, and then Councillor Tolte.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for Councillor Rendels. Reading between the lines here with what's proposed in this motion, we've heard from officers what seems on the surface to be quite a reasonable suggestion for why this infrastructure is going to be removed. Do you have any additional information about alternate uses for these toilet blocks and the storage sheds, which may assist our decision today?
If I may, in terms of one of them that was removed, or the two of them that were removed, the ones in proximity to the ferry wharf, they're valuable locations because of their entry points to the two major islands. And you can talk about mays and ifs and buts, but you may well, and I suspect certainly on Macleay, you would have got a business who would have been prepared to put the capital in to be able to upgrade the facility to meet the requirements of it. In terms of these three, for two of them, you're saying just do nothing. You know, if you just do not pull down the storage shed at the cricket oval, and at some date when another cricket club reconvenes, all the people who do the, you know, sort of remote control planes, or somebody wants to do croquet there or something, that you would just give them the keys to that shed and it would continue being used as it's been used since the day it was built. In terms of the toilet block at Carragara, you could go down the track of doing an EOI. And in respect to the EOIs, and I've raised this issue before with Council, and Council has changed its approach, of the normal way of advertising these sort of things through Council channels on Facebook, on the mainland news, doesn't penetrate to the islands community. It's got to be a more proactive approach. But with Carragara, you could do one of two things. You could just leave it as it is, leave the people in the community who've got the key to the facility, keep storing their stuff in there, and everyone's happy, so do nothing. Or yes, you could go down through an EOI process, and there may well be somebody who'd be interested in, from a community group's point of view, changing it a little bit, or from a business point of view, looking at some sort of rezoning or temporary use. But for those two, doing nothing would be a better outcome than just building it down. That I do have a level of uncertainty around what may happen with the Waterside Drive one because of its location.
I guess that I do have concerns that we are talking about infrastructure on council land, so there would have to be some restrictions for what we could do here. I'm not sure if this would be best directed through the Mayor to the General Manager for Infrastructure and Operations, but if this motion is not supported today, is there an opportunity for further conversations with the local councillor, or do you feel that kind of all options have been exhausted and this is almost a last-ditched attempt from the councillor to preserve this infrastructure?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question through the Mayor. Maybe if I kind of talk through why we are here, is that it's not uncommon for lots of council assets to reach end of life. That's the entire depreciation process. We might get to the end of it and it might appear logical that building, you know, if it was in your own backyard, you might keep it going for a period of time, but that's not necessarily always the way it works in local government land. We have different requirements that we're managing our assets to, different safety obligations and community safety. These particular toilet blocks were decommissioned because they are absolutely at end of life. We were having regular septet and safety issues as a result of their design, which was built, as the councillor said, actually earlier in the 80s, they're in the 70s. They don't meet modern contemporary design, septet and safety standards. They're unlit and a whole bunch of community safety issues that were occurring across those, as well as being at end of life, which is what's driven our decision to decommission those toilet blocks. So I don't believe it's about whether this is the last ditch attempt. You know, our view is from assets is that they're at end of life. We would dispose of these. If these were all on the mainland, we'd be proposing to do the same things, whether they were being decommissioned or replaced in that instance. So for me, the heart of this, though, is ultimately around the building code. It's not about, I understand what appears to be a very common, logical sense of view. I can take it as is, I can put a different door on it and I can go and store stuff in it, and I can see why that might appear to be logical and simple, but unfortunately, that's not the way the building code works. That's not the way our regulated environment works. Our advice from building certifiers and councils, building designers, is that even changing it to a storage facility be a reclassification, because these are Class 9B public amenity buildings. It would bring a significant expense to upgrade those to meet contemporary standards. And again, it might seem illogical that you're just storing stuff in it, but that's the nature of the building code, is that when you reclassify, they always take it as an opportunity to force you to upgrade. in this specific instance, the energy requirements, the DDA compliance issues has significantly changed. And it's all of those things that drive it. These public toilet blocks are not DDA compliant now, which is, again, another driver why we're decommissioning those, is that they don't meet contemporary standards in their own right as well. So it is very complex, and I can understand the layman's view or simple view of how you could just use them, but it's just unfortunately not that simple.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Talty.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask, so a Class 9 building, is that a higher engineering standard than a storage shed?
Thank you, Councillor. Don't profess to be a building certifier, but my advice is that regardless of class building, all buildings have a minimum mandatory compliance factors under the Building Code of Australia. Most of those deal with energy efficiency now, rodent protection and those kind of things. Those are consistent for all class buildings. So the larger the cost that I'm talking about in reclassification, refurb, deal with those factors. It's not a higher engineering standard, it's just the standard elements which have changed since these were built in the 70s.
But when you've already got a building which is just being refurbished, though, you don't have to adhere to all of those standards.
So there's two different things. If you change more than 50% of a building, you have to take it up to contemporary standards. That's a part of, and if you're changing a use and changing the classification of that building. So if we were to take these chambers today, it's a certain class building.
We're just talking about removing a pedestal and filling a hole in with concrete, I believe.
Understand, Councillor, but it's actually the use at the end point that changes, not so much the physical nature. And again, I think that's why a simplistic view of thinking it from a physical perspective, that's actually not what's driving it. It's the end use and the classification under the building code that's the driver.
50% in order to need to apply contemporary standards. So if that were a temporary use, would the measure be the same?
I'd probably have to take that on notice, but my view is that, again, temporary is very well defined and for a very short period of time. So if we're talking about storing something for months, then I suspect you could probably get away with that. If it's longer than that, then I think it's a reclassification of the building. Again, the 50% figure, though, is for rebuilding the same building with the same use. The minute you change the use, that rule, it's about bringing it all up to standard.
And risk. So, okay, so we can have all of this theoretical debate about regulation, etc. If I take a building which is currently literally a brick square building and I take the cubicles out of it and it's still 4 walls and a roof and I put a padlock on the front door, who's really going to care? What is the risk to council in doing that? We know if it was dangerous, we would be pulling it down. So it's not dangerous. So what is the risk? Do you think anyone's coming from George Street to shake a fist at us and tell us we're going to get fined because we didn't knock down a brick toilet block?
Isn't that our environment team does their own regulations?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Look, I probably can't talk to all of that, but I probably would. My response was going to be it's probably less about the safety and more about council doing the right thing and being consistent with the laws and regulations. It'd be hard for us to then put enforcement proceedings on another resident who's done the wrong thing if we ourselves are not consistent, compliant with the Building Act. But again, that'll be a decision of council. If you want to proceed and do something that officers are saying we don't believe is compliant, then that'll be a decision for you.
So we go around in this bureaucratic cycle of we can't afford to put anything there because...
I think that's, Councillor Talty, just caution language.
Of what? Sorry?
Just cautionary tone and language.
Okay, so we go around in a cycle, Mayor, and we can't afford to put new structures on because we're told it's too expensive, but we can't afford to leave the old structures there. There's no common sense in this cycle.
I think that might be, we can take that offline and discuss it further, but I think what the General Manager's been saying is there's an issue of compliance with regulation here, and that's what he's been outlining all this time. Some things, as we know, unfortunately, just aren't possible. But as the General Manager outlined, it's a matter for councils to determine if they want to vote against the advice provided or the information that we've heard today. So thank you, Councillor Tolty. If that's answered your question, we can move on. Have you had your question answered? Yeah. All right. Councillor Mackenzie and then Councillor Bishop.
This reminds me of that funny joke that goes around on social media about what would happen if God told Noah to go and build the ark now, and he comes back 12 months later wondering why Noah hasn't built the ark, and Noah goes through all the government regulations on why he couldn't build the ark in 12 months, and God ends up clearing the skies, and Noah goes, "Aren't you going to flood it?" And he goes, "No, the government bureaucracy's already destroyed Australia." And so this is a prime example. And it's, you know, no criticism of our council staff. It's the building code, which is absolutely ridiculous, because I agree, it's just a building. You just go and store stuff in it. But I have to tend to agree that we can't go out and regulate, you know, residents using buildings or and doing the wrong thing. If we're doing the wrong thing ourselves, it's quite hypocritical. And I think if we go out to community, you know, seeking advice on an as-is expression, I think we're just setting ourselves up for failure and criticism, and probably setting and, you know, getting their expectations up, getting their hopes up that they might be able to use it when in fact they can't. So I don't tend to agree with the toilet block ones being in there. I don't agree with the building code and the way we have to comply with it. I think it, you know, a Class 9B structure is for people to be in it. If so, yeah, it's meant to be a safer building than a 10A, which is your garden shed to store stuff in. So there's no logic in it. But I can't agree to go out with the expression of interest on the toilet block ones. Potentially the storage shed, though, could be used, obviously, because it's a storage shed. Would that be right through you, Mayor Chris?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, all the things I articulated, I don't believe that applies to the storage shed on the cricket club. I believe that that is just a site that's been vacant. The reason officers are proposing to tear it down is that there is no tenant, and we continue to maintain these facilities in the interim, and it is at end of life as well. Again, there's I guess perhaps a subjective view of what end of life is, but officers' view is that that's where we are now. But that one, I believe it has the same building code issues because it is already a different class building.
Okay. Okay. Well, I guess it would be up to the councillor whether he wanted to remove A and B and just leave C in there, depending on the sentiment in the room.
Councillor Bishop.
Yeah, I think that's probably not a bad idea to consider that. Just for anyone who may be following this online, God forbid, I'd just like to ask this question, because in terms of the common sense and trying to find some logic in something which it is a catch-22, Councillor Mitchell, I agree. Is there, what would be the, going back to expectations, if council has an expectation that it's no longer habitable or usable for the original purpose, if we were to divest to some other party, entity, and they were to allow their expectation to be that they would use it for whatever they use it for, would there still be a responsibility on council to make sure that that use is going to be transferred, and then whatever they inherit will actually need to comply? Or is there some way that we can divest and allow another use to occur without necessarily being aware of what that use might be, or requiring a mandatory notification to us of what that use is? So
Thank you, Councillor. Complex question. I'll think about some of that stuff if it's okay, but I think, like anything, we could go out to market and place all onus and responsibility on an end tenant to achieve. It's not uncommon in a commercial world that you would lease a space and the tenant's responsible for then getting all permits and compliance. Indeed, particularly in this instance, if they require town planning and permits, it's not uncommon that a lease would be subject to town planning permits. So we could absolutely do that, place all obligation and onus on an end user to do the work and take on those responsibilities to do that. So there's no issues in that. If that's the view of what to do, I'd just be concerned that we would want to be very transparent to the public that we hold high concerns their ability to do that in a cost-effective manner that would be worth them doing, because I think it would be far more expensive than just changing the door. ripping some toilet pans out, as some councillors suggested, but we could absolutely do that. All I would say, though, is that if you went through that process and then somebody opened up a e-scooter rental place and we know that they didn't do those works, I would be concerned that council could then turn a blind eye to that, because that is what our compliance team do, is actually enforce the building code, whether we should or shouldn't, but that is what we do. So I don't know that we could knowingly then turn a blind eye to that, if that was kind of what you were suggesting.
No, I'm very grateful for that, because effectively what you're saying is that the hard work that officers are doing now, contesting all of the options, really will default and transfer to anyone else who takes this on. And I think if there are options that might be able to be considered, I'd suggest that if we don't support this, you might be able to find a way to prosecute them. You've highlighted this. It sounds like we're in a tricky situation. It's going to be difficult to do anything. But if something does come up, councillor, it would be interesting to see what that might be. But I think we would be sheeting that responsibility onto whoever comes next, and maybe creating expectations that they can't meet down the track. And that was a different problem.
All right. I hope No? Question, Councillor Hewlett?
Yeah, I've just got a question about, I know there's buildings that are no longer up to code, that because they were pre-existing use for storage or a residential or whatever, the building codes don't necessarily apply to them today. And the only reason I say that is because I think the VMR base at Victoria Point is built on an old toilet block. But there's been a new toilet block built at Victoria Point, which is one of the old red brick ones. So that just shows you how old the VMR end is, because it's the old vessel block toilet block. So how do we get around, if we're leasing a building to someone and they're operating out of a toilet block, how does that relate to, you know what I mean? I just don't. Well, I thought if you're doing a new lease for the VMR, for example, they'd have to have that up to scratch, but it's currently in a toilet block. So how do we get around that sort of a situation?
I'm not familiar with that example, councillor, but I would suggest, my gut feel would be that if we're leasing a building, unless it was the largest toilet block that Redlands had ever built, I'm not sure that they're occupying a toilet block. I'm sure they're occupying a building that would have in its own right, or was it much larger?
Because they wanted to build a new building, we're operating still out of an old toilet block.
Yeah.
Out of an old toilet block. I don't know the complete history. Julie knows Victoria Point history probably better than I do, Councillor Talty, so she probably could confirm it or not, but they've told me that they're operating out of an old toilet block.
Yeah.
And if you go and look at the building, it's an old Besser block.
Yeah.
All right.
I just wonder how things vary between different situations.
Everyone exhausted questions? All right. Who knew toilets could be so topical? So, Councillor, I just from my own personal view, I've taken note of everything that's been said, and probably most pertinently the information that was circulated by the General Manager prior to the meeting as well. That is probably foremost on my mind. Back to you, Councillor Endorse, to sum up.
Thank you very much, and I think this indicates the complexity of what we're dealing with all the time. And the other meeting, I raised the issue how in Melbourne and the inner city, they've opened up all the council properties for periods of time to put about activation. But here, there's just to correct a couple of things. There's two broad parts of a toilet block. There's the bit above ground and there's the bit below ground.
I think you were saying male and female.
That in regards to the 4 toilet blocks, 2 of which have been demolished, it was the below ground components that were environmental problems. They were old septic systems. They were failing. They couldn't be replaced. The above ground bits, they did have power. They do have power running to them because they had lights on and they had power points for the cleaners and stuff like that. But we're talking about a concrete slab, brick walls, a roof, and no internal load-bearing walls. So in terms of the Carragara one, the toilet block, it is currently used for storage, and it could be better used for storage if the stalls were taken out. In regards to the Macleay one, that would be a significant repurposing, and I'd be happy to take that off this item. But, just the inanity of, we knocked down the Carragara block, so then the yacht club says, can I get a shipping container and put it on the beach for my storage? And we say, yes, because that's what we provide storage at Bimsara as a shipping container. We've allowed a shipping container to go next to Bimsara for storage. We think that's okay, but we don't think something that, visually is, low level impact is not okay. And in terms of, a colour-bond garage, because that's essentially what the storage shed is at the cricket ground, I'm finding it very challenging to think of the level of maintenance, because I've been in there. I went there the week before last. No one has been in there since the cricket club vacated it, and probably no one from council has been in there before the cricket club vacated it. And there's a bit of whippersnippering around the edge of the slab when the rest of it's maintained. I think some of the cost of maintenance is a bit of a furphy given the cost of pulling it down. So I'm happy to present an amended motion which refers only to B and C.
Okay, so I understand that's, so you're proposing an amendment, so...
Yeah, an amendment that the toilet block at Macleay Island's been removed because it's got no use for it. At the moment, it's not been in use, it's been decommissioned. Whereas B, the toilet block in Carragara, has been actively used for as long as it's not been a toilet for storage. There's no change in use of it since it was used as storage.
All right, so removing point A. And Councillor Tolte as seconder, do you agree?
Yeah, no problem.
All right. So if we've concluded, we'll now put that amended motion. We're just about to get it up online to alter that. So removing point A. All right, so I now put the motion. Those in favour of the motion appearing on the screen. So those in favour are Councillor Golley, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendels, Councillor Tolte, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hughes and Councillor Bishop. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Colley and myself. The motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 18.3, which is another notice of motion by Councillor Rendels. Councillor Rendels, over to you to move your next motion.
Well, thank you very much. That I move that council prepare a schedule of works time frame, and possibly I'd amend that to read costing for clearing of watercourse and flood debris to reduce the likelihood of flooding at Wynham Creek, pretty much from Cliftonville, which is the park Habitat Drive, down to the mouth of the creek. Serpentine Creek, from that bridge area 62 to 66 Serpentine Creek Road, down to the mouth of the creek. And the Pitt Street wetlands, which runs down from up around Salisbury Road and comes out down near Meisner Street. That's that area where we've just done work. And to bring a report to the general meeting of council scheduled the 10th of December 2025.
Thank you. A seconder? Councillor Tolte. Councillor Rendels, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, again, I'm finding myself in a position of having to bring this as a notice of motion because just not being able to get any clear traction or direction from council officers as to what's planned in respect to these wetland areas. Taking them sequentially, we're all familiar with Wynham Creek, that when I first came in 2023, that we had some of the heaviest rain that we've received. You might have remembered that around Christmas. And I was worried about flooding, and the residents contacted me about flooding in Clifton View Terrace, and I spoke to the council officers, and flood maps were produced that showed that very rare flooding would come up to just tip the corner of the property at the bottom of Clifton View Terrace. And when it rained, that was in fact what happened. More recently, after the cyclone, when we had the rain event, which wasn't as big as the rain event previously, the water came up probably a good 18 inches higher than that and was lapping at the edge of the house. And it was kept out of the house through sandbags. Now, the concern that the residents have, and I have there too, is that wasn't one of the greatest rain events. So I've took the liberty of walking down that waterway, and you can see fallen trees, branches, build-up of debris, vegetation, and silting in the drainage under Moores Road. So my concern about bringing this here now is so that we have a roadmap of what's going to be done there before we get the next rain event. Serpentine Creek Road, similar situation, exactly the same situation. You walk down the creek and you can see the debris from previous floods there building up, and we don't have a plan to clear it. Pitt Street wetlands, exactly the same thing. Under bridges, debris built up. One of the problems that we do have with this is the crossover with state responsibilities for environmental issues. In the case of Wynham Creek, one of the areas where you're getting a silt build up under the drainage is in a flying fox habitat and nesting area. So works would have to be done in the non-breeding period. In Serpentine Creek and Pitt Street, where the build-up seems to be, is mostly again along creek areas where you approach the mouth of the creek, which starts taking you into sort of mangrove area. But you stand in those areas at low tide, and the mangroves are dry, but further up, the water's pooling and building up. And we need to be able to go through, have a look at it, get some clarity about what's required, put some costings around it so that we can bring it back to council and we can have a plan for going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Rendles. Against? Speakers against?
Mayor, can I just make a suggestion?
Yes, Councillor Tolte.
Given that, the day is getting on and we've got some 8 or 9 other matters yet to contend with, I brought a motion to council, I would say a year ago, which included these matters and other waterway management issues, and nothing has come back. And nothing has been done, or very little. I won't say nothing, that's not fair. And given that there isn't an urgency as such to this matter, I'm wondering whether the councillor would, or whether the councillors would be open to leaving this lay on the table and coming back next month in the interest of time and looking at the previous motion and this motion and whether they can, they're both asking for the same thing. So up to you all, but just given that we've got 9 or 10 more items yet and the time is ticking away, so I'll be in your hands.
Absolutely, Councillor Rendles.
I'm happy for it to lay on the table.
Then I'll move a motion that we leave this lay on the table until next month.
Thank you. So moved by Councillor Tolley, seconded by Don't need anyone to second procedural? Yep. Okay. Those, put the motion, those in favour? So those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Rendalls, Tolty, McKenzie, Colley, and sorry, Councillor Bishop, did you have up your hand or not? Leaving it lay on the table? No? So Councillor Colley and myself. Those against? Us. Sorry, Councillor Hewlett, you've just entered the room, so we're taking a vote on procedural motion to leave this matter lie on the table. Are you an affirmative? Yes. Yes, Councillor Hewlett. Those against leaving it lie on the table? So Councillor Hughes and Councillor Bishop. Thank you, that motion is carried. All right, we now move to agenda item number 19, and Councillor Tolty is proposing an urgent item of business, and I see that was circulated at 8:13 this morning. You've circulated this for consideration, so we must first resolve as to whether this item is urgent business or not, and there is a checklist on the screen that we can now follow. Just a reminder to councillors that there are some confidential components to this matter. Over to you, Councillor Tolty.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm proposing that we consider a grant matter in confidential, and I've sent the details of that grant matter to the councillors, as you've said. It is to do with Christmas events for Christmas on the coast. We have one event that's been cancelled and funding is being returned, another event that has some funding but may not be able to proceed because of lack of funds. So there's no budget implications. I'm just asking that we consider during confidential whether we could transfer some of the returned funds from the cancelled event to the other event. It is a matter that must be dealt with at a general meeting of council. It does require a decision of council at this meeting because otherwise it will be too late. It cannot be placed on the agenda for another meeting. It will be too late. It is in the public interest, obviously, when it's public money. It can't be dealt with administratively, and it relates to a request that I have previously flagged some weeks ago and again this morning to councillors. Thank you.
Thanks. So we need a mover and seconder. So moved by Councillor Tolty. Moved by Councillor McKenzie, seconded by Councillor McKenzie. Yeah. All right, I put the motion. Those in favour? So carried unanimously. All right, so in order to take that matter into confidential, I'm just going to go through the new spiel that we've got in relation to confidential items, and then we can go through each item and individually to determine if they need to be moved into confidential and go from there. Okay, so I'm going to go through each item that we've got listed for confidential and just see if we need to actually move into that and discuss each one. So if I can get an indication of item 20.1, do we need to take that into confidential for discussion? Everyone's fine with that one? Okay, 20.2. Everyone's happy with that? 20.3. Doesn't need to be moved into confidential. 20.4. Okay, so 20.4, yes. 20.5. Everyone's fine with that one. And then we've got the urgent matter of business, so that's... Oh, sorry, 20.20. Oh, we haven't got a 20.6. Yeah, so sorry, 20.6 is not on the, it's not on my notes here. 20.6, we're all good. Okay, so... Yeah, B19. Yeah. So we're left with 2 items to move into confidential, so that's item 20.4 and item 19. Yeah. Okay, so now I've got to go into the spiel for each individual item to be compliant. So in relation to item 19, do I have a... actually, is there another preamble? Yeah, that one.
No, you do 19 first. This is...
Okay. Do I have a mover and seconder? Sorry, do I have a mover to move into closed session to discuss the item of urgent business, as this matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J, subsection 3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the Council is satisfied the discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government, for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Moved by Councillor Tolte, seconded by Councillor Bishop. And then I'll do that one individually. Okay, all right. So those in favour? So this is in relation to item 19, moving into confidential. We've got to do them individually now. No, it's a multi-step process. Okay, so those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Tolte, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself, noting that Councillors Rendalls and Hughes are out of the room. That motion is carried. And now we are moving to 20.4. Can I have a mover that item 20.4, Cleveland Town Centre Revitalisation Project, to seek endorsement of the Sponsorship Assessment Panel's recommendations for 7 applications for major sponsorship in the 2025 sponsorship program be discussed? Actually, this isn't the right wording. What's this related to? It's got a wrong preamble there. 20.4, but it's the wrong preamble. Yeah. So maybe is it going to be compliant if I just read out the title for the purposes of the department? Okay. All right. So can I have a mover that item 20.4, Cleveland Town Centre Revitalisation Project, which is an overview to respond to Council Resolution 2025/113, passed on the 21st of May 2025 in respect of the Cleveland Town Centre Revitalisation Project, be moved into confidential. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J, so that's the same. It's the same. So under section 254, subsection 3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the Council is satisfied the discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to the commercial matter involving the local government, for which the public discussion would prejudice the interests of the local government. So it's the same. So those in favour? Oh, sorry, moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Colley. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari. Actually, that's carried unanimously. So now we go back to moving into confidential. We're now moving into the confidential portion of the agenda in accordance with Section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to discuss the matters listed on the agenda. We must move into closed session. There are two... Yep. There are two confidential items on the agenda that we are moving. Councillors, we've run through those two items already, so please raise your hand if you wish. No, we've done that already. So we'll just now move and second to move into the confidential session. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Tolty. Those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Cameras back on? All right, so now move a motion. Cameras are back on. Thank you, Councillor Hughes. So
We're back in session.
we're back in session, Councillor Hughes, so I just need to take a motion to move back into open session. So Councillor Bishop, thank you for moving. Councillor Tolty seconding. Those in favour, resuming. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Hughes, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have declared a conflict of interest in item 20.3, understanding there is no discussion on that item, but do you still need me to leave the room while the vote is taken? Yes, so just heads up on that when we get to that.
To allow you time to leave the room. Thank you for the reminder, Councillor Hughes. Yes, so for 20.3, when we raise that motion, that item, if you could leave the room, that would be great. All right, so we return to agenda item number 19, which was the urgent business without notice. We have that now on the screen. Moved by Councillor Tolty, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. I now put that motion as is visible on the screen. Those in favour? So those in favour are Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop and myself. That motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 20.1. Oh, sorry, yeah, same. So moving to agenda item number 20.1, which is the appointment of the external member of the Audit and Risk Management Committee. Do I have a mover and seconder for the officer's recommendation? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Colley. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Item 20.2, which is the rating exemption application. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Hughes. I put the motion. Those in favour? So that's Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Golay and Councillor Rendles. That motion is carried. Agenda item number 20.3, which is the 2025 sponsorship program applications for major sponsorship. Do I have a mover for the office? Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Do I have a mover for and seconder for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Tolty. Those in favour? Those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself, noting that Councillor Hughes is out of the room. That motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 20.4, which is the Cleveland Town Centre Revitalisation Project. Councillor Mitchell.
I'd like to move option 2, please, Smith.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Seconded by Councillor Boglari. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Agenda item number 20.5, significant contracting plan, residual waste disposal services. Do I have a mover and seconder for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Tolty. I put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That is carried unanimously. Agenda item number 20.6, which is significant contracting plan for trunk sewer. Do I have a mover and seconder for the council's recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Rendles. I put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That is carried unanimously. That's it. Thank you very much, everyone. That was a long and productive meeting with lots of discussion. Thank you very much to officers once again for your input today. I now close the meeting. Sorry, before I do that, councillors, please ensure the attendance sheet has been logged in diligence boards. And I now declare the meeting closed at 5:31 p.m. on the Wednesday, the 15th of October 2025.